Chapter 51, Return to Mount Shu. Are you performing a power-infusing initiation? Xiaoningsu entered and saw Lu Changsheng cease his practice and stabilize his breath, while Emma Huaji's heavenly spirit emitted white vapor, apparently undergoing a power-infusing initiation. Typically, only elders whose lifespans were nearing their end would weaken their own cultivation to initiate their disciples with their power. Yet, someone like Lu Changsheng, who had boundless prospects in cultivation, was willing to part with his own power for a disciple? Fairy Xia, you've come to visit, what brings you here? That, you gifted me elixir pills, and since you will be returning to Mount Shu, I naturally should bid farewell. Master, should I leave now? Go find your senior sister, she will teach you the method of breathing and cultivation. Yes. Emma Huaji read the room and tactfully excused herself. My master said, during your return to Mount Shu, there might be dangers. This Earth Escape Talisman can help you travel underground, escaping in one breath. Consider it a return gift. Xiaoningsu's wrist flicked, and a yellow talisman appeared in her palm. Talismans, consumable magical items crafted by divine talismancers in this world, vary in value depending on their power. This Earth Escape Talisman could instantly travel 30 li underground, a top-quality talisman for escaping danger. Because Xiaoningsu carried the life-saving talisman on her person, the talisman also had Xiaoningsu's scent on it. Since it is a kind gesture from Fairy Xia, I would be remiss to refuse. Lu Changsheng knew the other party was not one to owe favors lightly, the 6th grade elixir pills he had given were also highly valuable, thus it was a fair exchange. Lu Changsheng was in fact in need of similar magical items. The talisman gifted by Xiaoningsu inspired Lu Changsheng. Going forward, he could definitely give talismans to his disciple, using the system to obtain higher-level divine talismans. The value of divine talismans was no less than that of top-quality elixir pills. Lu Changsheng chatted with Xiaoningsu for a while longer before she took her leave. The young disciple Emma Huaji, following the second disciple Lian, had learned the most basic cultivation and breathing technique and was able to cultivate on her own. Emma Huaji, with the body of the literary sage, had immense natural talent in the path of cultivation, she had just never been exposed to it before, which was why her cultivation level was so low, making her an undiscovered gem in the vast ocean. Once she began, even without Lu Changsheng's power-infusing initiation, Emma Huaji's cultivation speed would advance by leaps and bounds. But with Lu Changsheng's power-infusing initiation, her cultivation speed became incredibly rapid. After spending several days at Misty Peak, the group from Mount Shu then returned to the mountain. Emma Huaji blinked, she had only heard of Mount Shu, but with the walking speed of a mortal, it would take 3 to 5 years to travel from Misty Peak to Mount Shu. Lian could already perform sword flight, but Emma Huaji had just reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, so Lu Changsheng used his own spiritual energy to assist her in sword flight. Emma Huaji stepped onto the flying sword with trepidation, her body wobbling unsteadily. When it came to courage, the second disciple Lian had more guts, treating the flying sword like a toy and hardly needing Lu Changsheng's guidance on the technique of sword flight. After all, Emma Huaji came from a scholarly family, gentle and refined, and her talent for using magical items could not compare to that of Lian with the martial king divine physique. Maintain your center of gravity, control the sword with your energy. Emma Huaji could not stand steadily, but wrapped in Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy, she wouldn't fall. She quickly adapted. Let's set off. The group from Mount Shu turned into dozens of streaks of light and disappeared. Xiaoningsu stood atop a peak of Misty Peak, watching Lu Changsheng and his group leave, her garment billowing, I will practice diligently, and next time, I will not lose to you. After the group from Mount Shu had left, tens of thousands of miles away, within a Senluo Grand Hall, dozens of dark shadows appeared out of nowhere, each with a profound aura. The sect leader of Mount Shu has already led the team away from Misty Peak, this is an excellent opportunity. I will hold off Tai Yuan. Destruction Sword, Ju Sword, Sha Sword, Evil Sword, the 4 of you are responsible for seizing the girl from the Huang tribe, and by the way, kill a Mount Shu elder named Lu Changsheng to prevent future trouble. I do not wish for another Li Changjai to emerge from Mount Shu. Yes. The dozens of dark shadows disappeared, leaving only the shadow on the main seat. Tai Yuan, let me see how far your cultivation has progressed over the years. The last shadow in the Senluo Grand Hall disappeared, leaving only dead silence behind. The people from Mount Shu hurried along for a day and chose to rest in an old Daoist temple after nightfall. With the cultivation level of Lu Changsheng and the others, they could have continued on their journey, but when traveling, even Mount Shu elders needed to maintain abundant spiritual energy in case of battles en route. Master, your disciple has already found the feeling of sword flight. Mo Huaji was somewhat excited. She had used Lu Changshen's spiritual energy to practice sword flight for a day and had basically figured out the method. Once she reached the Qi transformation realm, she would be able to use her own spiritual energy for sword flight. When we return to Mount Shu, I will pick out a suitable cultivation technique for you. Lu Changsheng knew that different special physiques required different cultivation techniques. During this Six Paths conference, Lu Changsheng brought glory to the sect, and the senior brother Li Changjai allocated 100,000 sect contribution points as a reward. Lu Changsheng could use these 100,000 sect contribution points to exchange for various magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixir pills at Mount Shu. For Lu Changsheng, sect contribution points were quite important because the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator could not return specific magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixir pills according to Lu Changshen's wishes. However, in Mount Shu's Scripture Pavilion and Elixir Pavilion, one could choose the appropriate cultivation techniques and elixir pills and then bestow them upon disciples to obtain more advanced cultivation techniques and elixir pills from the system. 100,000 sect contribution points should be enough to select a suitable set of cultivation techniques and magical treasures for Mo Huaji. Master, why are you so good to your disciple? Mo Huaji couldn't help feeling moved. She, who had lost her family at a young age, was experiencing warmth for the first time. The same to every disciple, not just you. Right, Master is the best person in the world. Lian can swear to it. Lian's bright eyes were filled with admiration for Lu Changsheng. When she was naive, she used to think that all masters would initiate their disciples with power-infusing and generously bestow various magical treasures, elixir pills, and cultivation techniques. But as Lian grew up, she learned from other Mount Shu disciples that not all masters were so generous. Her own master was simply an exceptionally good person, even using various precious elixir pills to concoct medicinal baths for her body refinement. There surely was no better master in the world. It must have been my late father's spirit manifesting, leading me to good fortune and encountering such an exceptionally good person as master. Jir will definitely cherish this. Mo Huaji also gradually began to admire Lu Changsheng. Junior brother, you take good care of your two disciples later. Li Changjai suddenly communicated telepathically with Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked sharply to the south, only to see waves of demonic qi rapidly approaching the dilapidated Daoist temple. Senior brother, that's the real purpose of you and Master's journey, isn't it? Lu Changsheng knew that his senior brother had likely brought Lian on this journey for a sting operation. Li Changjai laughed, exactly so. You two, hide behind me. Lu Changsheng stood up, shielding Lian and Mo Huaji, his two young disciples. Other Mount Shu elders resting in the Daoist temple also sensed the approaching demonic qi, stood up, and their faces became serious. Reincarnation Hall, and the presence of the demon race. Chapter 52 I am Lu Changsheng. Overwhelming demonic qi neared the Daoist temple, bearing down from above with a terror-inducing pressure that targeted the sect leader of Mount Shu and all the elders within. The dilapidated Daoist temple shook violently, the moss-covered stone walls cracked further, and the dry well collapsed. The elders of Mount Shu quickly circulated their cultivation techniques to counter the pressure, their Daoist robes billowing without wind. Two disciples hid behind Lu Changsheng. Even the usually active Lian was now quiet, her little face somewhat pale. She recognized the aura of the demon race that hunted her 5 years earlier. Mo Huaji, having just finished cultivating, had never seen such commotion and was even paler. Fortunately, hiding behind her master, she felt a vague sense of security. Her master was incredibly calm, showing not a hint of panic. Indeed, her master was a peerless great figure. This is bad, this is very bad. Reincarnation Hall and the demon race have joined forces to attack, and we at Mount Shu are short on numbers, we could all perish here. Behind Zhao Wian, the superior acquired spirit treasure chasing wind sword was unsheathed, its blue light shining brightly as it arrived in Zhao's hand. The rest of the elders also summoned their own magic artifacts, with multicolored lights soaring into the sky, and powerful auras surged violently. Boom! The already crumbling Daoist temple could not withstand the terrifying pressure from both sides and collapsed, turning into ruins. Taiyuan, it has been a long time, let's see if you've made any progress today. Within the towering demonic chi, a booming voice sounded, like thunder exploding, making Lu Changsheng's eardrums vibrate. Lu Changsheng protected the two disciples with robust spiritual energy to prevent them from getting hurt. Changsheng, I will go and confront him, you take care of our junior brothers. Realizing that he must not allow the terrifying presence within the demonic chi to act against the elders of Mount Shu, Taiyuan knew that the younger Mount Shu elders' cultivation levels were not sufficient to face that person. With a thought, Taiyuan summoned an unadorned flying sword, and he alone stepped into the massive demonic chi, after which earth-shattering sounds of battle ensued. Hand over the girl from the Huang tribe obediently, become a slave of our reincarnation hall, and perhaps you may still live. He, better to refine them all and turn them into the nourishment for the blood pool of our reincarnation hall. If you are devoured by me, Black Tiger Deist, your cultivation will surely skyrocket. Hundreds of dark shadows emerged, each with a powerful aura, at least belonging to the nascent soul realm elders of the demon sex or great demons. As expected, Reincarnation Hall has joined forces with the demon race. Tonight, I, Li Changsheng, shall see what abilities you possess. Li Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the hundreds of formidable enemies. I will hold off Li Changsheng. Destruction Sword, Jujian, Sha Sword, and Evil Sword, you four go snatch the girl from the Huang tribe to prevent any complications from arising with the long night ahead. The rest of you, pick your own opponents. A man with a stern face holding a bone sword fixated his gaze on Li Changsheng. Apart from Taiyuan, Li Changsheng held the highest level of cultivation among the Mount Shu party. As long as they held off Li Changsheng, the remaining Mount Shu elders absolutely could not resist the tenfold force of Reincarnation Hall elders and Demon Race loose cultivators. Kill. The Reincarnation Hall elders and Demon Race loose cultivators were ruthless and decisive, eschewing words for action and swiftly making their deadly moves. Lu Changsheng was targeted by 4 Reincarnation Hall elders, the least cultivator among them being Evil Sword of the Dao Palace Realm 4th layer. Destruction Sword, Jujian, and Sha Sword, 3 Reincarnation Hall elders with even higher cultivation. Lu Changsheng extended his right hand and summoned the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. At the same time, in his left hand concealed within his Daoist robe, he held a purple gold bagua containing an 8th grade elixir pill, Red Emperor Dragon Strength Pill. If the Reincarnation Hall cornered him, he would swallow this 8th grade elixir pill directly, forcing a counterattack against his opponents. Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered that before Xiaoningsu left, she had given him an Earth Escape Talisman. In case of defeat, he might still have a chance to escape with his life. We of Mount Shu must protect this person, our word is our bond. A figure appeared, his second senior brother Song Wuchuan drew his sword, and sword chi soared like 100 Zhang rainbow, illuminating heaven and earth. Song Wuchuan stood against 2, blocking the destruction sword and Jujian, 2 elders of the Reincarnation Hall. Junior brother, don't be afraid. Today, let me show you how formidable brother Zhao is. Zhao Huiyan swung the chasing wind sword, its blade swift as the wind, cutting down the elder of the Reincarnation Hall, Sha Sword. Zhao Huiyan used his true chi to propel the chasing wind sword, and it became shadowless and traceless, making it impossible to guard against. Zhao Huiyan was usually talkative, but his cultivation was definitely not low, being famous for a long time. As for the evil sword, an elder of the Reincarnation Hall at the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm, Song Wuchuan and Zhao Huiyan intentionally left him for Lu Changsheng to deal with. Lu Changsheng, at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, even managed to defeat Xiaoningsu, a peerless talent of the 4th level. The combat power of Evil Sword was definitely not a match for Xiaoningsu. It's you. Evil Sword broke through the blockade of Song Wuchuan and Zhao Huiyan, and upon seeing Lu Changsheng standing in front of Lian, he immediately remembered having met Lu Changsheng in Huang State 5 years ago. Back then, Lu Changsheng was following Elder Mu on a mission and had disrupted Evil Sword and Black Tiger Daoist's plans. If Evil Sword's memory served him right, this person's cultivation was at the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm, and because he had disguised himself as having the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, he managed to trick Black Tiger Daoist and successfully escaped with Xiaoningsu. 5 years ago, it must have been you who took away the person I was looking for, ruined my plans, and caused me to be punished by the Hall Master. Today, you must die. Evil Sword cruelly licked the blade of his sword, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. With his cultivation, as long as he wasn't careless, Killing an Elder of Mount Shu at the first level of the Dao Palace realm would be a piece of cake. Myriad swords returned to origin. Lu Changsheng also took ruthless action, frantically invoking the taking Wuji technique, with sword chi crisscrossing and countless spirit swords appearing, exuding an astonishing pressure. Since the opponent wished to put him to death, and Lu Changsheng knew the latter's cultivation, he did not hold back, striking with all his might from the beginning. The fifth level of the Dao Palace realm. No, that's impossible. The ferocious expression on Evil Sword's face suddenly turned ashen. The little Taoist who he had met 5 years ago had now reached the fifth level of the Dao Palace realm, surpassing him by a whole level. You are Lu Changsheng. Evil Sword suddenly remembered the latest intelligence from the Reincarnation Hall. In the Six Paths Conference, there was a young Elder of Mount Shu who demonstrated the cultivation of the fifth level of the Dao Palace realm, and was listed by the Reincarnation Hall as the next Li Changzhai, someone they must eliminate before he could fully grow. Yes, I am Lu Changsheng. Go. Lu Changsheng wielded the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, and thousands of spirit swords swirled in the air, like a dragon formed of long swords, with bared fangs and claws, pouncing towards Evil Sword. The Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword triggered heavenly thunder, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Amidst the myriad sword chi, there was also the vast might of thunder. No. Evil Sword's face was filled with terror, he could not withstand such terrifying sword chi. Boom! 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 Thousands of spirit swords bombarded Evil Sword, overwhelming him. Is the master an immortal? Immortal! Mo Huaji hid behind Lu Changsheng, witnessing the unparalleled cultivation displayed by Lu Changsheng with countless gusts sweeping across the area. She tightly grabbed onto Lu Changsheng's daoist robe with her little hand. Her master was truly too powerful. Chapter 53, Entrapment. Disciple. An aged Reincarnation Hall elder, upon seeing his beloved disciple, Evil Sword, eradicated by a single move from Lu Changsheng, immediately became furious, his forehead veins bulging. Evil Sword was his most valued disciple, who, after cultivating for over 200 years, had reached the fourth layer of the Dao Palace realm and might even have become a supreme elder of the Reincarnation Hall someday. Yet Evil Sword fell to Lu Changsheng, whom he had met only twice. How dare you kill my disciple, die! Hard plucking palm. This Reincarnation Hall elder unleashed a ferocious palm strike, and even before the force of the palm reached him, the earthen walls near Lu Changsheng were already turned to dust. Great accomplishment of the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng saw another Reincarnation Hall elder attacking and realized that this elder's cultivation was far above Evil Sword's. Lu Changsheng clenched the purple gold bagwagord tightly, not wanting to use the Red Emperor Dragon Strength Pill, an 8th grade elixir for temporarily enhancing his cultivation, unless it was absolutely necessary. The power of this 8th grade elixir was enough to allow him to counter-kill the Reincarnation Hall elder. As for the consequences, Lu Changsheng might not have the luxury of considering them. Suddenly, 5 figures descended, and their oppressive might caused the Reincarnation Hall elder's attack to abruptly halt. Not good. We've been duped. The Reincarnation Hall elder suddenly looked towards the 5 descending figures, his face changing profoundly. Fairy Su, Temple Master Yu, Grand Master Chen, Master Lu, and Master Wuxiang. The Mount Shu elders were elated, the sect leaders of the 6 orthodox sects had all arrived. The presence of the 6 sect leaders, who were clearly on a different level compared to the younger generation of Mount Shu elders, meant that even with greater numbers on the side of the Reincarnation Hall, the advantage lay with Mount Shu. Indeed, this gathering of the 6 paths was fishing law enforcement. Lu Changsheng put away the purple gold bagwagord. With the 6 sect leaders taking action, there was no need for Lu Changsheng to fight desperately. Taiyuan, haven't you been a bit too despicable? A roar emanated from amidst the demonic chi, coming from the Reincarnation Hall Master. If the demon stands tall, the Dao stands taller. What's the harm in using a small trick against you? Real Taiyuan emerged from the demonic chi and stood alongside the other 5 sect leaders. It's time for the Reincarnation Hall to be destroyed. The Pavilion Master of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion unleashed a flying sword, and in the instant the long sword was drawn, its dazzling sword chi lit up the heavens and earth, soaring into the sky and stirring the wind and clouds. This is the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's top-grade innate spirit treasure, the Severing Affection Sword. I never imagined I'd see the day when the Fairy Pavilion Master would take action. The younger generation of Mount Shu elders, witnessing the 6 sect leaders fight in earnest for the first time, were full of admiration. Cut. The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion Master drove the divine sword, aiming it at the group of Reincarnation Hall members and great demons. Those who encountered the divine sword and had cultivation at the Dao Palace realm could still attempt to dodge, but the Reincarnation Hall elders and great demons at the nascent soul realm were instantly turned to ash. Amitabha Buddha, allow this humble monk to liberate you. Master Wuxiang, in all his majestic glory, radiated with Buddha's light. Behind him appeared 100-foot tall 1,000-handed Buddha. Beams of golden light poured down, and the great demons caught in the Buddha's light were charred and turned into wisps of smoke. Yu Suanji deployed a 9-banner flag, forming the 9-bend river formation that trapped more than a dozen Reincarnation Hall elders and obliterated them. Compared to the other sect leaders' divine abilities, the Martial Alliance leader Master Chen employed a simple and brutal method of attack, exploding a Reincarnation Hall elder with one punch and, with a backhanded kick, bursting a great demon at the Dao Palace realm. All 6 sect leaders were beings who transcended the Dao Palace realm. With the 6 of them striking together, they utterly overwhelmed the opposition. Retreat swiftly. Amidst the surging demonic chi, the Reincarnation Hall Master realized he had been outplayed and led the remaining demon sect elders and Huang State great demons in a hasty flight. Chase them! The 6 sect leaders struck mercilessly in pursuit, leaving behind only the Mount Shu elders and a plethora of corpses strewn across the ground. The sect leaders and other factions have set this trap with the aim of inflicting heavy damage to the Reincarnation Hall and the demon race, to delay the coming of the great calamity. We're going back to Mount Shu. Li Changjai watched as the 6 sect leaders left, unworried. The 6 sect leaders were all individuals from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, their cultivation unfathomable, not a matter for the younger generation of elders in Mount Shu to interfere with. Are you all right? After the demon race was repelled in the Reincarnation Hall, Lu Changsheng checked on the condition of his 2 disciples. Disciple is fine. With Master's protection, your disciple is safe and sound. Lian and Emma Huaji had only just begun their journey and were not even fit to be cannon fodder in such a level of battle. Under the guidance of Lu Changsheng, who knew what would be the case in a few decades. Very good, let's return to Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng regulated his breath and, together with the group from Mount Shu, continued on their way. 3 days later, dozens of streaks of light approached Mount Shu. Is that Mount Shu? Unbelievable! Emma Huaji, using sword flight, gaped in amazement upon seeing the suspended Mount Shu. The misty peak of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion stretched for thousands of miles and was connected to the earth, while the peaks of Mount Shu completely floated in mid-air, like an immortal mountain, incredibly wondrous. Mount Shu being ranked first among the 6 orthodox sects was not without reason. Fellow juniors, there's no need to worry about the sect leaders' safety. Return to your own caves to cultivate. The most important thing is to advance your cultivation as quickly as possible. Eldest senior brother, fellow juniors, I take my leave. Take care. The elders who returned to Mount Shu parted ways, each returning to their own peak to enter secluded cultivation. In the time of great calamity, the higher one's cultivation, the more likely they were to survive. Lu Changsheng took his 2 disciples back to King Yun Peak. This is where your master cultivates. You and Lian will live together. Yes. Disciple greets master. The eldest disciple, Lin Qingzi, hurried over to greet Lu Changsheng and the others as they descended. This is your new junior sister, the disciple I've recently taken in. If she encounters any confusion in her cultivation, you and Lian should take good care of her. Disciple will remember. First, I will perform the power-infusing initiation for you, and then we'll go to the scripture pavilion to choose an appropriate cultivation technique for Zhir. Seeing that Lin Qingzi had refined the spiritual energy taught previously, Lu Changsheng was eager to continue the power transmission. A battle between the 6 orthodox sects and the 4 demon sects was inevitable, so Lu Changsheng sought to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. Lin Qingzi could withstand Lu Changsheng's cultivation of several decades, and the system's 100-fold return of cultivation caused Lu Changsheng's qi to expand, bringing him to the verge of the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. In a dozen years or so, I might just break through to the void refinement realm. Lu Changsheng's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. And this was still under the premise of concurrently practicing body refinement. If Lu Changsheng had not also been refining his body, his cultivation might have already reached the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. However, Lu Changsheng chose the same path as his eldest senior brother Li Changjai, heavy accumulation for a sudden breakthrough, to ensure a solid cultivation base and a body as strong as an innate spirit treasure. In this way, although the speed of cultivation slowed down somewhat, each breakthrough came naturally without the risk of cultivation deviation, and he was invincible within the same realm, even capable of fighting across levels. It's time to go to the scripture pavilion and select a suitable technique for Emohuaji. After transmitting power to his eldest disciple, Lu Changsheng became concerned with the cultivation of his youngest disciple. The youngest disciple, Emohuaji, had the body of the literary sage and her path differed from that of the eldest and second disciple. She followed the Confucian Dao. Chapter 54, Cultivating the Literary Sage. Elder Lu, you have come to the scripture pavilion again? May I ask if you are selecting cultivation techniques for yourself, or for your disciple this time? Could he be the Elder Lu of King Yun Peak from Mount Shu who stirred the entire assembly at the Six Paths Conference? Indeed, it is him. Elder Lu is an elder of the Dao Palace realm, and at the Six Paths Conference, he even demonstrated the cultivation of the fifth layer of Dao Palace realm. Good heavens, Elder Lu is the last direct disciple recruited by the sect leader, right? It's unexpected that his cultivation has already reached the fifth layer of the Dao Palace realm. That's something I could never achieve in my lifetime. Oh, come on, for us ordinary intersect disciples, becoming an elder of the nascent soul realm in this lifetime would already be a great blessing, let alone becoming an elder of the Dao Palace realm. As Lu Changsheng appeared in the scripture pavilion of Mount Shu, the surrounding disciples from Mount Shu could not help but cast admiring glances his way. The story of Lu Changsheng defeating the Holy Maiden of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion at the Six Paths Conference had already spread throughout Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng knew without thinking that it must have been Zhao Huiyan, the gossip-loving senior brother, who spread the news. I'm heading to the second floor of the scripture pavilion. So Elder Lu really has come to select cultivation techniques for his disciple. Please feel free to browse, Elder Lu. With Lu Changsheng's cultivation, he could freely access the first 4 floors of Mount Shu's scripture pavilion. Lu Changsheng now had 100,000 sect contribution points, which was more than enough to exchange for even Earth rank cultivation techniques. However, both Earth rank and Heaven rank cultivation techniques are not suitable for beginners. At least a nascent soul realm cultivation is required, otherwise, they are like reading an arcane text. On the second floor shelves, there were authentic cultivation techniques and body refinement methods such as 10,000 phenomena body refining skills, sit and forget technique, Takshuan skills, as well as various odd and curious books like Records of Special Physiques Through the Ages, Mad Immortal Diary, Cultivation from Beginner to Expert, Encounters with Fairy King Xia. There are not many Confucian Dao cultivation techniques suitable for someone with the body of the literary sage to cultivate. Lu Changsheng spent quite some time on the second floor of the scripture pavilion but could not find a cultivation technique suitable for his young disciple, Emohuaji. Mount Shu primarily focused on Dao cultivation and had never birthed a literary sage, so related cultivation techniques were extremely rare. Throughout history, those with the body of the literary sage had appeared in Hidden Dragon Temple, which possessed a vast collection of cultivation techniques for the literary sage's physique. Found it. Finally, Lu Changsheng found a suitable cultivation technique. Talent cultivation skills, an upper-grade profound rank technique, belonged to the Confucian Dao. If scholars could cultivate it, they could stimulate their own talents by continually growing their knowledge and scholarship, eventually cultivating a unique true qi, magnificent righteous qi. Although it was only a profound rank technique, it was the entry-level cultivation technique for the 3 generations of literary sages from Hidden Dragon Temple. Lu Changsheng flipped to the first page of Talent Cultivation Skills, which contained the preface written in graceful handwriting with a divine touch to the brush. Gifted to Mount Shu's scripture pavilion by Shangguan Zhao of Hidden Dragon Temple. So it's a technique from Hidden Dragon Temple. Lu Changsheng, browsing through Mount Shu's classics, learned of many past events related to the 6 major orthodox sects. Shangguan Zhao was a legendary literary sage of Hidden Dragon Temple. Rumor has it that with talent embodied, her poetry could slay enemies, her words could defeat armies, and her prose could pacify the world. Furthermore, there were rumors that Shangguan Zhao could divine the affairs of 50,000 years, with ingenious planning capable of reversing the natural order. The reason the 6 major orthodox sects have stood until today is because, in their ancestry, there were peerless geniuses who emerged to dominate an era. The ancestral master of Mount Shu, Sheng Guanzhouer, and the first pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were such legendary figures who ascended to the immortal realm. As Lu Changsheng gazed at the handwriting of talent cultivation skills, he could faintly see an unsurpassable talented woman, her brush dancing as if borne by the clouds, with a paper of prose that could command the imperial pen. Confucian Dao, like martial Dao, is also one of the great ways. Lu Changsheng was filled with reverence. If this former temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple truly became immortal, who knew if there might be a chance to meet her someday? Because of the special nature of this technique, it required 5,000 contribution points. However, compared to Lu Changsheng earning 100,000 contribution points at the Six Paths Conference, a mere 5,000 contribution points to exchange for the introductory cultivation technique of the literary sage from Hidden Dragon Temple was an incredible bargain. Lu Changsheng continued to select other cultivation techniques for his junior disciple. Elementary Talisman Crafting Skills, a yellow rank superior cultivation technique, only requires 500 contribution points. Lu Changsheng picked out a special cultivation technique. This cultivation technique didn't conflict with the talent cultivation skills and its use was in the crafting of talismans. Talismans, like elixir pills, are classified into 9 grades. The Earth Escape Divine Talisman given to Lu Changsheng by Xianingsu was a 6th grade Divine Talisman. Elementary Talisman Crafting Skills was an entry-level cultivation technique, which upon mastering, one could craft 1st grade and 2nd grade talismans. The body of the literary sage was extremely suitable for becoming a divine talismancer. If Mo Huaji learned elementary talisman crafting skills and crafted 1st grade and 2nd grade talismans to contribute to Lu Changsheng, who could then reward other disciples, it would then be possible to receive high-grade divine talismans in return through the Disciple Apprenticeship System, effectively exploiting the system. These 2 cultivation techniques are enough for Mo Huaji to cultivate for some time. When the disciple reaches the nascent soul realm, they can be rewarded with more advanced cultivation techniques, elixir pills, divine relics, and talismans. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but look forward to the scene of his 3 disciples breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Lu Changsheng spent 5,500 contribution points to exchange for 2 cultivation techniques. Lu Changsheng then spent another 2,000 contribution points at Mount Shu's Spirit Weapon Pavilion to exchange for a superior grade spiritual artifact, the White Fox Spirit Brush. In total, he spent 7,500 contribution points. Lu Changsheng still had 92,500 sect contribution points. Lu Changsheng returned to King Yun Peak and summoned the newly apprenticed Mo Huaji. He was about to start nurturing a generation's literary sage. This talent cultivation skills is your introductory cultivation technique. Although its rank is not high, merely a profound rank superior cultivation technique, this method is extremely suited for beginners. You can cultivate magnificent righteous qi with it, laying a foundation for the future. Lu Changsheng took out a cultivation technique. A profound rank superior cultivation technique. Mo Huaji doubted she had heard correctly. From the master's tone, a profound rank superior cultivation technique seemed as common as cabbage. Menial workers had no chance to come into contact with cultivation techniques, and outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples generally practiced yellow rank cultivation techniques. Senior inner sect disciples, with years of accumulated contribution points, might be able to exchange for a profound rank inferior cultivation technique, but even they rarely saw a profound rank superior one. Yet Lu Changsheng would nonchalantly start off with a profound rank superior cultivation technique, even seeming somewhat disdainful. Master, this is too precious, how can I accept it without any contribution? Apart from you, no one else, including myself, is suited to cultivate this technique. Just accept it with peace of mind. If you cultivate it well and attain sainthood soon, that would be the best reward for me. Lu Changsheng showed displeasure. Was a profound rank superior cultivation technique not some kind of precious object? Disciple understands. Mo Huaji was overwhelmed by the favor and not quite accustomed to Lu Changsheng's generosity. Ding, you have rewarded your disciple Mo Huaji with a profound rank superior cultivation technique talent cultivation skills, and received a disciple apprenticeship system 1000-fold return reward, heaven rank superior cultivation technique magnificent righteous qi art. Ding, today's rewarding opportunities 1. Remaining rewarding opportunities are 2. Magnificent righteous qi art, a heaven rank superior cultivation technique? The name of this method sounded familiar. Wait, isn't this the sect defending skills of the Hidden Dragon Temple? Chapter 55, the disciple is a jinx. A heaven-ranked top-tier cultivation technique appeared in Lu Changshen's Dao Palace Minor Realm. This was the sect defending skills of Hidden Dragon Temple, magnificent righteous chi art, priceless and invaluable. Lu Changsheng cultivated Mount Shu's sect defending skills, the supreme purity limitless technique, and this technique could eventually be bestowed upon Emma Huaji, who possessed the body of the literary sage. 3 disciples each trod a different great path, and Lu Changsheng had spared no effort in finding suitable cultivation techniques for them. Although your teacher does not practice the talent cultivation skills, my realm is still capable of leading you into its basics. Lu Changsheng schemed through the talent cultivation skills, and to him, the profound rank technique seemed as easy as a college student looking at elementary school problems. Lu Changsheng was fully qualified to offer guidance on the mysteries. This disciple will certainly practice diligently and not disappoint master's expectations. Emma Huaji said, her face full of seriousness. The talent cultivation skills are different from ordinary techniques. Besides practicing, you must also read extensively to broaden your knowledge in order to cultivate magnificent righteous chi. And cultivating magnificent righteous chi is just the first step towards becoming a literary sage. Reading. Emma Huaji's eyes lit up. This was her favorite thing to do in life. This technique fit her perfectly. Lu Changsheng explained the key points and difficulties of the talent cultivation skills in detail, which Emma Huaji quickly memorized. Lu Changsheng was inwardly amazed. Emma Huaji had one exceptional ability: her photographic memory. This elementary talisman crafting skills can be attempted in addition to your cultivation, to refine talismans and become a divine talismancer, said Lu Changsheng as he took out another cultivation technique. A divine talismancer. In Yu country, where Emma Huaji hailed from, the Dean of Hanlin Academy was a divine talismancer who could craft talismans up to rank 6, and was courted by both the emperor and numerous loose cultivators, a status akin to a saint, even surpassing that of many princes. Her master actually intended to cultivate her into a highly esteemed divine talismancer? Ding! You have bestowed the yellow rank top-tier cultivation technique elementary talisman crafting skills upon your disciple Emma Huaji, receiving a 100-fold return reward as a mentor. Profound rank top-tier cultivation technique intermediate talisman skills. Ding! Today's available bestowal count has decreased by 1, with 1 remaining bestowal count left. Ding! You have bestowed the top-tier spiritual artifact White Fox Spirit Brush upon your disciple Emma Huaji, receiving a 100-fold return reward as a mentor, a middle-grade acquired treasure Heavenly Fox Divine Brush. Ding! Today's available bestowal count has decreased by 1, with 0 remaining bestowal count left. Lu Changsheng bestowed cultivation techniques and treasures one after another, in one go obtaining the rewards of intermediate talisman skills and the Heavenly Fox Divine Brush. Now, even when Emma Huaji reached the Golden Core Realm or the Nascent Soul Realm, Lu Changsheng still had items to bestow upon her. Lu Changsheng briefly explained how to handle the treasures, but as for the talisman skills, it would depend on Emma Huaji's own talents. It wasn't possible for Lu Changsheng to be skilled in everything. Without any special physique, it was unlikely to achieve in talisman crafting a success comparable to the body of the literary sage. I will allocate 10,000 sect contribution points for your use first, and you may proceed to the scripture pavilion to borrow various books by yourself. As my formally accepted disciple, your status is that of an inner sect disciple of Mount Shu, permitting your access up to the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. The sect contribution points of Mount Shu cannot be traded among disciples, but as an elder of Mount Shu, one can allocate one sect contribution points to their disciple. Since Emma Huaji's cultivation technique required the extensive reading of books, Lu Changsheng generously bestowed 10,000 contribution points to her, enabling her to make full use of the treasure trove that was the Mount Shu's scripture pavilion. Jir thanks Master greatly, grateful beyond words. Emma Huaji thanked him repeatedly, returning to her dwelling on the mountainside with her master's bestowed precious cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts to practice intensely. System, simulate the life of this little disciple of mine. As the newly accepted disciple was a calamity body, Lu Changsheng was not at ease. Ding! You have started the life simulation of your disciple Emma Huaji. Ding! Remaining simulation attempts for today, 1. Simulation starts. At 17, Emma Huaji became your disciple, and under your earnest guidance, she broke through to the Qi transformation realm, practiced the talent cultivation skills, and produced her first strand of magnificent righteous chi. At 18, Emma Huaji broke through to the Golden Core realm and became an elementary talismancer. At 25, Emma Huaji had read extensively, her cultivation reached the nascent soul realm. You taught her the heaven-rank cultivation technique, the magnificent righteous chi art, and Emma Huaji began her first disciple experience. During her experience in Yu country, Emma Huaji encountered her sworn enemies and was ambushed. Emma Huaji perished. Simulation ends. Lu Changsheng knew that this disciple was also plagued by misfortune. He had not expected her to encounter her enemies on her first venture from the mountain and meet a tragic end. It seemed he had no choice but to defy the heavens to change her fate himself. System, simulate again. Ding, you have changed the parameters, the system is re-simulating the life of your disciple Emma Huaji. Ding, remaining simulation attempts for today, 1. Simulation starts. At 17, Emma Huaji broke through to the Qi transformation realm and produced her first strand of magnificent righteous Qi. At 18, Emma Huaji broke through to the golden core realm and became an elementary talismancer. At 25, Emma Huaji broke through to the nascent soul realm. During her experience, she encountered the enemy responsible for the destruction of her home. In the moment of crisis, you helped her, assisting Emma Huaji in avenging the annihilation of her home. At 26, Emma Huaji planned to stay at the Hanlin Academy in Yu country to cultivate for 3 years, attempting to establish her own school of thought. At 27, Emma Huaji met a stranger who helped her on multiple occasions. At 29, the stranger revealed his identity. He was the son of the sect master of the Joyous Union sect, coveting Emma Huaji's body of the literary sage. Emma Huaji fell into despair upon realizing she could not defeat him and chose to take her own life. Emma Huaji perished. Simulation ends. The fate of this little disciple, as plagued by misfortune, was truly not unwarranted. She died again. Her family destroyed at 5, encountered her sworn enemies at 25, faced a calamitous romance at 27. If it weren't for Lu Changshen's ability to simulate her life and find ways to defy destiny, Emma Huaji, the literary sage, wouldn't have survived until 30. Indeed, to the man who has his great destiny foreordained, I shall temper his spirit and toughen his sinews and bones. I shall starve his body and skin. The whelp of the Joyous Union sect dares to deceive my disciple. I must intervene before she falls into this calamitous romance and directly slay the son of the sect master of the Joyous Union sect. Lu Changsheng harbored a murderous intent. The son of the Joyous Union sect master obviously saw that Emma Huaji was naive and inexperienced, approaching her under false pretenses, wishing to claim her for himself and use the body of the literary sage as a crucible to achieve the supreme path for the Joyous Union sect. Even if it meant offending the sect master of the Joyous Union sect, Lu Changsheng was determined to protect this disciple. There's one last simulation opportunity today. What if I were to reveal his identity and slay him with a single strike the moment Emma Huaji encountered the son of the Joyous Union sect master? What would happen then? Lu Changsheng conducted the last simulation, the previous simulation results remained unchanged. At 27, Emma Huaji met a man, Yu suddenly appeared, exposing that the man was the son of the Joyous Union sect master. Yu acted and killed the man. At 29, Emma Huaji successfully established her own school of thought in Yu country, broke through to the Dao Palace realm, and returned to Mount Shu. At 30, Emma Huaji joined Yu in battling the 4 great demon sects and the demon race. At 32, Emma Huaji fell in a battle, overwhelmed by the retaliation from the Joyous Union sect. Emma Huaji perished. Chapter 56, Disciple Promotion Reward, Battle Simulation. Today's 3 simulation opportunities were used up, and Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Although Emma Huaji possessed the rare body of the literary sage, she was also plagued by misfortune, making her cultivation path extremely perilous, requiring Lu Changsheng to change her fate against the heavens. Let it be, take one step at a time, there are plenty of opportunities for simulation. Lu Changsheng was not worried, with his cultivation level, he could totally protect Emma Huaji until she became a saint. With the 3rd disciple joining, King Yun Peak became even more popular, no longer the desolation of the past. If one also counted Chen Yao of Mount Shu who frequently visited King Yun Peak, then there were 4 juniors. Elder brother Zhao Huiyan occasionally visited King Yun Peak as well, discussing problems related to cultivation with Lu Changsheng. 1 month later, on Mount Shu's Baimon Peak, an old woman was cultivating elixir herbs when suddenly a flying sword arrived, and a grand aura descended. Sister, you've worked hard guarding Mount Shu during this time. You're injured. Just a minor injury. I didn't expect the new Demon Lord of Huang State to have reached such a level of cultivation, otherwise, I would have settled the old scores. The person who had arrived was none other than Taiyuan, real person. The old woman's wrinkled face grew even more worried. No good comes without bad intention, good does not come. With the level of your cultivation, even you were injured by the Demon Lord, his cultivation is advancing rapidly, which is terrifying. Indeed. Taiyuan, real person and the old woman looked towards the endless cloud sea to the south, their faces filled with worry. At Qingyun Peak, Emma Huaji was in meditation, cultivating her talent cultivation skills, advancing further. The QJC is opened, it's done. Emma Huaji opened her bright eyes. With Lu Changshen's power infusing initiation over the past month, plus Emma Huaji's extensive reading of poetry and books in the past, she cultivated the talent cultivation skills naturally, quickly reaching the Qi transformation realm. Inside the cave dwelling, Lu Changshen's thoughts moved. When a disciple advanced a major realm, the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator also had rewards. Ding! Your third disciple Emma Huaji has advanced from the Foundation Establishment Realm to the Qi Transformation Realm. You have received a Disciple Realm Advancement Reward, 20 Combat Simulation Opportunities. You may use these combat simulation opportunities at any time. Combat simulation? Lu Changsheng was stunned. There was such a reward? The former Lu Changsheng had secluded himself on Qingyun Peak for 100 years, rarely going out to gain experience, and after Lu Changshen's soul traversed, he only left the mountain 3 times. The first was the trip to Huang State, encountering Black Tiger Daoist. The second was to accompany his eldest disciple Lin Qingzi down the mountain, to kill the Joyous Union Sect's Huangzai elder. The third was the recent Six Paths Conference, where he faced off against Inquiry Immortal Pavilion Holy Maiden Xianingsu and Reincarnation Hall Elder Evil Sword. Such meager combat experience was too little for a practitioner at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm. Combat experience was also very important for cultivators. This was why Mount Shu disciples often went down the mountain for training. Even Mount Shu elders would go out to gain sect contribution points and accumulate experience. Originally lacking combat experience, Lu Changsheng found that the rewards of combat simulations from the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator could perfectly make up for this shortcoming. Start the simulation. Lu Changshen's divine sense entered a simulated battle scene, as if he were actually there. This was a gloomy mountainous area, crisscrossed with ravines and gullies. A demon sect elder holding a blood-colored scythe stood atop one of the weathered peaks, with a cultivation level the same as Lu Changsheng, the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm. The demon sect elder simulated by the system didn't waste any words, the blood-colored scythe was already slashing through the air towards him. Lu Changsheng summoned the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword in an attempt to block the blood-colored scythe. Unexpectedly, the blood-colored scythe circled back in the air, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains, and slashed at Lu Changsheng from the side. The scythe carried an overwhelming bloody aura and ghostly wails that made one feel nauseated and sent shivers down one's spine. Taken aback, Lu Changsheng changed hand signs and manipulated the trajectory of the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword to intercept the blood-colored scythe. The 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword burst with lightning, and the vast sword chi repelled the blood-colored scythe, suppressing the bloody light. Lu Changshen's true chi was several times more robust than that of ordinary cultivators at the same realm. He was virtually invincible in his realm, and only Xianingsu, a prodigious talent seen once in 100,000 years, could match him at this level. He. However, this demon sect elder, who wielded the blood-colored scythe as his magical treasure, wasn't as simple as he appeared. Behind him materialized 2 identical figures, each also holding a scythe. A clone technique. Lu Changsheng had come across a record of this divine skill in the Mount Shu archives. Although the clone technique turns 1 into 3, attacking the enemy from all sides, the true QJ is also divided into 3 parts, making both the original body and the clones weaker. Each person bears the realm of the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, but only the true chi of the 4th layer. With limited combat experience, Lu Changsheng paid extra attention to studying various archives of Mount Shu to increase his knowledge. After 3 cups of tea had passed, Lu Changsheng finally killed the demon sect elder simulated by the system. Though the clone technique had its weaknesses, it still took Lu Changsheng considerable effort to completely deal with the demon sect elder. Ding! You have used 1 combat simulation opportunity. Remaining simulations, 19 times. The system's combat simulation is really impressive. This is indeed a rare opportunity for actual combat. Lu Changsheng realized the importance of this feature. Even if he stayed within the confines of Changsheng Peak in Mount Shu, without stepping outside, engaged in secluded cultivation, he could still gain precious combat experience without facing real danger to his life. Could this be the legendary mental training method? Lu Changsheng meditated and cultivated, digesting the insights from this battle. Afterward, Lu Changsheng used another combat simulation opportunity. This time, the opponent was a great demon at the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm, humanoid with an elephant's head and robust limbs, each punch carrying the force of 10,000 catties. It took Lu Changsheng 2 whole hours to slay the great demon, and in the simulation, he was gravely injured, hanging by a thread. It's indeed extremely challenging to fight across different levels. However, this also shows that as long as I don't encounter unparalleled geniuses like Li Changjai or Xia Ningxiu who are invincible within the same realm, I have the capability to fight across levels. My combat experience is still lacking. If I were rich in actual combat experience, I should be able to easily slay an ordinary great demon of the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng immediately absorbed the experience of fighting across different levels. Opportunities to battle enemies one minor realm higher are rare. It's time for the power-infusing initiation for the disciples again. Now with 3 disciples, as long as any one of them refined the spiritual energy infused by Lu Changsheng, he would continue the initiation process, operating like the unlimited merits machine, keeping it in motion. Lu Changsheng made a point every day to reward his disciples with elixir pills, talismans, magical treasures, and cultivation techniques, especially consumables like elixir pills and talismans. No matter whether used for himself or as gifts to obtain favors, one could never have too many. According to the simulation of Lian's life, my disciple will step into the nascent soul realm in 3 more years. By then, I will be able to reward her with even higher grade cultivation techniques and elixir pills. Lu Changsheng felt somewhat impatient. Rewarding profound rank cultivation techniques had the chance of returning heaven rank techniques. Therefore, rewarding earth rank techniques might potentially bring back techniques even higher in grade than heaven rank ones. Chapter 57, The First Nascent Soul Realm Disciple. Changsheng Peak, a girl around 15 years old, soaked in a medicinal bath concocted from various precious elixirs, her body furiously absorbing all the medicinal powers and growing steadily stronger, every inch of her skin flawless and impeccable. Soon, the overbearing martial king divine physique devoured all the medicinal strength completely. The girl rose from the wooden tub, got dressed, and swung a punch into the air, which carried a fierce wind and shattered a 10,000-pound boulder. Yet, the girl's fist bore not a single scratch. Master said I have the martial king divine physique, and indeed, it's powerful, ha ha ha. With her hands on her hips, the girl laughed heartily, but then she remembered that after this body refinement, she was to attempt a breakthrough from the 9th level of the Golden Core realm to the 1st level of the Nascent Soul realm. Once she reached the Nascent Soul realm, she could become an Elder of Mount Shu just like her master. Although an Elder at the 1st level of the Nascent Soul realm was the lowest in status at Mount Shu, it was still an Elder's position, which was different from the treatment of ordinary disciples. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of how the disciples of Mount Shu she would meet in the future must address her as Elder, she laughed joyously once again. Suddenly, a figure appeared, tapped her lightly on the back of her head, and her laughter came to an abrupt halt. Now that you have completed your body refinement, prepare for your breakthrough. I, as your master, will protect you. Should you deviate and succumb to internal demons midway, I will still be able to rescue you. Lu Changsheng seemed slightly impatient. Although Lian was his second disciple, her progress in cultivation was even faster than that of his eldest disciple, Lin Qingzi, and she was very likely to be the first to become an elder at the Nascent Soul realm. Oh! With the arrival of her master, Lian obediently concentrated on her cultivation. If the other elders of Mount Shu find out that Lian has become an elder at merely 15, they will surely feel so ashamed they won't be able to show their faces. Lian's talents are perhaps only slightly less than those of Xia Ningxiu, but still not by much. Lu Changsheng watched with satisfaction as his disciple closed her eyes to rest and prepared to charge into the Nascent Soul realm. An Elder of Mount Shu at 15 years old, she would rank within the top 10 in the entire history of Mount Shu. The journey from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Qi Transformation realm, and from the Qi Transformation realm to the Golden Core realm, was not considered dangerous. But from the Golden Core realm to the Nascent Soul realm, from the Nascent Soul realm to the Dao Palace realm, and from the Dao Palace realm to the Void Refinement realm, was like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate, increasingly difficult as one progressed, eventually triggering the heavenly tribulation and ascending to immortality. The original Lu Changsheng perished after deviating from the path and succumbing to internal demons while attempting to break through from the 9th level of the nascent soul realm to the Dao Palace realm. Lian, as the martial king divine physique, has potential far beyond the nascent soul realm. For her, the nascent soul realm is just the beginning, there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Changsheng's divine sense sealed off King Yun Peak. As his first disciple was making a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm, Lu Changsheng was as vigilant as facing a great enemy, no accidents could be allowed to happen. Lian circulated her purple flame primordial art, lotuses formed of purple flames bloomed, and the temperature in the cave rose suddenly as if it was a flaming mountain. Lu Changsheng had long been prepared and had set up an array formation within the cave. Otherwise, the commotion caused by Lian's breakthrough into the nascent soul realm would have been enough to destroy the cave dwelling. The disturbance caused by this disciple's breakthrough is quite significant, which also indirectly indicates her limitless prospects. With Lu Changsheng's current cultivation level, the array formation he set up was not likely to be destroyed by a martial king divine physique who hadn't yet reached the nascent soul realm. Only when Lian reaches the Dao Palace realm will the martial king divine physique be considered to have achieved minor success. King Yun Peak experienced slight tremors as vast amounts of nature's spiritual energy madly surged towards the cave where Lu Changsheng was, entering Lian's body to assist in refining her primordial spirit and manifesting the nascent soul. Junior sister is about to make a breakthrough, my talents are not as great as hers, so I must practice even harder, Lin Qingzi thought. Born with the heart of the innocent, he felt no jealousy that his junior sister was progressing faster than him, but instead became even more determined in seeking the Dao and immortal path. The third disciple, Emma Huaji, was in the process of crafting a third-rank talisman. With the white fox spirit brush in hand, she moved with fluid grace, and one after another, imposing ancient characters appeared on the yellow talisman. Emma Huaji had only been following Lu Changsheng for a year, and she had already become a junior talisman crafter. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng granted her the intermediate talisman skills. 2 years later, Emma Huaji could now craft third-rank talismans. Senior sister is truly formidable. But her path is different from mine. Lian's path in the martial righteous Dao is completely opposite to Emma Huaji's approach of proving the Dao through literature, there is no need to feel envious. Lu Changsheng personally acted as a protector for Lian, spending an entire day and night. When Lian opened her eyes, her aura was many times stronger than it had been in the Golden Core realm. The nascent soul realm is completely different from the Golden Core realm. This is also the difference between the Elders of Mount Shu and the Disciples of Mount Shu. Ding! Your second disciple Lian has advanced from the Golden Core realm to the nascent soul realm. You have received the Disciple Advancement Reward, 99 Battle Simulation Opportunities, 9,999 Days of Cultivation. The sudden award of 9,999 Days of Cultivation from the Disciple Apprenticeship System almost caused Lu Changsheng's body to burst. Lu Changsheng had already been on the verge of a breakthrough, and now the sudden addition of 9,999 days worth of spiritual energy in his chi-si within the Danshan was incredibly uncomfortable for him. Lu Changsheng's complexion changed, and he quickly circulated the taking Wuji technique, striving to refine this additional spiritual energy as soon as possible, as well as to temper his physique with the excess energy. Master, Lian has made a breakthrough, why aren't you happy? Did Lian do something wrong? Lian, who had been excited to hear Lu Changsheng's praise, saw his face turn purple as he meditated and practiced, and she worried she had done something wrong, not knowing what to do. Lu Changsheng was too busy refining the sudden influx of massive amounts of spiritual energy to answer. Master, say something, please. If Lian did something wrong, I won't cause any more trouble from now on. Looking aggrieved, Lian kneeled and sat in front of Lu Changsheng, waiting for his reprimand. It was a long while before Lu Changsheng finally recovered. Just now, Lu Changsheng had almost died from the explosion of his body due to the spiritual energy granted by the system's reward. If he had really exploded and died, then Lu Changsheng might have become the first person in history to be killed by the good intentions of a system. With the help of the system's reward of 9,999 days of cultivation, Lu Changsheng could break through at any moment, and the 9 Dragons refinement technique had also reached the 6th layer. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes only to find that Lian, who had been kneeling, had fallen asleep without him realizing it, occasionally wiping away drool. Lian's character information appeared in Lu Changsheng's mind. Name, Lian. Race, Huang tribe. Talent, martial king divine physique, fire spirit root, tragic destiny. Cultivation, first layer of the nascent soul realm. Dao bone, 15 years. Merit, 100. Cultivation technique, 10,000 phenomena body refining skills, 8th layer / 10 layers, purple flame primordial art, 5th layer / 6 layers. Martial technique, rapid dragon break. Items available for bestowal, elixir pills and talismans of the 5th rank or lower, earth rank cultivation techniques, acquired spirit treasures. Having broken through to the nascent soul realm, Lian is now eligible for the position of Elder. Mount Shu has a specialized organization known as the Record Keeping Pavilion, which manages the records, monthly allowances, and contribution points of all members of Mount Shu. Should a disciple break through to the nascent soul realm, registering with the Record Keeping Pavilion allows one to become an Elder of Mount Shu, enjoy the treatments of a nascent soul realm elder, and obtain a mountain peak as a personal cultivation retreat. Lian, becoming an Elder of Mount Shu at the age of 15, will definitely cause a stir throughout the entire Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng could already imagine the surprise of everyone at the record-keeping pavilion when the time comes. Chapter 58, The 15-Year-Old Elder of Mount Shu. The record-keeping pavilion, a managing nascent soul realm elder along with several golden core realm disciples, was tallying Mount Shu members' cultivation progress and monthly salary expenditures from the past year. Last year, our Mount Shu witnessed the emergence of one Dao Palace Realm Elder and two Nascent Soul Realm Elders. Ever since the sect leader ordered a doubling of the monthly stipends, the pace of cultivation for our Mount Shu members has clearly quickened. That's only natural, but the cost is that our Mount Shu's store of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is also being depleted at double the rate. Elder Zhang, Elder Lu from King Yun Peak and his disciples are here for a visit. Elder Lu from King Yun Peak? Quick, I must personally greet him. This Elder Zhang of the record-keeping pavilion was one of the 12 elders in charge of Mount Shu, with the cultivation at the 8th level of the Nascent Soul Realm. Lu Changsheng was a Dao Palace Realm Elder, who had become famous in a battle at the Six Paths Conference 3 years ago, and he was already a celebrity in Mount Shu, with every Nascent Soul Realm Elder looking up to him when they saw him. Why would Elder Lu personally come to our record-keeping pavilion? Could it be that there was a mistake, and the cultivation resources allocated to King Yun Peak were insufficient? If that's indeed the case, I'll make sure it's rectified immediately. Elder Zhang's face changed upon seeing Lu Changsheng arrive with a little devil, thinking that the record-keeping pavilion might not have provided enough cultivation resources for King Yun Peak, angering the other party. Lu Changsheng's second disciple, Lian, also had a bit of a reputation in Mount Shu, albeit an infamous one. No, that's not it. I've come to register my disciple. Lu Changsheng took the tea handed to him by a record-keeping pavilion's disciple, savoring it slowly, unhurried. But hasn't your disciple already been registered? She is Elder Lu's disciple, after all, and should receive treatment equal to that of a Golden Core Intersect disciple. Ahem, disciple, show them your current level of cultivation. Yes. Lian suddenly unleashed all of her cultivation, her aura surged dramatically, causing the entire record-keeping pavilion building to shake violently. Nascent Soul Realm. Elder Zhang, as well as the Mount Shu disciples, other elders present for affairs, and disciples, were all taken aback, staring at Lian as if she were a monster. She was only a few years old, yet she had already reached the Nascent Soul Realm. The Nascent Soul Realm was a level of cultivation only Mount Shu's elders possessed. Could it be that this old man is dreaming? Elder Zhang wondered if he was delirious, as Lian had only been at Mount Shu for 8 years, and now she was in the Nascent Soul Realm? My disciple has reached the Nascent Soul Realm, so I've brought her to register. From now on she is entitled to the treatment of an elder. If there is a mountain peak available in Mount Shu, it would be best if one could be allocated to my disciple. Lu Changsheng had anticipated the shock of the record-keeping pavilion's people, so he himself was the very picture of composure. Very well, someone fetch Lian's file and update it to reflect her status as a Nascent Soul Realm Elder. Starting from next month, provide her with cultivation resources at the level of a Nascent Soul Realm Elder. As for assigning a mountain peak and cave dwelling, that must be reported to the sect leader, who will decide which peak to allocate. Elder Zhang took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. If he remembered correctly, Lu Changshen's disciple was only 15 years old. To become an Elder of Mount Shu at just 15 years old. The Mount Shu disciples present had been cultivating for anywhere from a dozen to a couple hundred years and were still disciples of Mount Shu. They might not become elders in their lifetimes. According to our Mount Shu's records, only the ancestral master and 3 peerless geniuses entered the nascent soul realm before the age of 15. Elder Lu's disciple can be ranked 5th in history. I never imagined that one day, I would actually meet a talent within the top 5 in history. Thinking of the records of Mount Shu, Elder Zhang felt a profound sense of wonder. The ancestral master who founded Mount Shu was naturally a once-in-a-lifetime genius among geniuses, and the other 3 peers whose talents surpassed Elder Lian's eventually became sect leaders of Mount Shu as well. Could it be? Impossible. Elder Zhang couldn't imagine what kind of chaos would ensue if Lian, who was always stirring up trouble, became the sect leader of Mount Shu. Lian doesn't want a cave residence, Lian wants to stay with Master at King Yun Peak forever. After some thought, Lian felt that having an exclusive mountain peak was so dull and uninteresting. It was better to stay at King Yun Peak, where her master would periodically perform the power-infusing initiation and bestow treasures, and she had the company of her senior brothers and sisters like Lin Qingzi, Emma Huaji, and Chen Yao. You will always need your own cave residence, but you can stay at King Yun Peak anytime you want. Now that everything has been settled, we will take our leave. Elder Lu, and Elder Lian, please take your time. Elder Zhang of the record-keeping pavilion and a group of Mount Shu disciples found it awkward to address Lian, who was only 15, as an elder. Alas, I have cultivated in Mount Shu for over 200 years, and I've only reached the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Compared to her, it seems like I've lived these years in vain. Elder Zhang watched the retreating figures of Lu Changsheng and Lian, shaking his head helplessly. Gifted with the martial king divine physique, her cultivation speed was astonishing, mortals simply couldn't compare. Wait, Elder Lu's cultivation is unfathomable, even standing still, nature's spiritual energy gathers around him. It's truly astonishing. Did Elder Lu gain new insights after the end of the Six Paths Conference? I wonder what his current level of cultivation is. Elder Zhang's attention was once again drawn to Lu Changsheng, feeling that there was something extraordinary about him. The appearance of a 15-year-old elder shook Mount Shu. Although Lian was not the first such young elder in Mount Shu, she was the first 15-year-old elder in nearly 30,000 years. At Zhiho Peak, Elder Zhao Huiyan of the Dao Palace realm of Mount Shu was stunned like a wooden chicken upon hearing this news. Firstly, 5 years ago at the Mount Shu Disciple Conference, Lian, the disciple of Lu Changsheng, defeated his disciple Yang Ren. And now, 5 years later, she had become an elder of Mount Shu directly. In the span of 5 years, Yang Ren, under the guidance of Zhao Huiyan, managed to progress from the first layer to the 3rd layer of the Golden Core realm. It was true that Lian's talent was astonishing, but at most, she had only been a disciple for 8 years. Comparing himself to Lu Changsheng in terms of mentoring disciples, Zhao Huiyan felt there was a huge gap. Secondly, Zhao Huiyan was frustrated that he was not the first to learn of this sensational news. It was hard to accept. The martial king divine physique of the Huang tribe really is formidable, and Changsheng has a way with mentoring disciples. Fire Lotus Peak, the cave residence of the 9th sect leader, has been vacant until now. I think we should assign Fire Lotus Peak to this disciple of Changsheng's. At the back mountain of Mount Shu, sect leader Tai Yuan, after hearing the report from Elder Zhang of the record-keeping pavilion about Lian's promotion to elder, opened his eyes and made the decision. Elder Zhang was stunned upon hearing this, but sect leader, Fire Lotus Peak is located at the back mountain, and the back mountain is where the supreme elders engage in secluded cultivation. According to tradition, the cave residences for the younger generation of elders should be at the front mountain. Mount Shu was divided into a front and a back mountain. Lu Changsheng's King Yun Peak and Zhao Huiyan's Zhiho Peak were at the front mountain, serving as residences for the younger generation of elders. Even the cave residence of the eldest senior brother, Li Changzhai, was no exception. Whereas Baimon Peak and Fire Lotus Peak were located at the back mountain, designated for supreme elders. Fire Lotus Peak is not an ordinary cave residence. Just do as I say. Yes. Elder Zhang didn't understand the sect leader's intention, but since it was the sect leader's wish, what could he, a nascent soul realm elder, say more? At this moment, Lu Changsheng, taking Lian back to King Yun Peak, began to exploit the system once more. Chapter 59, Immortal Rank Martial Technique. Because Lian had reached the nascent soul realm, Lu Changsheng could bestow upon her more advanced treasures. Lian's 10,000 phenomena body refining skills was 2 levels short of perfection, and her purple flame primordial art was 1 level short of perfection. Before these 2 cultivation techniques were perfected, Lu Changsheng had no plans to impart to Lian any higher level techniques. A profound rank cultivation technique perfected was more powerful than an earth rank technique at the beginner's stage. Only after perfecting these 2 sets of profound rank cultivation techniques would Lian's foundation be more robust, making the cultivation of other techniques much more effective. Lu Changsheng planned to first teach Lian more advanced martial techniques. Lian's profound rank mid-grade martial technique Rapid Dragon Break had already reached perfection. With her martial king divine physique, learning martial techniques was as easy as flipping her hand. Today, your master will transmit to you an earth rank lower grade martial technique, the Primordial 6 Harmonies Spear 1. With your foundation in the profound rank technique Rapid Dragon Break and your martial king divine physique, mastering an earth rank martial technique will not be difficult. First, memorize the mnemonic verse and moves, then your master will demonstrate for you. Lu Changsheng took out an earth rank lower grade martial technique from a book he had exchanged at the Mount Shu scripture pavilion to transmit to Lian. Good. Lian was overjoyed. Her realm was finally at the level where she could learn earth rank martial techniques. What is the 6 harmonies? Heart unites with will unites with chi unites with strength, shoulder unites with hip, ribs unite with knees, hand unites with foot. For each unity, there's a set of main spear techniques. 1 spear technique divides into 6, totaling 36 spear techniques, plus 6 burst flare techniques, summing up to 42 spear techniques. Lu Changsheng, holding a red tassel spear, demonstrated the primordial 6 harmonies spear techniques for Lian. Lian sat upright, mesmerized, etching each move into her mind. Lu Changsheng demonstrated the 42 spear techniques 3 times, then put away the spear and took a long breath. It was an earth rank martial technique indeed. Even with Lu Changsheng's cultivation, he broke a sweat after earnestly demonstrating each detail. Although the disciple cannot yet reproduce every detail, I have remembered them, said Lian. Lian took out her red fire spear and performed the primordial 6 harmonies spear technique. Ding! You have transmitted an earth rank lower grade martial technique primordial 6 harmonies spear to your disciple Lian, and received the disciple teaching 10-fold return reward, an immortal rank lower grade martial technique Emperor's 6 harmonies spear. In Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace minor realm, a cultivation technique manual appeared, exuding a thread of immortal qi, which nearly caused the collapse of Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace. An immortal rank martial technique? It was the first time Lu Changsheng had obtained a martial technique higher than heaven rank. If the martial alliance were to learn that Lu Changsheng possessed an immortal rank martial technique manual, they would surely visit immediately, trying to negotiate for the manual. Lu Changsheng attempted to view the content of this immortal rank martial technique. Enduring the pressure from that wisp of immortal qi, Lu Changsheng barely managed to open the first page. His divine sense entered a realm of chaos, where a gigantic figure, mountain-like in stature, appeared, standing between heaven and earth, wielding a long spear, demonstrating martial techniques where each move was natural and never ending in transformations. No, my realm is too low, completely incapable of comprehending its profundity, Lu Changsheng realized as he withdrew from the conceptual world, his Daoist robe soaked with sweat. To someone at the Dao Palace realm, an immortal rank martial technique was like an incomprehensible scripture. Lu Changsheng might mimic the moves, but the essence and details were beyond his copy. And that was just the first page. An immortal rank martial technique, even the martial alliance might not possess many, even if they do, it would be a sect protecting martial technique. Perhaps in the future, it could be used to negotiate with the martial alliance, he thought. Lu Changsheng realized the value of heaven rank martial techniques. Even if he could not use them himself, he could still teach them to his disciples or trade them. Master, the earth rank cultivation technique consumes too much spiritual energy, Lian said after executing a complete set of primordial 6 harmonies spear technique, wiping off her sweat. At the first level of the nascent soul realm, using an earth rank cultivation technique was quite taxing. As your cultivation improves, it will become easier and easier. Next, your master will give you a new treasure, said Lu Changsheng as he flipped his wrist, revealing a long spear completely red in his hand. Thank you, master. Lian excitedly took the long spear, which was a low-grade acquired spirit treasure. Spirit treasures, in comparison to spiritual artifacts, already possessed a spirit. Many Mount Shu elders could unite with their swords. The flying swords they used were either acquired or innate spirit treasures. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lian a low-grade acquired spirit treasure Wrathful Flame Spear and received a 1,000-fold return reward for mentoring, a mid-grade innate spirit treasure 9 Revolutions True Fire Spear. The 9 Revolutions True Fire Spear was of a higher quality than Lu Changsheng's own 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. When a disciple reached the nascent soul realm, the quality of treasures Lu Changsheng awarded clearly reached a higher level. However, Lu Changsheng was a sword cultivator and was accustomed to using flying swords. He seldom used a long spear as a treasure. Among his 3 disciples, only the eldest, Lin Qingzi, was truly destined to inherit Lu Changsheng's mantle. Lin Qingzi practiced the Takshuan skills that Lu Changsheng had learned and also used a flying sword as his treasure. When Lin Qingzi attempts to break through to the nascent soul realm, if Lu Changsheng awards him a flying sword, the system will likely return a higher grade flying sword. If it were to return an immortal artifact, Lu Changsheng might not even be able to activate it. Normally, even the 6 sect leaders would not recklessly wander around with immortal artifacts. Their main weapons in battle would be innate spirit treasures because activating an immortal artifact required too much spiritual energy, which was too much for the sect leaders to sustain. To the 6 great sects, immortal artifacts were akin to heirloom treasures. Here is a 5th grade elixir pill, Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence Pill, which can treat injuries and restore vitality. Use it when injured. Lu Changsheng began to award 5th grade elixir pills to his disciple. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lian a 5th grade elixir pill Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence Pill and received 500-fold return reward for mentoring, a 7th grade elixir pill Phoenix Blood Revival Pill. Phoenix Blood Revival Pill, a divine pill refined from a drop of true blood of the legendary divine beast Phoenix, combined with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which can restore vitality, resist cold and yin energies, and has a certain detoxifying effect. Giving a 5th grade elixir pill and getting a 7th grade one in return so easily. In the past, when Lu Changsheng gifted 2nd or 3rd grade elixir pills, the returned pills were mostly 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade. Now, giving 4th or 5th grade elixir pills, the probability of receiving 7th or even 8th grade pills in return naturally increased, and there might even be a chance to receive 9th grade pills. The potency of an 8th grade pill was such that Lu Changsheng himself found it hard to bear. He could not imagine how terrifying the potency of a 9th grade pill would be. Having used up the 3 reward opportunities, he could only wait until tomorrow. As long as he continued to gift elixir pills to Lian, Lu Changsheng could quickly accumulate a pouch full of 7th grade pills. These were 7th grade pills that could make even the 6 great sects crave. Elder Lu, I am Elder Zhang from the record-keeping pavilion. The sect leader has approved the provision of a cave dwelling for your disciples' cultivation, said a Mount Shu elder who came to visit King Yun Peak and met Lu Changsheng. Oh? Which mountain peak is it? Inquired Lu Changsheng. Fire Lotus Peak. Isn't that a mountain peak in the back mountain? Indeed. Fire Lotus Peak was the cave dwelling of Immortal Green Lotus, the 9th sect leader of Mount Shu. It has been vacant for 300,000 years. I also do not understand why the sect leader would arrange for Fire Lotus Peak to be given to your disciple. Immortal Green Lotus's Fire Lotus Peak. Lu Changsheng had read about the past sect leaders of Mount Shu in the sect's records. Immortal Green Lotus was one of the few female sect leaders of Mount Shu, who considered herself an immortal and was already an ancient figure from 300,000 years ago. Chapter 60, Sect Mission. Deist Li, we entrust this matter to Mount Shu. Next year, the offering of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from Great Xia to Mount Shu will increase by 50%. In the Grand Hall of Mount Shu, the 7th Prince of Xia Kingdom bade farewell to Li Changjai with a deep bow, respectfully leading a group of imperial guards and followers down the mountain. Song Huachuan, the 2nd senior brother, appeared. Eldest senior brother, what has happened in Xia Kingdom? Recently, more than 10 cities in Xia Kingdom have been attacked by elders of the demon sects. Some cities have even been refined by these elders using blood formations, leading to devastating losses of life. The royal family, literary court, and imperial guards of Xia Kingdom are worn out from dealing with the crisis. Therefore, they have requested our Shu Mountain sect to dispatch troops to eliminate the demon sect's branches within Xia Kingdom. Those from the demon sects dare to use the against heaven blood formation so recklessly because they are desperate to enhance their cultivation. As Mount Shu has always been known for upholding justice, we cannot stand idly by. Eldest senior brother, this is an opportune time to assign the task of purging the Xia Kingdom of demon sects strongholds to our newly promoted elders as an assessment. That would be feasible under normal circumstances. However, the demon sects have become excessively bold this time, refining cities within the influence of our Mount Shu. There's likely a great demon head overseeing their operations. It would be a death sentence if the newly promoted elders encounter a demon chief on their own. Then it's better if the more experienced elders from the Dao Palace realm head the mission, accompanied by a group of newly promoted elders and Golden Core realm disciples, forming 12 teams to descend the mountain and eliminate demons. That's a workable plan. Should we discover any trace of a demon chief, I'll go down the mountain personally. Li Changjai clenched his fist, his firm gaze filled with strong self-confidence. Even if he were to face the supreme elders of the demon sects, he would still possess the strength to fight. My disciple, Xiao Xiangdao, has the spirit sword physique, and his comprehension of the sword Dao has made tremendous leaps in recent years. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. If there's trouble in Mount Shu, my disciple cannot remain indifferent. Let him also descend the mountain for training. Perhaps through this experience, he may find the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm. On Qingyun Peak, Lu Changsheng was training using the battle simulation feature of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. This time, the simulator's opponent was the formidable eldest senior brother, Li Changjai. Lu Changsheng, fighting against the simulated Li Changjai, quickly found himself overpowered and defeated. Yet, Lu Changsheng gleaned numerous insights from the simulation. There's something off about the eldest senior brother's cultivation. Lu Changsheng had simulated several battles, and it wasn't that he hadn't been matched against other 9th level Dao Palace realm adversaries, but the eldest senior brother, Li Changjai, was inexplicably much stronger than the others, seemingly beyond the category of the Dao Palace realm. A Golden Core realm disciple of Mount Shu arrived at Qingyun Peak, Elder Lu. According to our sect's rules, newly promoted elders must complete an assessment mission at least once. Eldest senior brother has announced an assessment mission, and your disciple, Elder Lian, is among the chosen. Additionally, eldest senior brother hopes that you will lead a team of disciples down the mountain for training, to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. An elder assessment? Lu Changsheng was aware of such matters. Nascent Soul Realm Elders, Dao Palace Realm Elders, Supreme Elders upon each promotion, they must complete an assessment mission, since Mount Shu provides abundant cultivation lands enriched with nature's spiritual energy, and each month, they receive heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As an elder, one must contribute to Mount Shu. Lian, having become a nascent soul realm elder, also needed to complete an assessment mission. For this assessment mission, the eldest senior brother actually wanted him to lead a team down the mountain for training, which was unexpected for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng's publicly recognized cultivation level was still at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm from 3 years ago. The necessity of a Dao Palace realm 5th level elder to lead the team spoke volumes about the difficulty of this assessment mission. Why does the assessment mission require a Dao Palace realm elder to lead? The demon sects are wreaking havoc. Many cities in Xia Kingdom have been refined by blood formations. The royal family of Xia Kingdom has requested our aid from Mount Shu, and the mission for this training is to eradicate the demon sect's footholds within Xia Kingdom. I see now. Understood. So what is your decision, Elder Lu? Lin lead the team. Lu Changsheng, having simulated numerous life and death battles over 3 years, possessed rich experience. Even when facing adversaries of higher realms, he had acquired some life-saving techniques and experiences. Leading a team down the mountain for training was not a major problem. Excellent. This time, 12 teams of elders and disciples will descend the mountain, each led by a Dao Palace realm elder. I take my leave now. After receiving Lu Changsheng's confirmation, the Golden Core realm disciple left on a flying sword. 12 teams. Lu Changsheng knew that the competition between the 6 orthodox sects and the 4 demon sects had begun, and this was merely a probe. The Xia Kingdom was within the sphere of influence of Mount Shu, and the 4 demon sects were brazenly refining the cities of the Great Xia, using millions of lives as a blood sacrifice, which was nothing short of rampant. Mount Shu dispatched 12 teams in one breath to descend the mountain and eradicate demons, with each team led by an elder of the Dao Palace realm, also including nascent soul realm elders and Golden Core realm disciples descending the mountain, a rather grand gesture. Lian, as a newly promoted elder, you need to complete an assessment mission. Given your special identity, you'll be in the same team as your mentor and I will make arrangements to protect your safety, but I hope you can try to resolve issues on your own. During the period of your training outside the mountain, you'll go by the name Lu Qinglian. Lu Changsheng called over 3 disciples and explained the situation. Lu Changsheng would have to leave King Yun Peak for some time, and as a newly promoted elder, Lian also needed to descend the mountain to complete her assessment task. Lu Changsheng applied to join the same team as Lian with the eldest disciple. Firstly, Lian's identity was special, and other elders might not be able to protect her, while Lu Changsheng's cultivation level was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, plus he had the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator to simulate Lian's future and avoid misfortune. Secondly, with Lu Changsheng leading the team, even if they left Mount Shu, having disciples around would still allow him to exploit the system's loopholes. The eldest disciple agreed to it readily. Among the younger generation of elders in Mount Shu, aside from a few people like Li Changjai and Song Huachuan, no one was more suitable than Lu Changsheng to lead the team and protect Lian. That's great! Lian was overjoyed to hear she could descend the mountain. This was her second time descending the mountain to personally face various difficulties, no longer just hiding behind her master. Master, your disciple is now at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm and I feel I have hit a bottleneck, can I participate in this training? Lin Qingzi self-recommended. If you wish to seek a breakthrough, you cannot stay by your master's side, as it will lead to dependency. I will assign you to Elder Zhao's team. Thank you, Master. Lu Changsheng had high hopes for his eldest disciple. The eldest disciple Lin Qingzi was truly the practitioner walking the same great path as Lu Changsheng. Once Lin Qingzi broke through to the nascent soul realm, Lu Changsheng would be able to bestow upon him higher-level cultivation techniques and a flying sword, and his power-infusing initiation would be able to bear more spiritual energy. Lin Qingzi's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core Realm just one step away from the threshold. This life and death training was an opportunity. Otherwise, if Lin Qingzi remained at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, Lu Changsheng would not be able to perform the power-infusing initiation for him, as the excess spiritual energy would cause Lin Qingzi's body to explode and die. Zhir, you stay behind at King Yun Peak. Lu Changsheng arranged for his third disciple, Mo Huaji, to stay behind and guard the cave dwelling. Mo Huaji was immersed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and even if she was alone, with books for company, she wouldn't feel lonely. Furthermore, Mo Huaji had only entered the Golden Core Realm not long ago, making this training mission too dangerous for her. Your disciple will bear this in mind. Mo Huaji agreed. At Zaiho Peak, Shu Mountain Elder Zhao Huiyan was requested by the eldest disciple to lead a team to descend the mountain and eliminate demons. Seeing the roster for his team, Zhao Huiyan's expression immediately drooped like a withered chrysanthemum. Eldest disciple, Lu, the supreme elders have all shoved their disciples into my little team. If we get wiped out, the pressure on me, Zhao Huiyan, would be way too huge. Chapter 61, Blood Formation. Xia Kingdom, Yongqing Prefecture, Hiang City, the Golden Core Realm City Master, clad in iron armor and wielding a precious sword, stood with the city's soldiers, nervously looking at the blood formation enveloping the entire city. The vast blood formation emitted a pungent, bloody stench, and the crimson blood light covered the sky and sun, making people nauseous. Dozens of reincarnation hall elders and disciples stood on their magical treasures, floating in the sky, looking down at the million souls within the city. Surrender your blood energy to fulfill our reincarnation hall's supreme skills, an elder of the reincarnation hall at the Dao Palace realm said, toying with a blood bead in his hand and watching the frightened expressions of the citizens with satisfaction. With a million souls in the city, even if only part of the blood energy was offered to the blood pool, the remaining blood energy would be enough to raise his realm by several levels. The reason the demon sects are known as heretic cultivators is precisely because they cultivate evil techniques, quickly elevating their cultivation levels. Some cultivators seeking shortcuts naturally fall into the demon sects. If this city of a million souls were refined, it would be enough for these reincarnation hall elders and disciples to see their cultivation levels surge dramatically. Start the blood formation and refine the city before Mount Shu discovers us, declared an elder. Let no one emerge alive. Yes. 8 nascent soul realm elders from the reincarnation hall, positioned at 8 different directions around the city, waved the blood banners, driving the operation of an unprecedentedly huge blood formation to begin refining the million souls within the city. A surge of blood light flooded the sky, and clouds of crimson covered the sun like hell on earth descending upon humanity. The demon chief intends to refine this city. Those who remain within the city will undoubtedly perish. A Qi Transformation Realm loose cultivator, who had been living in seclusion in the city, felt as if the blood in his body was about to be drawn out, and stricken with extreme fear, could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere. He summoned a flying sword and flew outside the city. Humph, trying to escape. The Dao Palace Realm Reincarnation Hall Elder snorted coldly, and the blood bead cast a blood-colored demon shadow that pierced the Qi Transformation Realm loose cultivator's chest at an extremely fast speed. The Qi Transformation Realm loose cultivator fell from the sky, his entire body withered, and he became shriveled like a dried-up husk. The blood-colored demon shadow, having drained all of the Qi Transformation Realm loose cultivator's blood energy, grew stronger by a fraction and returned into the blood bead. Hiss! The city's defending soldiers and loose cultivators' scalps went numb as they fell into endless despair. If they stayed inside the city, they would be refined by the Reincarnation Hall's blood formation. If they left the city, they would have their blood energy drained dry by the blood bead. This was a dead end. To fight is to die, to do nothing is also to die, it is better to die in battle. The Golden Core Realm City Master gathered the city's loose cultivators and mortal troops, ready to fight to the death. No, we cannot be their match. Mortals are nothing but ants before a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm. We are willing to submit to the Reincarnation Hall, we hope fellow Daoists will take us in. A few loose cultivators, faced with life and death, flew out of the city and voluntarily sought refuge with the Reincarnation Hall. Now you think of submitting? You're not very reliable, are you? Better to dutifully become nourishment for my blood bead, said the elder dismissively. Unexpectedly, the Reincarnation Hall elder had no intention of recruiting these loose cultivators and once again summoned the blood bead. The blood-colored demon shadow flew out and instantly killed the loose cultivators, draining their blood energy as well. Despair deepened amongst the city's inhabitants. The four great demon sects were incredibly ruthless, leaving no room for survival. With our level of cultivation, we are no match for them, but how can we just sit and wait for death? The city master, knowing he could not overcome the enemy, still wanted to go down fighting. He led hundreds of loose cultivators and tens of thousands of soldiers charging out of the city gates. A bunch of ants, do you really think my blood formation is just for show? The Reincarnation Hall elder pumped true qi into the blood bead, and with a blood light reaching to the heavens, the blood formation stirred and dozens of blood demon shadows burst forth from within the formation. Ah! A Qi Transformation Realm military general was devoured by a blood demon shadow, his burly figure quickly dried up, and his eyeballs bulged out. The mortal troops were thrown into disarray, with hundreds of soldiers and horses having their blood energy absorbed by the blood demons, making the blood formation even more powerful. Damn it! The city master roared hysterically. He had fought on the battlefield, and with a few thousand cavalrymen, had defeated an enemy army of 100,000, but now, faced with the evil cultivators of the Reincarnation Hall, watching the blood of his former comrades being refined by the blood formation, he was powerless. Fuse with the blood bead in despair, unwillingness, and rage, it will make my blood bead stronger. The Reincarnation Hall elder drove the blood bead as a blood demon shadow pounced towards the city master. Evil, meet your death! A delicate shout rang out, and a 30-foot sword chi slashed down, cutting the blood demon in half. Your Highness, the princess! The city lord, who had thought himself certainly doomed, looked up in delight at the woman appearing in mid-air. The second princess of Xia Kingdom, Si Yan. Accompanying the second princess were several great Confucians from the literary court, as well as a squad of imperial guards capable of sword flight. The cultivation levels of these imperial guards were at least at the Qi Transformation realm. Your Highness, the princess! We are saved! Long live! The citizens of Hyang City cheered with jubilation. The second princess of Xia Kingdom was highly skilled in cultivation and cherished for her protection of the citizens, earning the love of the masses. A woman dressed in golden armor, with dark hair like ink and a slender figure, held a long sword in her hand. She led the great Confucians and imperial guards to stand off against the forces of the Reincarnation Hall. You from the Reincarnation Hall use the blood formation to refine living beings, committing an evil of enormous magnitude. Are you not afraid of Mount Shu? The second princess's tone was ice cold. Many cities in Xia Kingdom had already been attacked by the Reincarnation Hall. If she had not arrived in time, the million civilians of Hyang City would have become nourishment for the blood formation. Humph, a day will come when our Reincarnation Hall will refine Mount Shu along with everything else. Today, I shall take your fresh blood to sacrifice to my blood bead. The Reincarnation Hall elder showed no intention of retreat, stimulating the blood formation with the blood bead. Dozens of blood demon shadows merged, creating a 100-foot-tall blood demon. The blood demon struck with a bloody claw, grabbing an Imperial Guard military general who couldn't dodge in time. The military general struggled desperately but could not escape the demonic clutches. Boom! The military general was crushed to death by the blood demon. His blood essence was devoured by the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon let out a scalp-numbing roar. The faces of the Imperial Guards turned pale, their divine senses as if gnawed on by a myriad of ghosts. The bloody claw struck towards the second princess of Xia Kingdom. Phoenix Dance Sword. The second princess wielded her sword, with the sword chi transforming into a flaming phoenix, clashing with the bloody claw. The scorching sword chi evaporated the blood mist and severed the claw. Even better, the blood essence of a cultivator in the Dao Palace realm is excellent nourishment. Let me show you this old one's true power. The Elder of the Reincarnation Hall poured more spiritual energy into the blood bead, filling the world with bloody light. Fueled by the nourishment provided by the blood bead, the blood demon's aura soared, and its severed claw grew back. Dao Palace Realm, 4th level. The second princess of Xia Kingdom sensed the terrifying power of the Reincarnation Hall Elder, her pretty face turning deathly pale. Having only recently broken through to the Dao Palace Realm, she was no match for an Elder of the Demon Sex at the 4th level of that realm. Remember, the one who kills you today is named Blood Refining Elder. Die! The Blood Refining Elder commanded the blood demon as its claw, teeming with overwhelming blood energy, struck towards the second princess again. Separation Fire Talisman. A great confusion from the literary court released a 4th-grade talisman, attempting to block the blood demon. The talisman turned into a fireball engulfing the blood demon. However, the power of the 4th-grade talisman was insufficient to seriously harm the blood demon. The claw broke through the fireball, grabbed the Great Confusion, and with a simple squeeze, the Great Confusion was reduced to a mist of blood. A nascent soul realm Great Confusion, fallen. The second princess of Xia Kingdom and the people of Hyang City were engulfed in utter despair. The Reincarnation Hall had several dozen cultivators with mighty powers, led by the Blood Refining Elder who possessed 4th-level Dao Palace Realm cultivation. Just as everyone descended into a deep sense of powerlessness, a deep voice resounded, "Who dares to act recklessly on Mount Shu's territory?" Chapter 62, Asking the Taoist Priest to Exorcise Demons. The second princess of Xia Kingdom revealed a look of surprised delight amidst her despair. Over a dozen cultivators had come flying on their swords, a rescue force from Mount Shu, without a doubt. Leading them was an extraordinarily handsome man, followed by a girl around 15, with her hair piled up in a cloud-like bun and a red silk belt around her waist. Apart from the mentor and disciple, there were over a dozen other sword cultivators, each with an air of saintliness and at least at the Golden Core realm. To refine the populace with a blood formation and use this method to enhance one's power is far too cruel, something the heavens and earth cannot tolerate. Lu Changsheng surveyed the demon sex members present. The elders and disciples of the Reincarnation Hall had eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glow, bordering on madness. Though practicing heretic cultivations and demon techniques could rapidly increase one's power, they came with endless troubles later, and even led some to madness, turning into frenzied killers. Lam, the second princess of the Xia Kingdom. I implore you, Daoist, to draw your sword and slay these demons. You will be handsomely rewarded. The second princess of the Xia Kingdom bowed respectfully. With the Shu Mountain sect dispatching such a team, the leading elder from the Shu Mountain sect was very likely at the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changshen's innate Taoist body could conceal his power level, presenting it as that of the second or third layer of the Dao Palace realm. Shu Mountain? Humph, your cultivation is not even on par with mine, all of you will become nourishment for my blood beads. The blood refining elder, upon seeing the people from Mount Shu, had already prepared to flee. But the apparent level of Lu Changshen's power was quite misleading. Lu Changsheng outwardly displayed a power level of only the second or third layer of the Dao Palace realm, beneath the 4th layer of the Dao Palace realm held by the blood refining elder. Lu Changsheng was fishing. Please be careful, Daoist. This demon chief has reached the 4th layer of the Dao Palace realm. If we join forces to break his blood formation, that will suffice. The second princess of Xia Kingdom realized Lu Changshen's power level. With it, he might not be a match for the blood refining elder. She was at the 1st layer of the Dao Palace realm, while Lu Changsheng was at the 2nd or 3rd layer. Besides Lu Changsheng, there was another newly advanced elder of the Dao Palace realm in his team from the Shu Mountain sect. This newly advanced Dao Palace Realm elder looked at Lu Changsheng with extreme fervor and adoration. 3 years ago, at the Six Paths Conference, Lu Changsheng became famous in a single battle by defeating Xia Ningxiu from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, an exceptional maiden raised by the pavilion. At that time, Lu Changsheng was already at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace Realm. As a newly advanced elder, he naturally held immense respect for a senior like Lu Changsheng who had become famous in one battle. "Leave this man to me, the rest of you take care of the other heretics." "Disciple, your opponent is him," Lu Changsheng said, indicating another reincarnation hall elder, without any intention of joining forces with the second princess of the Xia kingdom. The opponent's power was at the 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm. Although Lian had just entered the nascent soul realm, she had the martial king divine physique. Lu Changsheng had used various precious elixir pills over the past 8 years to create medicinal solutions for her body refinement. In her current realm, Lian was unbeatable, so it was fine to let her try fighting across different levels of power. With Lu Changsheng watching over her, and the powerful martial king divine physique, there was virtually no risk to her life. Lian finally fight freely. Lian warmed up her limbs in the air, preparing to unleash her full strength. All along, Lian's sparring sessions with disciples from the Shu Mountain sect had been restrained to the point of stopping at the first touch, so she never felt quite satisfied. "Since when did you people from Shu Mountain become so arrogant? To think a young girl would be my opponent?" The nascent soul realm 2nd layer elder from the reincarnation hall felt somewhat underestimated. After all, he was an elder of the reincarnation hall. "Since they are our enemies, we must eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles. Show no mercy. Any mercy toward them is cruelty to the souls within this city." Lu Changsheng was only cordial with those who shared his path, but he showed no mercy to his enemies. "Yes." Lian grew serious and drew the wrathful flame spear that Lu Changsheng had rewarded her with. "A body refiner? A low-grade acquired spirit treasure." The reincarnation hall elder finally no longer dared to underestimate Lian. Among cultivators refining their body, one gains an absolute advantage at the same power level. Lian exerted her full strength to run the purple flame primordial art, and 100 purple flames formed a blooming lotus. The wrathful flame spear, infused with the spiritual energy of the fire attribute, turned a deep red all over. Person and spear became one. In a flash, Lian appeared in front of the reincarnation hall elder, the spear thrusting forward with a sonic boom, aiming straight for the elder. So fast! The reincarnation hall elder barely managed to wield a blood knife, but it was sent flying by the terrifying force contained in the long spear. The next moment, the long spear penetrated the body of the reincarnation hall elder. Lian's martial techniques were crisp and decisive, each stab lethal. The reincarnation hall elder's eyes bulged, nearly popping out, and even until the moment of death, he could not believe it. With just 2 moves, he had been killed by a Shu Mountain sect elder whose realm was lower than his own. The other reincarnation hall elders and disciples were all shocked. The martial king divine physique was terrifying. Lu Changsheng watched Lian's performance with satisfaction. The disciple he had put so much effort into nurturing, each of them was an exceptional genius with monstrous talents. Battling across realms in the nascent soul realm was as common as eating and drinking for them. The gap between the different stages of the nascent soul realm wasn't even as huge as the gaps between the stages within the Dao Palace realm. "This is not good, she is the daughter of the Huang tribe. Could it be that you, this person, are Lu Changsheng of Mount Shu?" The blood-refining elder looked at Lu Changsheng, his gaze shifting from contempt to panic. The reincarnation hall had already received information that a Shu Mountain sect elder named Lu Changsheng had taken the daughter of the Huang tribe as his disciple. The leader of the Shu Mountain sect group before him bore a 7 to 8 resemblance to the portrait of Lu Changsheng in the intelligence. 3 years ago, at the Broken Daoist Temple battle, Lu Changsheng had slain the evil sword elder of the reincarnation hall, gaining some notoriety in the reincarnation hall. According to the reincarnation hall's intelligence, Lu Changsheng's cultivation was at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm. The blood-refining elder who attacked Yang City was merely at the 4th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng. The second princess of Xia Kingdom's delicate body trembled, her mouth wide open in surprise. She too was a cultivator and had once cultivated at the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. She had heard of Lu Changsheng's reputation. She had not expected that the Shu Mountain sect elder leading the group to support Yang City would actually be this celebrity. Damn it, if I had successfully refined the millions of souls in Yang City, my cultivation would have definitely surpassed his, but now, I am no match for him. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. The blood-refining elder's face twisted as he desperately poured true chi into the blood bead, communicating with the other Reincarnation Hall elders to flee. The 8 Reincarnation Hall elders holding the blood banners gathered up their banners, and the blood formation covering the entire Hyang city disappeared. Chase. In these years, Lu Changsheng's cultivation of the heaven rank lower tier technique of 10,000 li tracking had reached great accomplishment. These heretic cultivators, filled with the nauseating stench of blood, could not possibly escape the technique of 10,000 li tracking. We should follow them. After finding out that Lu Changsheng was the Shu Mountain sect elder who had shone brilliantly at the Six Paths conference 3 years ago, the second princess of Xia Kingdom became a little fan of Lu Changsheng. Riding a flying sword, she led the great Confucians of the Xia Kingdom literary court and the imperial guards in pursuit. If the Reincarnation Hall members scattered and fled, with her Dao Palace realm first layer cultivation, as long as she didn't face the blood-refining elder, she could still pursue and kill other demon sect elders or disciples. The blood-refining elder urged the treasured blood bead, turning into a streak of blood light in a desperate flight, but Lu Changsheng was in no hurry, always closely following behind. "I'll fight you to the death." The blood-refining elder knew that if he continued to flee, he would most likely be worn down to death by Lu Changsheng, so he might as well join the other 8 nascent soul realm elders to form a blood formation and confront Lu Changsheng, even if it meant a fish dies and the net splits situation. "You are only 1 minor realm higher than me. I have the blood formation, and if I fight with all my might, my cultivation can temporarily reach the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm. I advise you to think carefully, and we should both retreat." The blood-refining elder's eyes shone with a mad blood light as he threatened Lu Changsheng. He would not consume his lifespan to increase his cultivation unless it was absolutely necessary. He was gambling that Lu Changsheng wouldn't dare fight to the death with him. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng still appeared calm and unbothered, ignoring the threat. "It seems you have a slight misunderstanding about my cultivation level." Chapter 63, Killing to strike fear into hearts. "Aren't you afraid that the fish will die and the net will burst?" "Not afraid. What will it take for you to let me go?" "I won't. Damn it, I'm going all out with you now." Cloth refining blood great formation. The blood refining elder, pushed to the brink by Lu Changsheng, had no choice but to fight to the death with him. Blood refining great formation, activate. 8 nascent soul realm elders, each holding a blood banner, joined the blood refining elder to form the blood formation. Blood light shot to the sky, and chilling winds blew in gusts, trapping Lu Changsheng within. When the second princess of Xia Kingdom arrived, Lu Changsheng had already been trapped within the blood formation. "Elder Lu!" the second princess of Xia Kingdom exclaimed in shock. A blood formation laid out by 1 Dao Palace realm and 8 nascent soul realm elders, unless one had reached great accomplishment in the Dao Palace realm, it would also pose a danger. "I didn't expect Elder Lu to be trapped by the opponent in the blood formation so easily. Could Elder Lu be less capable than his reputation suggests? This is dangerous now." Several great Confucians who had accompanied the second princess to the scene watched as Lu Changsheng got trapped inside the blood formation, their faces turning pale. Their strongest combatant here had fallen into danger. "Ha ha ha, it seems that Elder Lu of Mount Shu has but an empty reputation. Once I refine your blood, my cultivation can ascend another level." The blood refining elder never thought that Lu Changsheng wouldn't dodge at all and was directly swept into the blood formation, greatly excited beyond expectation. "Elder Lu!" The second princess of Xia Kingdom was full of worry. "Don't worry." Lu Changsheng suddenly transmitted his voice over, his tone still calm. He just wanted to witness the wonders of the blood formation. "We must have faith in Elder Lu. Let's focus on dealing with the rest of the demon sects." The second princess felt slightly relieved and, together with the great Confucians and the imperial guards, chased down the other Reincarnation Hall elders and disciples alongside the group from Mount Shu. "Becoming trapped in my blood formation, even someone a realm higher than I would turn into a pool of blood." The blood refining elder, together with the 8 elders, exerted their combined strength to hasten the blood formation, and the surging blood essence condensed into 100 jong tall blood demon. A massive bloody claw swiped towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng formed a sword gesture with his fingers and made a forward motion, unsheathing the 9 heavens imperial thunder sword. It carried with it the majesty of thunder and fierce sword chi, severing the blood claw. The sword chi didn't lose momentum, parting the blood waves and cutting the blood demon in half at the waist. In that moment, Lu Changsheng displayed the strength of a fifth-layer Dao Palace Realm cultivator. Lu Changsheng changed his hand gesture, and the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword moved through the blood formation, clearing a path as if severing thorns, piercing through a nascent Soul Realm Elder, killing him with a single strike. Lu Changsheng used the system, undergoing dozens of combat simulations, with each simulation pitting him against a particularly difficult opponent. Now, with rich combat experience, he had learned how to use his innate Taoist body to sense the presence of others. Even if a reincarnation hall elder hid inside the blood formation, he couldn't escape Lu Changsheng's Dharma Eye. Blood refining old man of the reincarnation hall, is this the extent of your Dao? Lu Changsheng perceived the pulse of the blood formation and quickly located the blood refining elder's position. Lu Changsheng urged the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword forward, with the roar of the wind, the thunderous echo of lightning, and surging sword chi cleaving towards the blood refining elder. The blood refining elder was shocked and tried his best to dodge. However, the sword was too fast, and the blood refining elder couldn't completely escape the reach of the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. One of his arms was shredded by the sword chi. Ah, ah, ah! The blood refining elder's face contorted hideously as he let out unceasing screams of agony. If this is the extent of your abilities, then this is where it ends. Lu Changsheng had wanted to witness the secret techniques of the reincarnation hall, which is why he was tormenting the blood refining elder. Otherwise, he would not have solely relied on the cultivation level of the fifth layer of the Dao Palace. I'm truly going to stake it all against you. Blood formation, summon demon. The blood refining elder knew he needed to consume his lifespan to possibly escape this calamity. The blood refining elder sacrificed the blood bead, causing a surge of blood to shoot into the sky. As he chanted incantations, the blood formation seemed to come alive, with waves of blood churning and engulfing the other 7 elders of the reincarnation hall. Elder Swalian, you. The 7 nascent soul realm elders had not expected Elder Swalian to sacrifice them to enhance the blood formation's power, their bodies quickly withering away. Fogs of blood also poured out from the blood refining elder's body, merging with the blood demon. The bisected blood demon was reborn, growing and strengthening until it towered 200 jong tall. The 6th layer of Dao Palace? Demonic and unorthodox methods indeed have some substance. You caused me to waste 300 years of my lifespan, I will surely kill you. The blood refining elder controlled the blood demon, and countless waves of blood surged like gigantic waves, sweeping towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng's innate Taoist body remained unaffected by the negative emotions brought by the overwhelming blood chi. Myriad, swords, return, to, origin. Lu Changsheng enunciated each word, still utilizing the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm, but even so, his spiritual energy was several times that of other cultivators at the same level, not to mention comparable to a regular 6th layer Dao Palace realm cultivator. The blood refining elder had just temporarily raised his realm to the 6th layer of the Dao Palace through the blood formation, which made his realm unstable. Lu Changsheng could defeat him with the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, and therefore, there was no need to reveal his true cultivation level. To kill an opponent with a lower realm, that is the true definition of crushing one's spirit. Myriads of spirit swords poked towards the blood demon. There was a violent shake within the blood formation as 2 terrifying auras collided. The second princess, the Great Confucian, and the imperial guards of Xia Kingdom sensed the surge in the blood refining elder's aura and their complexions changed. I wonder if Elder Lu can defeat the demon chief? Elder Lu might be overconfident. He should have joined forces with me, I could have provided some assistance at least. The second princess of Xia Kingdom, having slain 3 disciples of the reincarnation hall, was still filled with worry. Suddenly, the blood formation collapsed, turning the towering blood waves into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Lu Changsheng appeared, still carrying the aura of an immortal, with not a single trace of blood on him. What about the blood refining elder and the other reincarnation hall elders? I killed them. Hiss. The entourage from Xia Kingdom saw that Lu Changsheng had killed the blood refining elder and all 8 nascent soul realm elders by himself without a scratch, which was a terrifying thought. An ordinary cultivator at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace would have sustained some injuries if trapped by the blood refining elder plus 8 nascent soul realm demon sect elders in a blood formation. The 8 blood banners of the blood refining elder are considered middle rank acquired spirit treasures. The blood bead is an upper rank acquired spirit treasure. Such magical items should not be allowed to circulate. Lu Changsheng sealed the blood refining elder's treasures within the Dao Palace minor realm. Lu Changsheng was not short of treasures, the blood banner and blood bead were better than nothing. Furthermore, during the battle with the blood refining elder, Lu Changsheng clearly felt that the elder's realm was rather unstable. Using the blood formation to enhance his cultivation might have brought rapid progress, but it was essentially a demonic and crooked path that lacked a solid foundation. Lu Changsheng had used the cultivation of the fifth layer of the Dao Palace to kill the peak blood refining elder. Seeing that Lu Changsheng had confiscated the treasures of the blood refining elder, the people from Xia Kingdom were certain that the elder had been slain by Lu Changsheng. Elder Lu's cultivation is profound. How shameful of us to doubt whether he could be a match for the blood refining elder. Had it not been for Elder Lu's intervention, we would have met a miserable fate. The great Confucians from Xia Kingdom praised him one after another. Elder Lu, I used my soul-searching skills to find the location of a reincarnation hall base from the memories of a reincarnation hall disciple. I have sent a letter back to the imperial city, asking the state preceptor of the literary court to eradicate this base. We request Elder Lu to accompany us, and as for the reward, we can discuss it. The second princess of Xia Kingdom pleaded with admiring eyes. Chapter 64, I want to ask the Taoist priest to be my master. On this journey, as commanded by my sect, I have descended the mountain to slay demons and eradicate the strongholds of the demon sects. I must fulfill this righteous duty. Elder Lu's heart is truly compassionate, an exemplary role model for our kind. With Elder Lu taking action, it will surely be as easy as flipping one's hand. This is indeed a fortunate occurrence for the common people of Great Xia. The scholars of Xia Kingdom continued with their flattery. Master, Lian has killed 2 elders of the Reincarnation Hall, and 3 disciples. How's that? Lian returned, holding the corpse of a third-level nascent soul realm elder from the Reincarnation Hall, only wishing to hear Lu Changshen's praise. The entourage from Xia Kingdom fell silent, utterly astonished. Is this a normal 15-year-old girl? To single-handedly kill a second-level nascent soul realm elder and a third-level nascent soul realm elder of the demon sects, as well as 3 disciples from the Golden Core realm? Such talent was, to put it mildly, excessively monstrous. And Lu Changsheng, who had taught such a disciple, was truly a remarkable individual. The second princess of Xia Kingdom sent a great Confucian back to the literary court to request the aid of the state preceptor. Lu Changsheng and his party waited in Hiang City for the arrival of the state preceptor of Xia Kingdom. Xia Kingdom had stood for 10,000 years. Although its foundation was far weaker than that of the 6 orthodox sects, it had also gathered a group of cultivators, and with many talented princes and princesses cultivating in the 6 orthodox sects, Xia Kingdom had its own strength. Moreover, Xia Kingdom was dependent on Mount Shu, offering a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to Mount Shu every year, under its protection. The Lord of Hiang City immediately provided the best residences for the princess and the people of Mount Shu. Daoist Lu has saved the lives of 1 million people in Hiang City, a feat of immeasurable merit. I have instructed an artist to paint Daoist Lu's portrait. The citizens of Hiang City plan to enshrine the portrait in their homes, offer incense, and bow daily, and on an auspicious day, we intend to create a clay figure in the Daoist temple to protect Hiang City. The Lord summoned an artist to paint the likeness of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng did not object. Saving the citizens of Hiang City was indeed a meritorious deed. The worship of portraits and clay figures by the common people, if done with sincerity, could generate an intangible power of faith that would bless oneself. The ancestral master of Mount Shu once granted great favors to the ancestors of the people of Xia State, even establishing Mount Shu to protect their descendants. After tens of thousands of years, the people of Xia State still have not forgotten the ancestral master's kindness, and the incense offerings have never ceased. Although Lu Changsheng did not have the same influence as the ancestral master of Mount Shu, he had also acquired a share of the power of faith. Si Yan, the second princess of Xia Kingdom, prepared a banquet to invite the people of Mount Shu. As Xia Kingdom was within Mount Shu's sphere of influence, strengthening ties with the people of Mount Shu was greatly beneficial to Xia Kingdom. Si Yan, born into the Xia Kingdom's royal family, naturally understood this principle. Daoist Lu, I have a favor to ask. After 3 rounds of wine and a spread of nuanced dishes, the slightly tipsy Si Yan's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Please speak. Because Mount Shu's status was aloof, its elders need not be overly courteous to Xia Kingdom's royal family. Si Yan nervously said, I would like to become Daoist Lu's disciple. Become a disciple? While Lu Changsheng would have liked nothing more than to have as many disciples as possible, the Disciple Apprenticeship system showed no reaction at all. Only those recognized by the Disciple Apprenticeship system as unparalleled geniuses could trigger a reward. The talents of the second princess of Xia Kingdom were considered quite good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach the Dao Palace realm. But her talents did not qualify her as an unparalleled genius. Lu Changsheng tactfully declined, "Your Highness is intelligent and talented. However, I already have 3 disciples and must also attend to my own cultivation. I am unable to split myself further and am not accepting disciples at this time." The second princess hesitated. "In that case, does Daoist Lu require any maids?" "Your Highness, this must not happen. How could a princess of Great Xia serve as a maid?" When the scholars of Xia Kingdom heard what the second princess intended, it seemed that she wished to become a servant to Lu Changsheng, and they were greatly shocked, hastily advising against it. Though Mount Shu's status towered above the Great Xia dynasty, Si Yan was a princess after all, and a princess at the nascent soul realm at that. To serve as a maid to an elder of Mount Shu was indeed to lower herself excessively. Hack not form aids. Lu Changsheng, knowing that the other party was advancing by retreating, still politely declined. Such a pity. Si Yan sighed faintly. With her insight, she knew that Lu Changshen's future achievements would definitely surpass the Dao Palace realm. To become his maid could give her an opportunity to follow him as a disciple in the future. Her talents and beauty stood out in the Xia Kingdom, yet Lu Changsheng remained unmoved, truly a peerless great man. Si Yan's respect for him grew even more. Lu Changsheng and his companions waited in Hiang City for 3 days until the state preceptor, who presided over the literary court of Xia Kingdom, arrived, causing the whole city to tremble. Lord of Hiang City welcomes the state preceptor. Dispense with the formalities. The state preceptor, wearing the 4 corners piece headband and a dark robe, emanated magnificent righteous qi, inspiring awe in others. Dozens of great Confucians from the literary court followed on either side of the state preceptor. The Lord of Hiang City stood with solemn respect. The state preceptor, who oversaw the literary court, was a 7th-level Dao Palace realm great Confucian and one of the few with the highest cultivation in the Xia Kingdom. What was most exceptional was that the state preceptor was not a disciple of one of the 6 major sects but a powerhouse at the great accomplishment stage of the Dao Palace realm cultivated by the literary court itself. Even the Emperor of Xia held him in high honor. State Preceptor. Princess, Your Highness, I am already informed of what happened in Hiang City. The task of eradicating the Reincarnation Hall stronghold will be handled by our literary court. With us taking charge, we are bound to succeed. The state preceptor's attitude was slightly arrogant. With his 7th-level Dao Palace realm cultivation, he stood out even among the younger generation of elders in Mount Shu, let alone in Xia Kingdom. Master, this person sure talks big. Lian pouted her lips. So what if he's at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm? What's he showing off for? Her master was an immortal in secluded cultivation on Mount Shu. Disciple, do not be rude. Lu Changsheng couldn't help it. His apprentice was too straightforward. The state preceptor noticed Lu Changsheng and his disciple, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Lu, you saved the princess, and our Xia Kingdom will surely thank you substantially. However, attacking the Reincarnation Hall stronghold is exceedingly perilous, and the demon chief overseeing it could have a cultivation even beyond the blood-refining elder, not something you can contend with. You and your Mount Shu contingent should follow my command, and together with our literary court, we will eradicate the demon sect's stronghold. Agreed. Lu Changsheng was always willing to go along, and he did not object to the state preceptor taking the lead. The state preceptor, having achieved his cultivation without studying in the 6 major sects, had a certain pride and self-assuredness against the sects. However, his and his 3rd disciple Mo Huaji's talents could not compare. Mo Huaji was endowed with the body of the literary sage, a future beyond limits. To become a state preceptor in the future would be well within her means. Si Yan flipped her wrist, and a map appeared. One stronghold of the Reincarnation Hall is located at Tianyu Mountain. We should set out as soon as possible and strike Tianyu Mountain with the element of surprise. The state preceptor led the team and flew towards Tianyu Mountain. Tianyu Mountain, lying between the Xia State and Liang Kingdom, is the border of Mount Shu, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and Martial Alliance, the 3 major sects. It is a lawless area that does not attract much attention, no wonder Reincarnation Hall set up a stronghold there. As Lu Changsheng hurried along, he searched his sea of consciousness for records about Tianyu Mountain. The state preceptor quietly observed Lu Changsheng, who always only revealed cultivation at the second or third level of the Dao Palace realm, eluding easy understanding. Why can't I see through his cultivation? It shouldn't be. Chapter 65, Return, 7th Grade Talismans. Sun Mountain, a team of Mount Shu elders and disciples landed in a bamboo forest. Elder Zhao Huiyan of Zaiho Peak, leading another team of Mount Shu cultivators, was clearing out the Joyous Union sect's stronghold in Xia State. 20 li ahead, is the black market set up by the Joyous Union sect on Sun Mountain, where heretic cultivators from all over come to trade. It would be best if we could capture one or two of the Joyous Union sect's elders or senior disciples alive to extract the precise location of their stronghold. We'll disguise ourselves as roaming heretic cultivators and infiltrate the black market without alarming anyone. Zhao Huiyan, Lu Changshen's senior brother, had practiced on Mount Shu for 300 years and had descended the mountain many times for experience, amassing vast worldly knowledge. The members of his team, including Zhao Huiyan, were not to be underestimated: 2 Dao Palace Realm Elders, 4 Nascent Soul Realm Elders, and 8 Golden Core Realm Disciples. Among these young disciples of Mount Shu, Lin Jingzi, Chen Yao, Xiao Xiangdao, outstanding figures of their generation, were all present. There are 14 of us in total. With so many, we are bound to arouse suspicion. Therefore, I plan to split us into 3 small teams, each with 4 or 5 people. Zhao Huiyan swept his gaze over those present. Even if it were Lu, the eldest senior brother, or a direct disciple of the Supreme Elders, one must brave dangers to grow. Over the tens of thousands of years, Mount Shu had seen countless promising disciples fall along the way. This was the inevitable path. Xiao Xiangdao puffed out his chest with pride. His spirit sword physique allowed him to make great leaps in his sword Dao cultivation, having just reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm not long ago. Chen Yao is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elders, and the Supreme Elders are the sect leader's senior sister. If I get on good terms with her, in the future, not only will I have my master's support, but also the connection to the Supreme Elders. There's even a better chance for me to become the sect leader of Mount Shu. It would be best to end up in the same team as Chen Yao, that way I would have a chance to befriend her. Xiao Xiangdao glanced at Chen Yao, who was carrying the Skywave sword on her back. Chen Yao, the direct disciple of the sect leader's senior sister and carrier of the special 9 Heavens mysterious lady physique, held an extraordinary position. Dressed in light green robes, she was ethereally beautiful and peerless, enjoying no shortage of admirers in Mount Shu. Sheng Guanhong, Fang Shi, Lin Jingzi, Chen Yao, one team. Yet things did not develop as Xiao Xiangdao had hoped, for Zhao Huiyan placed Chen Yao and Lin Jingzi in the same team. Xiao Xiangdao's face subtly changed. Zhao Huiyan transmitted a secret message to Lin Jingzi: "Kid, I've given you an opportunity, grasp it well. With this, your master will owe me a favor." "What do you mean by that, senior?" Lin Jingzi was puzzled. Was this not just a normal team assignment for a mission? "You know what I mean." Zhao Huiyan gave Lin Jingzi an encouraging look, then began to assign tasks. Chen Yao sent a voice transmission to Lin Jingzi: "Sheng Guanhong is a 2nd layer Dao Palace Realm Elder, and Fang Shi is a 6th layer Nascent Soul Realm Elder. This descent from the mountain is for the purpose of gaining sect contribution points to exchange for cultivation techniques. Lastly, there's you and me, with the lowest cultivation levels, still in the Golden Core realm. If we encounter Joyous Union sect elders above the 2nd layer of the Dao Palace realm, we must not engage them and should leave them to Elder Zhao to handle." "Understood." Lin Qjng agreed with Chen Yao's view. This was Joyous Union sect territory, where one might encounter Joyous Union sect elders at any moment. I wonder what master is doing at this moment. Lu Changsheng accompanied a group from the Xia Kingdom Literary Court to Tianyu Mountain, only to find desolation, with sand and stones covering the ground and blood bats and poisonous scorpions occasionally emerging from the caves. The underground palace of the Reincarnation Hall was among them. Before entering, Lu Changsheng did not forget to fleece the system for rewards, continuing to bestow treasures upon his disciple. This time, Lu Changsheng took out a 2nd-rank talisman. This was personally crafted by his 3rd disciple, Mo Huaji. Lu Changsheng was about to fleece the system scientifically. "Ding, you've bestowed a 2nd-rank talisman Great Flame Talisman upon your disciple Lian and received a 100-fold return reward, a 4th-rank talisman Separation Fire Talisman. Today's bestowment count 1, remaining bestowment allowances 2. Giving a 2nd-rank talisman and receiving a 4th-rank talisman in return was within Lu Changshen's expectations. Lu Changsheng then awarded the returned 4th grade talisman, the Separation Fire Talisman, to his disciple. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lian the 4th grade talisman Separation Fire Talisman, and received a 20-fold mentor reward return, the 5th grade talisman Great Separation Fire Talisman. Today's awardable count 1, remaining awardable count is 1. Only 20 times the reward this time? No matter, I still have one more chance to award today. 50? Lu Changsheng then awarded the Great Separation Fire Talisman to Lian. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lian the 5th grade talisman Great Separation Fire Talisman, and received a 300-fold mentor reward return, the 7th grade talisman Zerong God Talisman. Today's awardable count 1, remaining awardable count is 0. Success! After Lian had stepped into the nascent soul realm, he could award treasures of up to 5th grade, allowing Lu Changsheng to elevate the quality of the treasures through repeated gifting. Lian received a 2nd grade talisman Great Flame Talisman, a 4th grade talisman Separation Fire Talisman, a 5th grade talisman Great Separation Fire Talisman, while Lu Changsheng received a 7th grade talisman Zerong God Talisman. The magical power of a 7th grade talisman is hard for an ordinary Dao Palace cultivator to bear. Lu Changsheng now had another life-saving trick up his sleeve. Not only was Lu Changsheng amassing a collection of 7th and 8th grade elixir pills, but he was also stockpiling various high-level talismans. The more life-saving methods, the better. Lu Changsheng's prudence was maddening. I heard little sister say that a 5th grade talisman is worth a fortune and can only be crafted by a divine talismancer. Master is really good to Lian. When Lian grew up, she knew that the treasures her master awarded were valuable. Coupled with the fact that her master had protected her since she was young and always managed to clean up her messes, she was even more touched. The generous gesture of Lu Changsheng made even Si Yan, the 2nd princess of the Xia kingdom, who was watching, feel moved. A 2nd grade talisman meant nothing to the royal family of the Xia kingdom. A 4th grade talisman was something that a nascent soul realm elder might possess. A 5th grade talisman could play a significant role in Dao Palace realm battles and was already quite precious. A 6th grade talisman, which only a few Dao Palace realm cultivators owned, was extremely valuable, so in Misty Peak, Xia Ningxiu reciprocated with a 6th grade talisman. A 7th grade talisman, there are only a handful of people in Xia State who could craft one. Lu Changsheng casually giving a 5th grade talisman to a disciple in the nascent soul realm was unquestionably generous. Isn't he keeping any for his own use? Yan was curious. If she knew Lu Changsheng had a 7th grade talisman, she would definitely be so astonished that she couldn't close her mouth. A 7th grade talisman is something not even the state preceptor of Great Xia could make. Those capable of crafting a 7th grade talisman were at least on the level of renowned figures like Yu Suanji, the temple master of the Hidden Dragon Temple. Everyone, prepare your elixir pills and talismans, it's time to attack Tianyu Mountain Cave and eradicate the demons. The state preceptor of Great Xia swept his sleeve, wrapping everyone in magnificent righteous qi, making them impervious to all poisons, causing blood bats and scorpions to retreat. Lu Changsheng looked on with new respect. Although the state preceptor of Great Xia was a bit lofty, his cultivation was solid, having completely transmuted the spiritual energy within his Danshan Qi Si into magnificent righteous qi. His 3rd disciple, Emma Huaji, who also pursued the Confucian Dao, had a promising future. Deep within the Tianyu Mountain Cave, a few voices could be heard. It seems a bunch of rats have sneaked in. It appears Elder Swalian has indeed been killed, which is why the enemy knows the location of our Tianyu Mountain stronghold. Just perfect, the Lord of the Reincarnation Hall's blood pool is in need of more sustenance. Their journey here will be one way. Chapter 66, It doesn't matter, the master will take action. The general splits the bamboo, the warrior lies upon the dragon sand. Border moon follows the shadow of the bough, the barbarian frost brushes the sword blossoms. The state preceptor of Great Xia took out golden paper from his breast and, holding an innate spiritual treasure brush, he gathered the magnificent righteous qi at the tip of the brush, writing with swift and powerful strokes, he composed a battle poem. Suddenly, the wind on Tianyu Mountain rose and clouds surged, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily converged, forming hundreds of golden armored soldiers. These golden armored soldiers were tall and burly, with swords drawn and crossbows cocked, each one's cultivation at least at the qi transformation realm. The leading golden armored soldier, clearly dressed as a general, had a presence that matched a Dao Palace realm martial cultivator. The way of the literary sage and our Mount Shu's sword Dao each have their own strengths. Seeing the state preceptor of Great Xia from the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm display divine skills, Lu Changsheng could not help but praise him. This made Lu Changsheng look forward to his third disciple, Mo Huaji's future even more. Mo Huaji, with the body of the literary sage, was destined to surpass the state preceptor of Great Xia. Perhaps, Lu Changsheng could also pass on some poetry to his third disciple, Mo Huaji. Lu Changsheng still retained memories from his previous life. The poetry of ancient China was vast, and since the literary sage could turn poetry into a physical entity, Lu Changsheng's knowledge from his past life would be useful. Master, will junior sister also learn such divine skills in the future? Lian tugged curiously at Lu Changsheng's robes. Having witnessed the state preceptor of Great Xia in action, Lu Changsheng had gleaned much and was already contemplating how to cultivate the literary sage. To achieve the level where poetry can slay enemies and prose can annihilate armies, one needs to study extensively, accumulate talent, refine magnificent righteous qi, and establish virtue, achievements, and words. It is not so easy. The state preceptor of Great Xia doused Lu Changsheng and his disciples' conversation with a bucket of cold water. Lu Changsheng just smiled silently. Isn't it lucky? He happened to have a disciple who was of the body of the literary sage, who had already refined quite an amount of magnificent righteous qi and was a book addict. Go! The state preceptor of Great Xia commanded the hundreds of golden armored soldiers to take the lead, to attack the reincarnation hall stronghold. These golden armored soldiers, being the magical embodiment of poetry and prose, were not a pity to lose. The reincarnation hall stronghold on Tianyu Mountain was located inside the mountain's body. Many elders and disciples of the reincarnation hall were cultivating inside. As the people of Xia Kingdom and Mount Shu suddenly burst into the caves of Tianyu Mountain, the reincarnation hall was thrown into utter chaos, scrambling to flee deeper inside. An elder from the reincarnation hall was too late to escape and was decapitated by a golden warrior conjured by the state preceptor of Great Xia, with his head rolling on the ground. The golden warrior's boot came crashing down, crushing the elder's head to pieces. With hundreds of golden armored soldiers leading the way, the party from Xia Kingdom and Mount Shu made swift progress and soon breached the depths of Tianyu Mountain caves into a grand hall. They saw a blood pool lying across the front, its viscous blood emitting a revolting stench. Above the blood pool, dense swarms of blood bats were hanging upside down. The second princess of Xia Kingdom saw the horrific scene, her brows slightly furrowing. Who knows how many creatures they have slaughtered to form such a blood pool? Several hundred reincarnation hall elders and disciples gathered in the grand hall, tensely facing off against the invaders from Xia Kingdom and Mount Shu who had broken into Tianyu Mountain. And above the great hall, two elders from the reincarnation hall, each with a giant sword on their back, were standing with hands behind their backs, overlooking the approaching foes. The two released a terrifying oppressive force that made the blood pool boil, causing the entire Tianyu Mountain to tremble. Destruction Sword, Zhu Jian. Lu Changsheng recognized the faces of the two reincarnation hall elders and was inwardly shocked. In the battle at the Daoist temple, Song Wuchuan, his second senior brother, held off both elders' Destruction Sword and Zhu Jian from the reincarnation hall by himself. From another perspective, together Destruction Sword and Zhu Jian could match Song Wuchuan of the Dao Palace realm's 8th layer. Lu Changsheng had never expected that this particular stronghold would be garrisoned by two reincarnation hall elders of the Dao Palace realm's 7th layer. Impossible. The intelligence I gathered with my soul-searching skills indicated that the hall master of the Tianyu Mountain stronghold was White Bone Demon of the Dao Palace realm's 6th layer. How could there have been a change? The second princess of the Xia Kingdom turned pale. She had invited the state preceptor of the Xia Kingdom, of the Dao Palace realm's 7th layer, to lead the attack on Tianyu Mountain, thinking it to be almost certainly a winning venture. Now, there was a mistake in her plan. A miss is as good as a mile. Blood Refining was killed, and the two of us knew that Mount Shu had made a move, so we came to inspect the situation. It seems we were right. Oh? It's you two? We didn't expect this trip to have some unexpected gains. Destruction Sword and Zhu Jian recognized Lu Changsheng and Lian, their eyes growing increasingly fervent. Lian was the person whom the hall master had ordered to be captured alive. If they presented her to the hall master, and he granted them some rewards, their cultivation could very well advance from the Dao Palace realm's 7th layer to the 8th or even 9th layer, and they might have a chance to take that one step further into the Void Refinement realm. If it weren't for the timely presence of Lord's Destruction Sword and Zhu Jian at Tianyu Mountain, you would have killed me. The hall master of the Tianyu Mountain stronghold, White Bone Demon, leaning on a cane, showed a cruel expression. He was no match for the state preceptor of Great Xia. However, the cultivation of destruction sword and Jujian was not inferior to that of the state preceptor of Great Xia. 2 against 1 would be a one-sided slaughter. Master, these two men are very strong. Lian felt the greedy gaze of destruction sword and Jujian locked on her, so she hid behind Liu Changsheng. It doesn't matter, your master will take action. If it had been Liu Changsheng from 3 years earlier, upon encountering destruction sword and Jujian, he would have immediately thought of ways to escape, but the current Liu Changsheng, whether in terms of cultivation, combat experience, or life-saving skills, was much stronger than during the battle at the Daoist Temple 3 years earlier. Moreover, their side had the state preceptor of Great Xia, a literary cultivator who had reached the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Liu Changsheng was confident, but the state preceptor of Great Xia did not share this sentiment. Destruction Sword and Jujian were confident in their victory, not concealing their auras in the slightest. The state preceptor of Great Xia could feel their terror clearly. Both of them are of the Dao Palace realm's 7th layer, while on my side, only I am at the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm, and there are 2 great Confucians of the Dao Palace realm's 2nd layer. Mount Shu has 2 Dao Palace realm cultivators, one is said to be at the 5th layer, and the other has just reached the Dao Palace realm. Your Highness is also at the 1st layer of the Dao Palace realm. The state preceptor of Great Xia tallied up and found that the Xia Kingdom and Mount Shu together had 6 Dao Palace realm cultivators, with the rest being of the Nascent Soul realm and Golden Core realm, among whom he was the strongest. On the side of the Reincarnation Hall, both Destruction Sword and Jujian were of the Dao Palace realm's 7th layer, and Whitebone Demon had the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm's 6th layer. In addition, there were 4 elders ranging from the 1st to 3rd layers of the Dao Palace realm. The Reincarnation Hall had a total of 7 Dao Palace realm cultivators and several hundred elders and disciples of the Nascent Soul realm, Golden Core realm, Qi Transformation realm, and Foundation Establishment realm. With the 3 immensely strong combatants Destruction Sword, Jujian, and Whitebone Demon, it would be difficult for the Xia Kingdom and Mount Shu party to escape even if they wanted to. Of course, this was the estimate of the state preceptor of Great Xia. Outside Tianyu Mountain, dozens of flying swords shuttled through the sea of clouds to the mountain range above, then transformed into streaks of light as they descended. Holy Maiden, this should be one of the Reincarnation Hall's strongholds. The Reincarnation Hall has repeatedly attacked the cities of the Liang Kingdom, using blood formations to refine the living souls of entire cities, an utterly unforgivable sin. Liang Kingdom has sought assistance from our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and it is our duty to eradicate this evil. Strange, why is there a familiar aura amidst the thick bloody scent? Chapter 67, Mr. Kongxiu. Sun Mountain's black market was a place where heretic cultivators from all over came to trade, selling all kinds of magical treasures, cultivation techniques, elixir pills, talismans, and even trading spirit beasts and slaves. They could also hire cultivators to assassinate their enemies. Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao disguised themselves as loose cultivators and infiltrated the black market. Chen Yao was shocked to see cultivators being bought and sold in the market. Chen Yao glanced sideways at Lin Qingzi. Although Lin Qingzi often seemed a bit absent-minded, he possessed a heart of the innocent, and in terms of character, he was practically a saint reincarnate compared to the heretic cultivators in the black market. Fellow Daoist, would you grace me with your company for a drink? Several heretic cultivators blocked Chen Yao's way. The one leading them was a young master with an ashen complexion, no trace of blood color, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and dressed entirely in white garments and a white hat. This is the renowned Mr. Kongxiu from the nearby region. His uncle is an elder of the Joyous Union sect, and he practices the Dao of Joyous Union. Those caught in his sights are in trouble, someone whispered. What a pity for such a beauty. Hehe, let's just enjoy the show. The surrounding loose cultivators gathered to watch. With the assemblage consisting entirely of villains, naturally, no one would intervene to help, preferring instead to relish the spectacle. They also didn't dare to offend the notorious Mr. Kongxiu. Chen Yao frowned. The greedy gaze of Mr. Kongxiu made her very uncomfortable. Get lost. I didn't expect you to have such a personality. I like it. I'm a high-level expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. If you follow me, you'll have access to all kinds of cultivation techniques, magical treasures, and elixir pills, Mr. Kongxiu said in a weak and listless tone, although boasting Golden Core realm cultivation. His appearance, as though his body had been hollowed out, disgusted Chen Yao even more. Just as Chen Yao was about to make a move, Lin Qingzi suddenly reached out and held her wrist. Lin Qingzi transmitted a message, "Senior sister, no need to be impulsive. I have a plan, just follow my lead." Seeing Lin Qingzi by Chen Yao's side, Mr. Kongxiu took out a blood vial and said disdainfully, "This is a 4th grade elixir pill, a gift from me. You can leave now." A 4th grade elixir pill? Not to mention that no matter how many grades of elixir pills were offered, Lin Qingzi would not submit. As soon as Lin Qingzi advanced to the nascent soul realm, let alone a 4th grade, even if a 5th grade elixir pill was offered, Lu Changsheng would be willing to give it away. "What kind of dog thing are you?" Lin Qingzi dropped his earlier modesty, instead challenging the other. Chen Yao and the other disciples from Mount Shu were surprised by Lin Qingzi's words but quickly realized he was deliberately provoking the other party. "Ha ha ha!" Mr. Kongxiu, furious and embarrassed, said sternly, "You are the first to dare speak to me like this." Mr. Kongxiu's lackeys, who were standing by his sides, began berating, "You have no idea who Mr. Kongxiu is, do you? Within 100 miles, who doesn't know of his reputation? You're asking for death." Lin Qingzi's sword had already left the sheath before the lackeys could say more. The green abyss sword flashed with a green light, striking unexpectedly. His master, Lu Changsheng, had taught him to treat friends with sincerity and to show no mercy to enemies. Lin Qingzi pretended to display the strength of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, but the green abyss sword unexpectedly pierced through Mr. Kongxiu's white garments, drawing a streak of fresh blood. If Lin Qingzi hadn't intended to capture his target alive, the long sword would have already sealed his throat. Golden Core realm. The heretic cultivators watching were taken aback, not expecting that Lin Qingzi was actually a high-level expert in the Golden Core realm. "Senior sister, let's pretend to escape. 2 elders, blend into the crowd pursuing us, and once we're out in the wilderness, find a way to capture Mr. Kongxiu alive." Lin Qingzi quickly deployed his plan, secretly transmitting his voice to 3 of his Mount Shu teammates. "Run!" Lin Qingzi grabbed Chen Yao's wrist, summoned the green abyss sword, and turned into a streak of light, feigning fear of Mr. Kongxiu's revenge, thus fleeing in apparent panic. Chen Yao's current cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, unafraid of Mr. Kongxiu, but with her wrist held by Lin Qingzi, warmth flooded her heart, and she fully trusted Lin Qingzi, following him in their escape. "Whoever kills that man, this young master will reward him with a rank 5. Elixir pill. Leave the woman, I want to torture her well." Mr. Kongxiu swallowed a blood-recovering elixir, seething with rage. Just now, a mere inch of deviation from Lin Qingzi's green abyss sword would have pierced his heart. Within 1,000 miles, who didn't know that his uncle, Mr. Kongxiu, was a 9th level elder of the Joyous Union sect in the nascent soul realm, half a step into Dao Palace. "We will surely kill this man for the young master." "You think you can offend the young master and just walk away?" The heretic cultivators around, hearing of the rank 5 elixir pill offered by Mr. Kongxiu for Lin Qingzi's head, immediately boiled with excitement, summoning a variety of magical treasures to chase after Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao. Elder Lu's disciple always seemed dull on the surface, but who knew he was proficient in military strategy, knew how to lure the snake from its hole, and commanded with order, truly a case of the student surpassing the master. Elders Sheng Guanhong and Fang Shi from Mount Shu, blending in with the heretic cultivators hunting down Lin Qingzi, were astonished by their junior's ability. Mr. Kongxiu was the provocateur, and Lin Qingzi had deliberately injured him, making the whole scene look like a personal vendetta, where both parties fought over Chen Yao, but in reality, Lin Qingzi intended to lure Mr. Kongxiu out of the black market to capture him alive. That way, they wouldn't alert the enemy. Quick thinking and meticulous planning like this, even the 2 elders from Mount Shu with their rich experience in Jianghu might not have been able to react immediately. Not just that, Lin Qingzi's target may not even be him, but his uncle. The elder of the Joyous Union sect knows much more than this. Kidney deficient, it seems both Elder Lu and his disciple are remarkable people. On the way, a flash of insight crossed Elder Sheng Guanhong's mind as he realized Lin Qingzi's true intention. The uncle of Mr. Kongxiu was an elder of the Joyous Union sect, possessing a cultivation in the nascent soul realm at the 9th level, which allowed him to be unruly in this region. But the elders from Mount Shu in this black market, Zhao Wian and Sheng Guanhong, were both in Dao Palace realm, and as long as the elder of Joyous Union sect dared to show up, they would arrest him immediately. Deep within Sun Mountain, an elder of Joyous Union sect was cultivating when he heard that Mr. Kongxiu was injured, and he quickly lost his composure. Although he claimed to the outside world that Mr. Kongsu was his nephew, in reality, Mr. Kongsu was his illegitimate son, which is why he doted on Mr. Kongsu so much. And now someone dared to injure his illegitimate son. How dare someone cause trouble on our Joyous Union sect's turf? They're really looking for death. The elder of Joyous Union sect stopped his closed-door cultivation, summoned a soul-devouring ring, soared into the sky, and headed towards Mr. Kongsu's location. Mr. Kongsu was pursuing Lin Qingzi with over 100 heretic cultivators. Lin Qingzi deliberately acted as if he was running out of strength, and he and Chen Yao landed on a desolate area of land strewn with oddly shaped rocks. Mr. Kongsu and his lackeys also landed, encircling Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao from all directions. "You little brat, where do you think you can run to now? I've decided not to kill you, but to torture you properly, making you watch as your woman is tortured by me, and then have you die slowly amidst endless suffering." Mr. Kongsu's face was bloodless, his tone ice-cold. 100 against 2, no matter how you counted, his odds of winning were greater. Chapter 68, You Are Surrounded by Me. Lin Qingzi swept his gaze over the force brought by Mr. Kongsu, their cultivation ranging from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm. Among them were 2 Mount Shu elders, Shang Guanhong and Fang Shi. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and Mr. Kongsu was overjoyed. His backer had arrived. An elder from the Joyous Union sect, with a similarly pale face and a sinister look in his eyes, landed. His magical treasure, the soul-devouring ring, hovered in mid-air, emanating an astonishing pressure. "That's Elder Heun from the Joyous Union sect, said to be on the verge of stepping into the Dao Palace realm. Greetings to Elder Heun." The nearby heretic cultivators, having heard of Elder Heun's reputation, hastened to curry favor. "Who dares to harm my dear nephew? Uncle, it's him. But you needn't take action, uncle. Your nephew can kill him myself." Mr. Kongsu clapped his hands, and a lackey brought over a sword case engraved with the characters Kong and Su. When Lin Qingzi had injured him, he had used the power of the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm. He was confident that had it not been for Lin Qingzi's sneak attack, with his own 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, he would definitely be able to avenge himself personally. Good. Elder Heun personally presided, giving his own illegitimate son a chance to make a name for himself. "Today, I will let you witness my void sword technique." Mr. Kongsu gestured the sword seal, and the sword case opened. A black shadow shot out, stabbing towards Lin Qingzi with extreme speed. Lin Qingzi, wielding the green abyss sword, blocked the incoming black shadow. The long sword clashed, Lin Qingzi's body swayed, and it turned out to be a black flying sword. The 2 elders and senior sister need not take action. "I wish to use this opportunity as a chance for a breakthrough." Lin Qingzi sensed Chen Yao and the 2 hidden Mount Shu elders preparing to intervene and sent a secret message to stop them. Although Mr. Kongsu appeared as if afflicted with nephritis, his realm was indeed the substantial 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, just 1 step away from the nascent soul realm. Engaging with such a formidable opponent was a rare opportunity. Now that Elder Heun from the Joyous Union sect had been drawn out, the life or death of Mr. Kongsu didn't seem so important anymore. Lin Qingzi followed the path of Lu Changsheng, having received power-infusing initiations from Lu Changsheng multiple times, was not lacking in spiritual energy, with each realm he achieved being extremely solid, more than double that of his peers in spiritual energy. Although Mr. Kongsu's flying sword was fast, it was still stably blocked by Lin Qingzi. Change. Mr. Kongsu changed his hand gestures, and the black flying sword split into 9, becoming 9 incredibly powerful long swords with unpredictable attacks, slashing towards Lin Qingzi. Well done. Lin Qingzi no longer concealed his cultivation but used all his strength to counter Mr. Kongsu's void sword technique. Among the cultivators at the Golden Core realm level, Mr. Kongsu was one of the stronger ones. The void sword technique was a profound rank high-grade swordsmanship, with endless variations. What a sword technique, young master! Worthy of being Mr. Kongsu, just 1 more step and he could become an elder of the Joyous Union sect. A bright future awaits. The surrounding disciples of the Joyous Union sect and heretic cultivators cheered for Mr. Kongsu's unpredictable sword technique. The 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. Mr. Kongsu's face, however, was not so relaxed, because Lin Qingzi displayed a level of cultivation equal to his own. With the green abyss sword in hand, Lin Qingzi narrowly blocked the 9 flying swords each time. Under the guidance of Lu Changsheng, Lin Qingzi's foundation was far too solid, and even against the unpredictable void sword technique, he managed with ease. This righteous energy is truly annoying. Elder Heun watched the battle from the sidelines, feeling a distaste for the righteous energy unconsciously exuded by Lin Qingzi. He had always detested do-gooders, so much so that if he encountered a stray dog on the roadside, he would kick it without hesitation. "Nephew, kill him for me." Elder Heun's eyes grew colder. Void 9 swords, sword breaks the void. Mr. Kongxiu channeled a large amount of true qi into the 9 flying swords. The swords merged back into one long sword, carrying a vast expanse of black sword light that disappeared into the void. The next instant, the flying sword reappeared, now less than 20 steps from Lin Qingzi. Lingyun sword art, open heaven's gate. Lin Qingzi channeled all his true qi into the green abyss sword, the boundless true qi making the sword's patterns emit a green glow. The green abyss sword trembled violently, and fine cracks even appeared on the blade. Although also in the golden core realm, Lin Qingzi cultivated according to Lu Changshen's method, amassing strength in each realm so that his true qi in the Danshan was already close to the nascent soul realm. Break! Lin Qingzi, holding the green abyss sword, became one with the sword and met the black sword light head-on. The green abyss sword, like the first ray of light at dawn, pierced through the night, parting the black sword light. Clang! Lin Qingzi turned around and sheathed his sword while the chest of Mr. Kongxiu in white was dyed red with fresh blood. The black flying sword, losing control from its master, clattered to the ground. "No, impossible. This young master has never, in the golden core realm." Mr. Kongxiu's gaze gradually lost its luster, his body slumped to the ground, turning into a cold corpse. Hiss! The heretic cultivators present felt a tingle on their scalps. Mr. Kongxiu, who had few rivals in the golden core realm, was unexpectedly killed. "My son." Elder Heun never expected Lin Qingzi to be not an ordinary entity within the golden core realm, and by the time he reacted, Mr. Kongxiu had already been killed. Junior sister is indeed an unrivaled genius. Chen Yao wasn't too surprised, as she often visited King Yun Peak and was very familiar with Lin Qingzi, Lu Qinglian and Mo Huaji, knowing their strength. The cultivation path of the King Yun Peak lineage emphasized accumulating strength and delivering a swift blow within the same realm, making them almost invincible. Mr. Kongxiu and Lin Qingzi were both in the 9th layer of the golden core realm, but the true qi inside their bodies was vastly different. "I will kill you." Seeing his illegitimate child dead in front of him, Elder Heun flew into a rage, his aura surging as he prepared to strike down Lin Qingzi. With Elder Heun making a move, this youngster is certain to die. This youngster is so formidable in the golden core realm, he will surely become a great problem in the future, he must not be spared. The group of heretic cultivators, eager to please Elder Heun, all brandished their magical treasures. In their eyes, Lin Qingzi was bound to die. However, Lin Qingzi put away the green abyss sword, showing not the slightest fear but instead, like his master Lu Changsheng, remained calm at all times and slowly said, "You are surrounded by me." "Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is surrounding whom now? He must have been scared silly by us, babbling utter nonsense. Just resign to your fate." The surrounding heretic cultivators seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao, 2 people, surrounding them, over 100? "Stop your wild rampaging. Let not a single one escape." Shang Guanhong and Fang Shi, 2 elders from Mount Shu mingling in the crowd, suddenly attacked, their flying swords unsheathed, sword qi soaring to the sky. Shang Guanhong's spirit-grade flying sword emitted a heaven-shaking fiery light. Any heretic cultivator touched by the flaming sword qi was instantly reduced to ashes. Shang Guanhong, at the 2nd layer of the Dao Palace realm, even to Elder Heun, was nothing but an ant. A heretic cultivator tried to escape on a flying sword was cut down by the arriving Xiao Xiang Dao with a single blow. Zhao Huiyan led a team and joined up with Shang Guanhong's squad. "It seems we've caught a big fish." Zhao Huiyan was very satisfied with the results of Shang Guanhong's squad. All the heretic cultivators at the scene were wiped out, leaving only Elder Heun alive. Just moments ago, Elder Heun was furious, but now he had calmed down, his face deathly pale. He had fallen into a trap. Chapter 69, The True Cultivation Level of Lu Changsheng. Within the caves of Tianyu Mountain, the 2nd princess turned to the state preceptor of Great Xia. "State preceptor, what should we do now?" "We will fight with all our might," Your Highness should take the opportunity to lead the team and escape from the demon cave. The state preceptor of Great Xia held a spirit treasure brush in one hand and a golden scroll in the other, his expression solemn. The members of the Reincarnation Hall, Destruction Sword, and Zhu Jian, were unparalleled experts of the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm. One misstep could lead to the annihilation of our entire forces. Lu Changsheng drew out the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword and began to channel the Taking Wuji technique. His composed expression seemed oddly out of place among the panicked crowd. Elder Lu really is an unparalleled expert, remaining absolutely calm even in this desperate situation. The second princess, catching a glimpse of Lu Changsheng's fearlessness in the face of danger, admired him even more. Lu, when we cross swords later, I and the people of the literary court will cover the rear. You lead the people from Mount Shu and Her Highness the Princess to seize the moment and flee. Her Highness is entrusted to you. The state preceptor of Great Xia was prepared to meet his demise. Lu Changsheng saluted solemnly, admiring the state preceptor who, though lofty, did not shrink back in the face of life and death, displaying a spirit akin to that of a literary sage. Today, none of you shall escape. Release the dragon severing stone. Boom! With a loud shout from the white bone demon, the disciples of the Reincarnation Hall activated the mechanism, and the massive dragon severing stone fell, sealing the entrance completely. With this, the delegation from Mount Shu and Great Xia would need a lot of time to escape. The faces of the second princess and the great Confucians from Great Xia turned even paler. With no escape, the only choice left is to stand and fight. The state preceptor of Great Xia summoned hundreds of golden armored soldiers, forged from the magnificent righteous qi and nature's spiritual energy, and led them to attack the people of the Reincarnation Hall. The golden armored warriors, with the strength of the Dao Palace realm, raised their swords and beheaded the Qi Transformation Realm heretic cultivators. The golden armored soldiers, at least at the Qi Transformation Realm, fought fiercely with the disciples of the Reincarnation Hall. This is nothing but a futile struggle. Destruction Sword unsheathed the giant blood-colored sword at his back and swung it, sending a sword Qi slicing through the blood pool, parting the blood waves and cleaving towards the golden armored warrior. The golden armored warrior, with the golden long sword in hand, couldn't block the blood-colored sword Qi. Boom! The golden armored warrior was engulfed by the blood-colored sword Qi. The golden armor shattered, and the golden armored warrior kneeled, defeated. With the resolve to slay the enemy but not the strength to turn the tide. The golden armored warrior gradually faded away. The state preceptor of Great Xia's face turned even whiter. The golden armored soldiers he had constructed with magnificent righteous qi and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been easily dispatched by the enemy. Destruction Sword swung another sword, this one aimed directly at the state preceptor of Great Xia. He knew that the state preceptor posed the greatest threat. The state preceptor of Great Xia waved the spirit treasure brush in his hand, quickly inscribing on the golden scroll with sweeping, majestic strokes, infusing it with magnificent righteous qi, establish a heart for heaven and earth, create a life for the people, continue the teachings of past sages, and open an era of peace for all posterity. A blurred golden figure appeared in front of the state preceptor of Great Xia, casting a saint's shadow, blocking Destruction Sword's blood sword. The blood-colored sword qi emitted by the blood sword became a storm of qi waves, sweeping through the entire cavern, causing stones to tumble down. The second princess shielded herself with her arm, her pretty face turning pale. Destruction Sword and Zhu Jian, these two elders of the Reincarnation Hall, were of too high a realm. The princess of Great Xia? Become a puppet for me willingly, the white bone demon waved his staff, and from the blood pool, several puppets emerged, the weakest of which were at the nascent soul realm. These were all exceptional individuals defeated by me on my path of cultivation. Soon, you too will become one of them. A Dao Palace realm puppet wielded dual blades and attacked the second princess. Phoenix dance in the 9th heaven. The second princess danced with her long sword, with sword qi shaped like flames surrounding her, forming a fiery phoenix, to confront the Dao Palace realm puppet. Clang clang clang. The second princess was a genius in her own right, and with her exquisite swordsmanship, she suppressed the Dao Palace realm puppet. The other puppets were intercepted one by the imperial guards of the Great Xia and the people from the literary court. The people of Mount Shu took action, clashing with the elders and disciples of the Reincarnation Hall with sword qi flying everywhere, amidst continuous shouts and the sound of swords clashing. Lu Changsheng had yet to make a move, as he had already been targeted by Zhu Jian of the Reincarnation Hall, who was at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. You killed the evil sword, but my realm is 3 realms higher than his and 2 realms higher than yours, so your death is certain, Zhu Jian stated. Zhu Jian activated the blood demon scripture, and like a ghost, vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared before Lu Changsheng, slashing down with a giant blood-colored sword. Elder Lu! The second princess exclaimed in shock, as she could not clearly see Zhu Jian's figure. When Lu Changsheng killed the blood-refining elder, he only used the power of the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm, so the second princess could not help but worry about him. However, with his long sword, Lu Changsheng blocked Zhu Jian's attack and only retreated 2 or 3 steps. Oh! I did not expect you to be able to block my sword, Zhu Jian said, his expression gradually turning fierce. Then how about the next few strikes? Blood reversal 9 swords. Zhu Jian's blood sword was extremely fast. Wave after wave of blood-colored after-images attacked, and Lu Changsheng struggled to cope, continuously retreating. How foolish, thinking that just the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm could contend with my 7 layers of power. Even though your foundation in the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm is extremely solid, it's still just the 5th layer. You are indeed somewhat terrifying. If I let you continue to grow, you will become Mount Shu's next Li Changjai. Fortunately for me, today you will die by my sword, Zhu Jian taunted, while also fearing Lu Changsheng's potential. Lu Changsheng showed the power of the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm, but his true chi was several times that of a normal person at the same level. As he continued to withstand Zhu Jian's onslaught, even Zhu Jian couldn't help but feel wary, wanting to remove the threat quickly. You do talk a lot. But indeed, the power of the Dao Palace realm's 5th layer is no match for you. If I continue this tug of war, Mount Shu's side will suffer casualties, Lu Changsheng said. Lu Changsheng intentionally suppressed his realm for fishing and pressure training, but this mission was not only about himself, so he stopped pretending. Lu Changsheng began to wildly circulate the taking Wuji technique. In the 3 years following the 6 Paths Assembly, Lu Changsheng had comprehended the 6th layer of the taking Wuji technique. Boom! 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 The entire Tianyu mountain began to tremble as nature's spiritual energy from outside the mountain converged into its interior. Although the reincarnation hall had dropped the dragon severing stone to seal the main exit, they could not seal all the exit paths completely. There were still hidden passages that could connect the inside and outside of the mountain. Lu Changsheng's aura was climbing continuously. The taking Wuji technique was a heaven-rank high-quality cultivation technique and also one of Mount Shu's sect defending skills. Dao Palace Realm 6th Layer. You bastard! Zhu Jian's face twisted as Lu Changsheng's realm ascended to the 6th layer of the Dao Palace Realm, still rising further. Dao Palace Realm 7th Layer. Zhu Jian was completely shaken. How did Lu Changsheng cultivate to change his realm so quickly since the reincarnation hall's information could only be updated every few years? The expressions of the destruction sword and the white bone demon also became less composed. No way. The second princess and the group of great Confucians from the Xia kingdom felt Lu Changsheng's tremendous true chi, first with surprise and then with delight. Now they also had 2 practitioners at the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm on their side. The state preceptor of Great Xia felt his old face flush with embarrassment. I underestimated young friend Lu. Truly, I am ashamed, he said. Chapter 70, Seeing Xia Ningxiu again. His momentum is still climbing. Just when everyone thought that Lu Changsheng's cultivation would stop after reaching the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm, elders of the reincarnation hall like Destruction Sword, Zhu Jian, and the White Bone Demon were once again shocked. Lu Changsheng's momentum continued to rise. Lu Changsheng's realm was advancing towards the 8th layer of the Dao Palace. Isn't he the last direct disciple of Taiyuan the sage? How come his cultivation is catching up to Taiyuan's second disciple, Song Wuchuan? Die! In a panic, Zhu Jian, before Lu Changsheng could reach the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm, swung his blood sword and with a sky-high blood glow, it struck Lu Changsheng's Daoist robe. Got him! He's dead without a doubt. The elders of the reincarnation hall on site, who were already in despair, became ecstatic when Zhu Jian's timely move struck Lu Changsheng with the blood sword. Elder Lu! Master! The second princess of the Xia kingdom, the state preceptor, as well as a host of great Confucians, and the people from Mount Shu, were extremely frightened. Cultivators dread being struck by an opponent's treasure. Although most cultivators have high realms, their physical bodies cannot withstand direct attacks from treasures. Bang! The scene Zhu Jian had imagined, where the treasure bisected Liu Changsheng, didn't occur. Instead, Liu Changsheng was knocked back, hitting a stone wall behind him, causing rocks to tumble and dust to fly. Cough cough cough, that sword strike really did hurt. Liu Changsheng climbed out from the pile of rubble, even finding time to pat the dust off his Daoist robe. The top-grade acquired spirit treasure Tai Daoist robe showed a sword mark, yet Liu Changshen's body had no bloodstains. While cultivating the taking Wuji technique, Liu Changsheng was also practicing the Heaven Rank Body Refinement Method 9 Dragons Refinement Technique, conditioning his physical body to toughness. Now that it was beginning to bear fruit, he had managed to take on Zhu Jian's sword strike. It was as if Liu Changsheng had intentionally allowed Zhu Jian to strike him, testing the ferocity of his physical resilience. A damaged Tai Daoist robe was of no consequence, it was merely an acquired spirit treasure. Should Liu Changsheng wish to reward a disciple with a Daoist robe, he could easily provide one of even higher quality. Please visit sitehistories. C0M maybe Y0 U will ENJ0Y the captivating SH0RTST0RIES. Are you also a body cultivator? Zhu Jian felt a chill down his spine. Liu Changsheng taking his sword strike without injury was undoubtedly a sign of a body cultivator. Cultivating the mind and refining the body at the same time should result in exceptionally slow progress. And yet not only had Liu Changsheng started cultivating later than him, but his realm had also caught up to Zhu Jian's. Was this even human? What formidable physical strength! He must have practiced a heaven rank body refinement method and used a huge amount of elixir pills to repeatedly temper his physique. The state preceptor of Great Xia was horrified. If he had been struck by the blood sword, there's no way he would have emerged unscathed. It could only be said that Liu Changshen's physical strength was terrifyingly incredible. To deal with you, the 7th layer of the Dao Palace is enough. Liu Changsheng didn't aim for the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm but confronted Zhu Jian with the cultivation of the 7th layer. He unleashed the 9 heavens imperial thunder sword, summoning storm and thunder, causing flashes of lightning and peals of thunder within the mountain cavern. Zhu Jian, who had seemed invincible just moments ago, was now utterly crushed by Liu Changsheng. Liu Changsheng, proficient in both martial and cultivation practices, had accumulated vast hidden strength. In terms of true qi, physical might, and speed, he completely overwhelmed Zhu Jian. Looks like Master is more formidable. With that being the case, I can also fight without worries. Feline pounces on mouse. Azure Dragon swishes its tail 3 times. Lian, holding the wrathful flame spear in both hands, charged into the midst of the Reincarnation Hall disciples and used the primordial 6 harmonies spear technique. His spear moved like a dragon, swift as a gust of wind, successively slaying Reincarnation Hall disciples. Lian's martial king divine physique was even more suited to the practice of martial techniques than Liu Changshen's, allowing him to trump elders of the same realm from the Reincarnation Hall with martial prowess alone. Mountain-suppressing demon charm. With Liu Changsheng sharing the burden, the state preceptor of Great Xia regained his composure and concentrated on confronting the destruction sword. The state preceptor of Great Xia cultivated the way of the literary sage and was one of the few individuals with the highest level of cultivation in the Great Xia dynasty. He possessed real talent and profound knowledge, and as he wielded the acquired spirit treasure, every single word sparkled like gems, emitting a golden light on the golden scroll. Magnificent righteous qi transformed into a golden mountain, pressing down on the destruction sword, intending to suppress this demon chief. Immortal blood sword. The destruction sword wielded his sword, engaging in a desperate fight with the state preceptor of Great Xia. 100-foot blood pool was devoured by his blood sword, which became the heart of a blood-red vortex, emitting a chilling blood light. The golden mountain was hindered by the blood-red vortex, unable to descend, and even showed signs of being consumed. This demon chief is no ordinary foe. Sweat beaded on the state preceptor of Great Xia's forehead as the continuous use of the magnificent righteous qi was exhausting him greatly. With the destruction sword leveraging the blood pool, the state preceptor found it hard to eliminate him. Suddenly, the state preceptor looked towards the center of the Great Hall, only to see Elder Zhu Jian of the Reincarnation Hall, a 7th-layer Dao Palace entity, pinned to the stone wall by a sword from Liu Changsheng. The 9 heavens imperial thunder sword pierced through Zhu Jian's heart and into the stone wall, causing spider-web-like cracks to appear. You. That's all Zhu Jian managed to say before his eyes rapidly dimmed. The lightning carried by the 9 heavens imperial thunder sword had already shattered his zodiac meridians. Liu Changsheng didn't bother listening to his nonsense. Such a powerful being as Elder Jujian was killed so easily. Impossible, this can't be happening, it's all fake. The faith of many in the reincarnation hall crumbled. Elder's destruction sword and Jujian held high positions in the reincarnation hall, as they were direct disciples of the hall master of reincarnation and also possessed cultivation at the 7th layer of Dao Palace. Si Yan, the second princess of Xia Kingdom, was stunned. She had never imagined that Lu Changshen's true cultivation was so terrifying. For a moment, she doubted whether Lu Changshen's real cultivation was indeed only the 7th layer of the Dao Palace. Now, she regretted even more that she couldn't become a disciple of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng pulled out the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword and turned to attack the White Bone Demon. With only a 6th layer Dao Palace cultivation, the White Bone Demon was not even as formidable as Destruction Sword and Jujian. The puppets he controlled were all annihilated by the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. Don't come any closer. No. Following the vast sword chi, the White Bone Demon turned to ash, leaving only his treasure staff to clatter to the ground. Only one tricky opponent left now. Lu Changsheng wiped the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword with his Daoist robe, tallying up one after another. Is he a devil? The Destruction Sword, who was battling spells with the State Preceptor, fell into despair. Lu Changsheng was dealing with Reincarnation Hall elders one by one, as if it were a trivial matter. This sense of oppression plunged the 7th layer Dao Palace Cultivation Destruction Sword into a cycle of despair. Break! Accompanied by an earth-shaking boom, the Dragon Severing Stone was blasted open by talismans, and dozens of figures attacked the Reincarnation Hall stronghold, led by a woman of clear eyes and white teeth, flawless and carrying a long sword on her back. This team was comprised of both men and women, but mostly women. When they infiltrated the interior of the Reincarnation Hall stronghold, they found it had been flattened, strewn with corpses of the Reincarnation Hall. High-ranking members of the Reincarnation Hall like Destruction Sword, Jujian, and the White Bone Demon were all executed. People from Mount Shu. The newcomers from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion noticed the people from Mount Shu and Great Xia, all bearing more or less bloodstains. Clearly, this stronghold of the Reincarnation Hall had been utterly razed by Mount Shu and Great Xia. A Daoist clad in Daoist robe, with the air of a celestial being and a handsome appearance, was in the midst of cleaning his cherished longsword. Xianing Xiu. Lu Changsheng turned to the incoming crowd, which actually consisted of elders and disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, led by none other than Xianing Xiu, who had dueled with him 3 years ago. Chapter 71, Thank You Gift. Lu, this time it was thanks to your intervention that this old man was able to escape disaster. Previously, I had underestimated you. Mount Shu truly lives up to the reputation of being one of the 6 major sects, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I admit defeat. The Great Xia State Preceptor put aside his aloofness and expressed sincere admiration. Had it not been for Lu Changshen's astonishing cultivation level, the people from Xia Kingdom would have been inescapable from calamity. In dire straits, the State Preceptor still stepped forward, possessing the grace of the literary sage. As the other party sincerely apologized, Lu Changsheng also gave him enough respect, a mutual adulation of sorts. Daoist Lu, from Hyang City to Tianyu Mountain, you have helped our Xia Kingdom twice. This kindness I shall never forget. Once I return to the Imperial City, I am willing to present as a gift a 6th grade elixir pill, no, a 7th grade elixir pill. The second princess bit her lower lip lightly. In order to get acquainted with Lu Changsheng, a friend whose cultivation might be above the 7th layer of Dao Palace, she did not hesitate to offer a 7th grade elixir pill. Not to mention the Xia royal family, even the 6 major sects did not possess many 7th grade elixir pills. In the treasury of the Xia royal family, 7th grade elixir pills were among the highest grade treasures. The second princess made a significant resolution before she decided to give out a 7th grade elixir pill as gratitude. This old man has a 6th grade talisman that I personally crafted. If Lu does not disdain it, I would like to give it to you as a thank you gift. The Great Xia State Preceptor took out a 6th grade talisman. Being a divine talismancer, a 6th grade talisman was the highest grade he could craft. His offer of a 6th grade talisman as a thank you gift showed his sincerity. May I perhaps forego the 6th grade talisman, 7th grade elixir pill, and instead choose a number of 4th grade or 5th grade talismans, elixir pills? To the surprise of the Xia princess and state preceptor, Lu Changsheng seemed indifferent to high-grade talismans and elixir pills, showing more interest in 4th grade and 5th grade treasures. Truly a peculiar person. The second princess and state preceptor wondered to themselves. 6th grade talismans and 7th grade elixir pills were rare items in the world, yet Lu Changsheng didn't care for them. Lu Changsheng had his own plans. He did not lack 6th grade talismans or 7th grade elixir pills, he even had quite a few 7th grade talismans and 8th grade elixir pills. Lu Changsheng wanted to select a batch of 4th grade or 5th grade treasures with specific functions to give to his disciples, utilizing the system to return specific high-grade treasures. The Xia royal family and literary court should have some 4th grade and 5th grade treasures that are otherwise rarely seen. Lu, if there's any 4th grade or 5th grade talisman you need, just tell me. I will personally craft 10 of them for you," said the great Xia state preceptor promptly. Since Lu Changsheng did not want the 6th grade talisman, he would custom make 10 talismans of a slightly lower grade for Lu Changsheng. The state preceptor personally crafting talismans to give away, and even 10 at once, is truly rare. Deist Lu struck down 3 formidable enemies from Dao Palace and saved us all. The state preceptor's generosity is only logical. Alas, our own cultivation is too meager, and we have no treasures worth mentioning. The great Xia Confucians commented one after another, their treasures were not even considered valuable to Lu Changsheng. The second princess nodded, since the Daoist does not want the 7th grade elixir pills, then I will ask my father to allow the Daoist to select 34th grade or 5th grade elixir pills from the treasury. Thank you both. Lu Changsheng cared not about the 4th grade or 5th grade treasures, but about the freedom to choose himself. Some treasures might not even be in the inventory of Mount Shu. Daoist Lu, once we return to the imperial city, I have some doubts about my cultivation that I would like to seek your guidance on," thought the second princess. Although Lu Changsheng was reluctant to take her as his disciple, they could still be friends, and she saw the opportunity to build a closer relationship. "If it's just doubts about your cultivation, I may offer you some guidance." Lu Changshen's realm was far above Si Yan's, indeed qualifying him to offer her guidance. Just at that moment, the dragon severing stone exploded, and dozens of cultivators burst in. The people who had just experienced a fierce battle looked towards the newcomers with utmost tension, thinking they were reinforcements from the reincarnation hall. "There's no need to panic, these are people from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion." Having recognized the arrivals, Lu Changsheng saw they were elders and disciples from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Lu Changsheng. The newcomers were equally surprised, they hadn't expected someone to have already cleared out the reincarnation hall's stronghold on Tianyu Mountain, and that the leader was Lu Changsheng. Xiaoningsu scanned the ground strewn with corpses at the reincarnation hall base, noting the infamous destruction sword, Zhu Jian, White Bone Demon, and other peerless experts from the reincarnation hall were all dead. And the one most likely to have killed all these peerless experts from the reincarnation hall was none other than Lu Changsheng. Both Destruction Sword and Zhu Jian are legendary experts at the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm, and although the White Bone Demon's cultivation was slightly weaker, he was at the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm. "They're all dead." The disciples of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion looked at Lu Changsheng as if he were a monster. Destruction Sword, Zhu Jian, and White Bone Demon had been cultivating for hundreds of years, already famous figures, and yet Lu Changsheng, whose name had risen only 3 years ago, had killed all these great figures. The tense expression on Xiaoningsu's face relaxed. 3 years have passed, it seems your cultivation has greatly improved. "I've made some modest progress," said Lu Changsheng as he sheathed the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword and, with a wave of his sleeve, his true qi cleansed both his and Lian's Daoist robes of the blood stains. "Your visit to this place as Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, it's likely for the same purpose as ours." Indeed. The Reincarnation Hall attacked several cities in the Liang Kingdom, and the Liang Kingdom sought help from our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The Pavilion Master ordered me to lead a team to find where these thieves were hiding, and ultimately we arrived here. I never expected such a coincidence to meet here. Your aura is also much stronger than it was 3 years ago. Lu Changsheng felt that Xiaoningsu's aura was more profound, her realm having improved. Xiaoningsu's special constitution, the Lingwei holy body, allowed her to cultivate faster than ordinary people. At the age of 20, she reached the 1st layer of the Dao Palace realm, and by 25, the 4th layer. Now Xiaoningsu's realm was even higher, perhaps not just due to her special constitution, but it might also be possible that someone had given her a power-infusing initiation, allowing her rapid progress. In the 6 major sects, there was no shortage of supreme elders who, having reached the end of their days and with no hope for tribulation, were willing to sacrifice their cultivation to perform power-infusing initiation for the younger generation as a token of gratitude for the sect, quickly cultivating the next era of peerless geniuses, ensuring that the sect always maintained a wealth of talents. Given Xia Ningxiu's talent, it wasn't impossible that the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was concentrating resources to cultivate her. With just one peerless genius emerging, a sect could be protected for hundreds or even thousands of years. Sister Xia, long time no see. Lian approached proactively and took Xia Ningxiu's hand. Lian was only a few years younger than Xia Ningxiu. You've grown up. Xia Ningxiu remarked with emotion, as 15-year-old Lian had matured into a graceful figure, still somewhat youthful but already resembling an adult. You are the Holy Maiden of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The second princess of the Xia Kingdom was quite surprised. And you are? I am Si Yan, princess of the Great Xia Kingdom. I once studied at the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, but after my master was killed by the demon sects, I left the pavilion to return to Great Xia. So, you were once an elder of our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Deist Lu and I plan to return to the royal city for some rest. Since we've encountered the Holy Maiden, why don't we go together? The second princess had not expected to meet two peerless geniuses from Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion and thus, upon reflection, decided to try and forge an alliance with them. Chapter 72, Can Lu also write poetry? The Xia Kingdom's royal city, Tianyu City, was ablaze with lights at the night market, bustling with crowds and extraordinary excitement. Lu Changsheng led his team to the royal city and was stunned by the scene of empty alleys thronged with tens of thousands of people. Why is the royal city so lively? The second princess gave him a look of surprise. Deist Lu, could it be that you do not know of the Begging Immortal Festival? I would like to hear the details. Legend has it that about 100,000 years ago, there were two peerless geniuses who made a pact to be together forever once they attained immortality and mastered the Dao of longevity. However, the female, blessed with exceptional talent, successfully passed the ninefold heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. The male reached the 8 tribulations on his day of tribulation, but fell at the last, failing to overcome the final heavenly tribulation, resulting in complete annihilation. At that time, these two had vanquished demons and evils, bestowing kindness upon the people of Xia State. As the lovers could not unite, the common folk lamented, and thus the Begging Immortal Festival came about, in memory of the pair. The festival also embodies the wish to join hands and tie black hair together, to share a life of everlasting union. The second princess recounted the story gracefully. Lu Changsheng was slightly moved, the story behind it truly regrettable. Xia Ningxiu pondered, this is not a mere legend, but the truth. The one who ascended to the immortal realm was the then pavilion master of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Fairy King Xia. What? The people of Xia Kingdom as well as those from Mount Shu were startled. As the Holy Maiden of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Xia Ningxiu had access to the pavilion's secrets. Who would have thought that the story behind the Begging Immortal Festival was based on real events? This was gossip that could shake the entire world. Even the lofty state preceptor of Great Xia couldn't help but ask, "May I inquire, Fairy Xia, who was the male mentioned in the story?" Xia Ningxiu suddenly looked towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng shrugged his shoulders. He certainly wasn't some old monster who had lived for 100,000 years. As an elder of Mount Shu, Xia Ningxiu's gaze towards him, could it imply that the male was a figure from Mount Shu 100,000 years ago? Xia Ningxiu slowly said, the one who perished under the ninefold heavenly tribulation, unable to stay forever with Fairy King Xia, was the 21st sect leader of Mount Shu, Grand Master Tegzu. A stir. There was an uproar among the people of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion in Mount Shu. With their status, they had no access to secrets from 100,000 years ago, especially ones that involved the leaders of the two major factions, Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Xia Ningxiu continued, although the ancestral master of Mount Shu is universally acknowledged as the foremost figure, our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion too, had once birthed two peerless geniuses. One was an unnamed fairy who established the pavilion 200,000 years ago, and the other was Fairy King Xia from 100,000 years ago. They both successfully ascended to the immortal realm. Grand Master Tegzu's talent indeed far exceeded that of ordinary people, but it was still somewhat lacking. Even a person like Grand Master Tegzu could not become an immortal and pursue the path, passing by Fairy King Xia. It truly is lamentable, the state preceptor of Great Xia expressed his sighs. All sect leaders of Mount Shu were exceptional geniuses with unfathomable cultivation, yet such figures could not transcend the heavenly tribulation and ascend to immortality, which shows just how difficult the path to becoming an immortal is. Compared to Grandmaster Taixu, the state preceptor of Great Xia was merely at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm, far from ready for the tribulation. I imagine even Fairy King Xia would be shaken in her Dao heart after ascending to the immortal realm. Xia Ningxiu sighed softly. She too had been moved when she first came across this secret. I had not thought that there was such a secret behind the Begging Immortal Festival. Moved by this story, upon my return to the literary court, I shall compose a poem to commemorate the tale of Grandmaster Taixu and Fairy Changxia, remarked the literary sage of Great Xia, inspiration surging through him. He turned to Lu and said, Lu, although I may not match your talent in cultivation, when it comes to poetry, you are far from my equal. That remains to be seen. Lu Changsheng had memorized quite a few poems before his transmigration, and could be considered somewhat of a literary youth. Could it be that Lu has a talent for poetry? Why not take this Begging Immortality Festival as a subject and compose a poem on the spot? If you truly can create a fine poem, I will be completely convinced, the state preceptor of Great Xia said. The state preceptor of Great Xia thought Lu Changsheng was just speaking off the cuff. Without extensive reading and studying in the literary court, an ordinary person would find it difficult to compose a poem on the spot, either failing to rhyme or missing the point. The state preceptor of Great Xia did not believe that Lu Changsheng was an all-around genius. Xia Ningxiu, Si Yan, Lian, and many great Confucians looked at Lu Changsheng together, as if by some tacit agreement. Could it be that Lu Changsheng truly had the ability to write poetry? Lu Changsheng slightly altered the Tang dynasty poet Kui Hao's 7-character ancient poem Double Seventh Festival and, advancing 7 steps forward, he recited slowly, in Tianyu City, the moon is like a ribbon, every household this night holds needle and thread. Immortal robes and jade pendants known only to themselves, never to meet between heaven and earth. Hiss! The state preceptor of Great Xia was dumbfounded. He just made a casual remark, not expecting Lu Changsheng to truly compose a poem within 7 steps, his talent even surpassing many great Confucians from the literary court of Great Xia. The first part of the poem describes the Begging Immortality Festival in Tianyu City, and the last part talks about the legend of Grandmaster Taixu and Fairy King Xia behind the festival, combining reality and fantasy, with profound meaning. Truly a fine poem. If Lu were to join our literary court, I would even relinquish my position of state preceptor to him. The state preceptor of Great Xia analyzed Lu Changshen's 7-character poem and was completely convinced. Lu Changsheng was not only close to him in terms of cultivation but even surpassed him in literary grace, which forced him to admire Lu. Immortal robes and jade pendants known only to themselves, never to meet between heaven and earth. Xia Ningxiu repeated the line, her gaze brightening as she looked at Lu Changsheng. This line fits the story of Fairy Changxia perfectly, it is most ingenious. Daoist Lu truly is a peerless marvel in this world, the second princess, Si Yan, expressed increasing admiration for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was simply borrowing from a Tang dynasty poet's 7-character poem, yet it drew the attention of everyone present. If he recited the entire complete Tang poems, wouldn't he be treated as a literary sage? The second princess arranged for the cultivators from Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion to stay within her own palace grounds. The second princess, a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm, was deeply favored by the emperor and had her own luxurious palace, complete with dance pavilions and singing platforms, lacking nothing. The next day, the second princess led Lu Changsheng to the treasure vault of the Xia kingdom to select elixir pills as a thank you gift. Learning that Lu Changsheng had joined forces with the state preceptor to kill several unparalleled experts of the Dao Palace realm from the reincarnation hall, the emperor of Great Xia knew that Lu Changsheng's future was boundless. By fostering good relations with Lu Changsheng, he was also doing the same with Mount Shu, so he agreed to the second princess's decision. Your Highness, the treasure vault is a restricted area. Unless there is an imperial decree, even you may not enter. The old eunuch guarding the treasure vault stopped the second princess and Lu Changsheng. A Dao Palace realm expert? Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. But then he thought, a place as important as the Great Xia treasure vault would only be guarded by a highly trusted, high-level confidant of the Emperor of Great Xia. The second princess took out a paper. Here is the imperial decree from Father Emperor. And this is Elder Lu from Mount Shu, who has shown great favor to Great Xia. That is why Father Emperor has instructed me to choose 34th or 5th grade elixir pills as a thank you gift. This servant obeys the command. The old eunuch tried to perceive Lu Changshen's cultivation level, but Lu Changshen's aura was like a black hole, impossible to ascertain. Chapter 73, The Second Nascent Soul Realm Disciple. The Great Xia treasury was filled with elixir pills accumulated over 10,000 years, and with the Disciple Apprenticeship system, Lu Changsheng could see the effects of these pills. Python Gold Pill, Fire a 5th rank elixir, crafted by a cultivator who killed a red-trained python that had transformed over 800 years, extracting its golden core and refining it into this pill. Limited to cultivators with a fire spirit root, it enhances the physique and is exceptionally valuable. This golden core was particularly suitable for the second disciple, Lu Qinglian. Lu Changsheng chose this golden core. Ginseng Pill, a 4th rank elixir, only to be used in the nascent soul realm, helps cultivators consolidate their foundation, slightly enhancing root bone. Heaven Mending Pill, a 5th rank elixir, only to be used in the nascent soul realm, capable of compensating for a lack of comprehension. These two golden core pills were suitable for Lin Qingzi, whose talents were relatively average, to improve his innate quality. Lu Changsheng also selected them. Talent Boosting Pill, a 4th rank elixir that can stimulate one's talent and accelerate the condensation of magnificent righteous qi. This pill is suitable for the third disciple. Lu Changsheng, seeing the talent boosting pill for the first time, picked it out. Lu Changsheng continued to choose 34th rank and 5th rank elixir pills. Lu Changsheng didn't pay much attention to the rank, as long as the elixir was suitable for his disciples, he would take it. Do you intend to reward your disciples with these, deist? The second princess was somewhat surprised. The elixir pills that Lu Changsheng selected were varied and seemed unlikely to be for his own use. It's not easy to raise 3 disciples. Lu Changsheng sighed. Deist Lu is never weary of teaching, and Si Yan admires that. The second princess was genuinely impressed. Lu Changsheng was taken aback when the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator's disciple panel displayed that his first disciple, Lin Qingzi, had entered the nascent soul realm. Name, Lin Qingzi. Race, human. Natural talent, heart of the innocent, innate spiritual vein, wood spirit. Root. Cultivation, nascent soul realm, first layer. Dao bone, 23 years. Virtue, 2500. Cultivation technique, Takshuan skills, complete. Martial technique, soaring cloud sword technique, complete. Items available for rewarding, elixir pills of the 5th rank or below, talismans, earth rank cultivation techniques, acquired spirit treasures. Because Lin Qingzi focused on cultivating the Takshuan skills and the soaring cloud sword technique, the moment he stepped into the nascent soul realm, he had an epiphany, and both the Takshuan skills and soaring cloud sword technique were completed. This is the terrible epiphany ability of the heart of the innocent. Lu Changsheng was beginning to realize the terrifying potential of the heart of the innocent talent. There's no telling when Lin Qingzi might have another epiphany. With his cultivation technique reaching completion and his cultivation level soaring, it could all happen to Lin Qingzi. As the first disciple, Lin Qingzi's potential was no less than that of Lu Qinglian and Mo Huaji. In a location 5,000 miles away from the imperial city, an early-stage nascent soul realm elder of the Joyous Union sect, watched in horror as the green abyss sword pierced his body, unable to believe that the golden core realm disciple from Mount Shu would actually break through during the battle. Lin Qingzi's eyes were stubborn, his right arm bled profusely, and he could only use his left hand to kill the elder of the Joyous Union sect. It's over. Lin Qingzi withdrew the green abyss sword and left, limping away. The corpse of the Joyous Union sect elder fell to the ground. Lin Qingzi had walked less than 20 steps when, due to severe injuries, he half-knelt on the ground, using his long sword to support his body. Chen Yao, also seriously injured, helped Lin Qingzi up and went to regroup with the other Mount Shu disciples. To die under my chasing wind sword is an honor for you. Zhao Huiyan led the team to overrun this Joyous Union sect base, and an elder of the Joyous Union sect at the Dao Palace realm was slain by Zhao Huiyan. The other Mount Shu elders and disciples, responsible for dealing with the remaining Joyous Union sect elders and disciples, also suffered casualties. Xiao Xiang Dao, relying on his spirit sword physique's insight and sword Dao, engaged 2 golden core realm 9th layer Joyous Union sect disciples and slew them both. Xiao Xiang Dao made a gesture with his right hand, and his flying sword returned to its sheath. Where did Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao go? Zhao Huiyan scanned the Mount Shu disciples present, noticed the 2 were missing, and he grew desperately anxious. Lin Qingzi was a disciple of Lu Changsheng, and Chen Yao was a disciple of the Supreme Elder. If they had died at the hands of Joyous Union sect elders, Zhao Huiyan would have no explanation upon his return to Mount Shu. They were attacked by an elder of the Joyous Union sect, and I was too preoccupied to help. I fear that. The face of Mount Shu elder Fang Shi was pale as he had been restrained by another Joyous Union sect elder at the time and couldn't aid them. Zhao Huiyan's divine sense rapidly spread outwards, searching for the breath of Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao. Found them, they're still alive. While Zhao Huiyan was in a state of urgency, he quickly located the breath of Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao, much to his delight. They saw Chen Yao supporting an almost unconscious Lin Qingzi, escaping to safety, both of them covered in blood. We were attacked by a Joyous Union sect elder in the Nascent Soul Realm second layer and several Golden Core Realm disciples. In the end, Lin broke through and slew the Joyous Union sect elder. Chen Yao, out of breath but still lucid, recounted the rough course of events. You killed a Nascent Soul Realm second layer elder of the Joyous Union sect. The people present were utterly astonished. Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao were both recognized as outstanding disciples of Mount Shu, but for Golden Core Realm cultivators to kill a Joyous Union sect elder in the Nascent Soul Realm was indeed shocking news. Ha ha ha, worthy as the chief disciple of Lu and the closed-door disciple of the Supreme Elder, you've done very well. I'll report this to the record-keeping pavilion and record your contributions to the sect. Zhao Huiyan was in high spirits, and he patted Lin Qingzi's shoulder, causing Lin Qingzi to grimace in pain. Sister, in my belt, there's a bag of elixir pills. Lin Qingzi felt excruciating pain all over. He and Chen Yao had joined forces, breaking through and slaying a Joyous Union sect elder, draining all their spiritual energy and damaging their meridians, needing a period of recuperation. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng often bestowed numerous elixir pills, and Lin Qingzi carried a bag of elixir pills which could accelerate his recovery. Chen Yao took out the cloth bag, and Lin Qingzi consumed scarlet blood pills and qi returning pills, and made an effort to operate his cultivation technique to repair the damaged meridians on his own. Chen Yao wasn't surprised that Lin Qingzi possessed a large amount of elixir pills. She often visited King Yun Peak and knew that Lin Qingzi's master enjoyed rewarding his disciples with various treasures the most. Out of love for the house and its crow, even when Chen Yao visited King Yun Peak, Lu Changsheng would bestow upon her the spare elixir pills he had, as if they were as common as cabbage in the mortal world. Chen Yao also took 2 elixir pills and operated her cultivation technique to recover from her injuries. This guy, he actually killed a Joyous Union sect elder. Xiao Xiangdao's eyes hardened as he approached Lin Qingzi. Xiao, what are you going to do? Chen Yao, protective of the injured Lin Qingzi, stepped in front of him upon seeing Xiao Xiangdao approach. Xiao Xiangdao smiled and said, Lin has defeated a Joyous Union sect elder and must have extraordinary abilities. Once Lin has recovered from his injuries, I wish to exchange pointers with him so that we can promote mutual growth. So it's just that, but we will have to wait until Lin has recovered. Chen Yao had not yet mentioned to everyone that Lin Qingzi's cultivation had in fact already progressed to the Nascent Soul Realm. For Xiao Xiangdao to actively propose an exchange of pointers was merely asking for self-inflicted hardship. It's appropriate for young people to exchange pointers with each other, as long as it doesn't harm the camaraderie. I used to exchange pointers with my eldest martial brother frequently, but unfortunately, I was utterly defeated every time. Strange. Zhao Huiyan suddenly sensed something was off with Lin Qingzi's breath. Could it be that Lu has nurtured a second disciple into the Nascent Soul Realm? Chapter 74, Swallowing the Python Gold Pill Whole. Master, you've returned. Lian was sparring with Xiaoningsu when she saw Lu Changsheng return and eagerly greeted him. Did you cause any trouble today? Your disciple wouldn't be causing trouble all the time. Here are 3 elixir pills for you to use. Lu Changsheng presented Lian with 3 small jade bottles, which contained the Python Gold Pill, Blood Lotus Pill, and Enlightenment Pill. The Python Gold Pill, a 5th grade elixir, strengthens the physique. The Blood Lotus Pill, a 5th grade elixir, enhances vitality and blood. The Little Enlightenment Pill, a 5th grade elixir, increases the chances of sudden insights, suitable for those in the Nascent Soul Realm. Thank you, Master. Lian accepted the 3 elixir pills and opened one of the jade bottles, releasing a scorching aura and a vast demonic power that instantly filled the entire palace. What impressive medicinal power, it seems like it would be tasty. Lian wiped her drool, the Python Gold Pill being of the fire attribute, which perfectly matched her fire spirit root. This was an elixir made from the golden core of the red-trained python that had cultivated into human form for 800 years, a great supplement for the physically robust Huang tribe. Master, can I directly ingest it? Lu Changsheng thought there was nothing inappropriate. Ordinary cultivators who directly swallowed a python gold pill would probably explode and die, but Lian had the martial king divine physique, which was vastly different. With the overbearing nature of the martial king divine physique, even if she directly swallowed the python gold pill, the demonic power within the pill would not burst her body but instead would be absorbed by the martial king divine physique. After swallowing the python gold pill, Lian sat down on the spot to meditate and began refining the mighty demonic power of the python gold pill, tempering her body. Inside Lian's body, a thread of crimson true qi appeared, extremely burning hot. Xianingshu was inwardly astonished. It was her first time seeing someone in the nascent soul realm swallow a python gold pill whole. The normal procedure was to slowly absorb the demonic power of the python gold pill from the outside, then gradually introduce it into the body for refining, not direct ingestion, which typically continued for several days. It can only be said that extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with a 5th grade elixir python gold pill and have received a 1,000-fold return reward from teaching, an 8th grade elixir red flood dragon gold pill. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with a 5th grade elixir blood lotus pill and have received a 500-fold return reward from teaching, a 7th grade elixir fire lotus elixir. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with a 5th grade elixir little enlightenment pill and have received a 1,000-fold return reward from teaching, a 7th grade elixir enlightenment pill. Lu Changsheng has used up today's 3 chances to reward another 8th grade elixir. The system consecutively announced 2 7th grade elixirs and 1 8th grade elixir, bringing joy to Lu Changsheng's heart. Today must be an auspicious day, which is why he was so lucky. Lian will need some time to refine the demonic power of the python gold pill, with Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu acting as protectors for her. Fairy Xia, your cultivation has advanced these days, could it be that one of the supreme elders has performed the power-infusing initiation on you? During the lull, Lu Changsheng struck up a casual conversation with Xianingshu. Xianingshu admitted it but did not elaborate, as it was an internal affair of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. As expected, with her innate talent and the power-infusing initiation by the supreme elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Xianingshu's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. However, the supreme elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were sacrificing their own cultivation to swiftly nurture an exceptional talent for the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, which was in stark contrast to Lu Changshen's reward-bearing initiations. The supreme elders who spared no effort to sacrifice their own cultivation for the benefit of their disciples, although unable to overcome their heavenly tribulation, could still be regarded as half a saint. The demonic power of the python gold pill alarmed the second princess as well as the imperial guard of the palace. Your disciple directly swallowed the python gold pill whole? Absolutely not, doing so will cause an explosion of their body and death. The second princess hurried over and discovered that Lu Changsheng had allowed his disciple to take the python gold pill, her mouth agape with shock. The python gold pill is not meant to be used this way. But aside from their face turning red, Lu Changshen's disciple exhibited no other abnormalities, nor did they explode and die, which somewhat reassured the second princess and the crowd of imperial guards. By the side, Xianingshu explained, Elder Lu's disciple has a special physique, unafraid of the python's demonic power, no need for concern. I see. The second princess felt relieved, yet she still found it hard to believe that a cultivator at the nascent soul realm could swallow a python gold pill and remain unharmed. Nascent soul realm, second layer. Half a day later, Lian opened her eyes, her aura completely rejuvenated. Her martial king divine physique had fully absorbed the demonic power of the python gold pill, transforming it into true qi. The martial king divine physique grew even more formidable, and due to digesting the vast demonic power of the python gold pill, Lian's cultivation level also broke through to the second layer of the nascent soul realm in one fell swoop. She broke through directly. The second princess was even more astonished. In these days, she had witnessed more strange occurrences than all the ones she had ever seen before combined. Master, isn't Lian amazing? Very good. Lu Changsheng was content. His eldest disciple had broken through to the first layer of the nascent soul realm, and his second disciple had broken through to the second layer. Sooner or later, they would be able to step into the Dao Palace realm, and by then, Lu Changsheng would be able to grant them even higher level treasures. I have ordered a banquet to be prepared, and we hope Deist Lu, the Holy Maiden, and the various esteemed guests will not find it wanting. The second princess was even more respectful, Lu Changsheng, Lu Qinglian, Xianingsu, these were the favored children of heaven, with futures beyond measure. While they had not yet become unreachable, it was a chance to forge a connection with immortals. The second princess had arranged a banquet, and princes, dukes, generals, and great Confucians from the Xia kingdom all attended. With prodigies from Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion present, these worldly dynastic nobles also sought to ingratiate themselves. There is no need for excessive flattery, Deist Lu does not like such manners. The second princess sent a message to everyone, to prevent the nobles from being too obsequious and thus incurring the displeasure of cultivators like Lu Changsheng and Xianingsu. Anything in excess is counterproductive. After the banquet and deep into the night, with the surroundings silent, Lu Changsheng took out the 8th grade divine pill Red Flood Dragon Gold Pill returned by the system. The Red Flood Dragon Gold Pill, just like the Red Emperor Dragon Strength Pill, was stored in a purple gold bagwagord to prevent the leakage of its medicinal power. Red Flood Dragon Gold Pill, an 8th grade divine pill made from a shape-shifted Red Flood Dragon's golden core that has cultivated for 8,000 years. It contains the immense demonic power of the Red Flood Dragon, which can strengthen the body and enhance cultivation progress. An 8,000-year-old dragon? Lu Changsheng had read in Mount Shu's records that in this world, after 10,000 years, a jiao can transform into a dragon. An 8,000-year-old jiao was already nearing its transformation into a dragon. Its golden core, one can only imagine, was full of immense demonic power. This will be key to my breakthrough into the Dao Palace realm and stepping into the Void Refinement realm. Lu Changsheng understood that going from the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm to the Void Refinement realm was a bottleneck. As someone who practiced both martial and cultivation dual practice, and possessing an innate Taoist body, he would require an exceptionally vast amount of nature's spiritual energy. And the 8th grade divine pill Red Flood Dragon Gold Pill could perfectly compensate for this substantial shortfall. Obviously, the preciousness of the 8th grade divine pill was imaginable. Lu Changsheng opened the purple gold bagwagord, wanting to catch a glimpse of the true form of the Red Flood Dragon Gold Pill. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying wave of demonic power burst forth. In an instant, all cultivators in the imperial city were alarmed. This is not good. Lu Changshen's expression subtly changed. The demonic power of the 8,000-year-old Red Flood Dragon Gold Pill was unimaginably vast. It might cause the cultivators of the imperial city to think a peerless great demon was attacking the city. This would be a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 75, The Sensation Caused by 8th Grade Elixir Pills. The demonic chi of the rank 8 elixir, the Red Flood Dragon Gold Pill, spread, alarming all cultivators in the imperial city. Lu Changsheng hastily plugged the purple gold bagwagord to prevent the demonic chi from causing chaos. The demonic chi released by the golden core of the flood dragon that had transformed for 8,000 years instantly permeated the entire city. In the heavenly prison of the imperial palace, a frightening burst of divine sense flashed and then vanished. A great demon dares to attack the imperial city? It seems I must break my meditation and emerge. No, this overwhelming demonic chi has disappeared? What exactly is going on? This terrifying divine sense swept across the city, trying to find the non-existent great demon, but found nothing. Soon, this terrifying divine sense disappeared without a trace. Within the imperial city, in a small Daoist temple, another formidable divine sense probed for the source of the demonic chi. At Yu Lian, a swordsman drinking alone under the moonlight was no longer intoxicated. At Picking Flowers Temple, a monk sweeping the ground had a solemn expression. The Great Xia Imperial Palace, the imperial guards mobilized, and the city gates were tightly closed. The Emperor of Great Xia, startled by the fleeting overwhelming demonic chi, immediately deployed the imperial guards, ready to face the approaching great demon. All the princes and princesses appeared, engaging in sword flight, turning into streaks of golden light, gathering at the imperial palace. What has happened? Just now, an overwhelming demonic chi emerged, followed by 4 powerful divine senses sweeping across the city. We can no longer detect the demonic chi and that powerful divine sense. Tonight's events are indeed strange. The princes, princesses, and the generals of the imperial guards were all baffled. Search the entire city, slay the demonic beings. The crown prince ordered, and both the imperial guards and city defense forces were dispatched, scouring the city throughout the night. At the literary court of Great Xia, the state preceptor and a group of great Confucians were also on high alert, each more tense than the last. The demonic qi emanating from the golden core of an 8,000-year-old flood dragon was so fearsome that it put many great Confucians at the literary court on edge. Imagine, a flood dragon that had cultivated for 8,000 years, older even than the sect leader of Mount Shu, real person Taiyuan, attacking the imperial city of Great Xia. What sort of scene would that be? With the slightest carelessness, the entire imperial city and millions of lives could be reduced to ruins. Ziaiho, what has alarmed you to come visiting? The presence of a great demon appeared in the imperial city. To be prepared for any contingency, I request that teacher intervenes if necessary. In the bamboo grove of the literary court, the state preceptor of Great Xia personally visited his teacher, who lived in seclusion there. His teacher was the former head of the literary court. You may return. Could it be that teacher is unwilling to take action? This is indeed the demonic qi of a great demon, but it is not a living being. It is the demonic power emitted by its golden core, which means this could be a disturbance caused by a rank 8 elixir. As for the source, the demonic qi vanished too quickly, so I also do not know where it came from. The person in the thatched cottage answered the state preceptor of Great Xia's confusion. It is the legendary rank 8 elixir. The state preceptor of Great Xia's pupils widened in shock. A rank 8 elixir is a treasure that can establish a sect, and the state preceptor of Great Xia had never even seen such an elixir. Rank 8 elixirs and rank 9 elixirs are the divine pills of legends. Only a divine pill crafted using the golden core of a flood dragon with 8,000 years of cultivation, like a rank 8 elixir, could demonstrate the preciousness of such a pill. Yet who possesses this rank 8 elixir? And why would someone intentionally release the demonic qi of a rank 8 elixir to frighten everyone in the imperial city? The state preceptor of Great Xia remained confounded despite pondering deeply. He thought too much. After resolving his doubts with his teacher, the state preceptor informed everyone at the literary court and the royal palace, and only then did the imperial guards cease their search throughout the city. Overnight, the cultivators of the imperial city were awoken by the surging demonic qi, causing an uproar. This is truly embarrassing. A lapse in attention from Lu Changsheng had caused an 8th grade elixir pill to create a sensation within the imperial city, and he couldn't help feeling guilty. However, in the instant when the demonic qi from the red flood dragon gold pill was released, several terrifying presences within the imperial city swept over the whole city, nearly detecting the source of the demonic qi, which deeply shocked Lu Changsheng. The imperial city of Great Xia was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, certainly not an ordinary place. The Great Xia dynasty was the most powerful dynasty in Xia state, protected by Mount Shu, and the imperial city was home to some hermit experts in seclusion. The royal palace, Daoist temple, inn, temple, and literary court together shelter 5 peerless experts, with cultivation levels surpassing my own. There are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens, I must be even more cautious. Lu Changsheng sensed that there were at least 5 hermit experts in seclusion within the Great Xia imperial city. Apart from the 6 orthodox sects, 4 demon sects, and various dynasties, the Jianghe was also filled with powerful loose cultivators who preferred not to be restricted by the sect rules and indulged in the wandering life. After the commotion in the city had settled, Lu Changsheng set up a formation barrier to prevent the demonic qi of the red flood dragon gold pill from leaking again. Now, Lu Changsheng could see clearly the appearance of the red flood dragon gold pill. It was a gold pill with alternating golden and red colors, naturally formed with complex patterns on it, emanating astonishing demonic power. Lu Changsheng was certain that if he were to refine this red flood dragon gold pill, it would suffice to aid his future advancement from the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm into the void refinement realm. The red flood dragon gold pill could also enhance one's physical aptitude, making the body even more formidable. This 8th grade elixir pill was indeed important. Lu Changsheng resealed the red flood dragon gold pill back into the purple gold bagua gourd to save for future use. Then, Lu Changsheng took out 2 7th grade elixir pills. Fire Lotus Elixir, a 7th grade elixir pill, refined from the fire lotus which grows within earth fire. It can enhance vitality, making the blood carry the power of the fire lotus. Suitable only for cultivators with the fire spirit root and those above the Dao Palace realm. Enlightenment Pill, a 7th grade elixir pill, increases the chances of sudden path comprehension, suitable for cultivators in the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng could use both of these 7th grade elixir pills. Having the innate Taoist body of the 5 elements spirit root, Lu Changsheng met the requirements to use the Fire Lotus Elixir. It was also highly suitable for Lian upon advancing into the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng decided to use it first himself, and when Lian advanced to the Dao Palace realm, he would make arrangements to obtain another Fire Lotus Elixir. As for the Enlightenment Pill, it was also a type of elixir pill that Lu Changsheng urgently needed. At the moment, Lu Changsheng's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm, just a step away from the 8th level. With the use of the Enlightenment Pill, coupled with the training on Tianyu Mountain, advancing to the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm was almost certain. Lu Changsheng temporarily put away the Fire Lotus Elixir and swallowed the Enlightenment Pill. As the medicinal strength of the Enlightenment Pill was being refined, Lu Changsheng entered a state of chaotic meditation, as if he had arrived at the dawn of the creation of heaven and earth. During his meditation, some of the previously incomprehensible and profound content of the Taking Wuji technique became perfectly clear to him. Worthy of being the Enlightenment Pill. Lu Changsheng seized the brief moment of sudden comprehension. Sudden comprehension was a rare opportunity to accelerate the understanding of cultivation techniques and martial techniques, and it also improved one's cultivation level. Unconsciously, Lu Changsheng began to breach the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. The nature's spiritual energy of the entire imperial city started to converge towards the room where Lu Changsheng was located, stirring like a tempest. After the commotion caused by the great demon's demonic qi had just subsided within the city, the imperial city was once more shrouded in tranquility. However, now above the imperial city, with the purple aura coming from the east, a celestial phenomenon had astonishingly appeared. Chapter 76, The 8th Layer of Dao Palace. A peerless genius is about to make a breakthrough. In the bamboo forest of the Great Xia Literary Court, an old man with white hair and beard gazed at the purple aura that spanned dozens of miles above the imperial city. This aura, could it be Mount Shu's Taking Wuji technique? The Taking Wuji technique is a supreme skill created by the ancestral master of Mount Shu. When breaking through, it can trigger a purple aura phenomenon, truly miraculous indeed. When Taking Wuji technique reaches great accomplishment, the purple aura extends 3,000 miles. The terrifying aura in the imperial palace's heavenly prison was once again awakened. However, Mount Shu is the protectorate of the Great Xia dynasty, and there is no danger in Mount Shu's Lu Changsheng making a breakthrough in the Great Xia imperial city. No one dares to target a Mount Shu elder within the sovereign domain of the Great Xia imperial city and the influence of Mount Shu. The foundation of this individual is incredibly solid. The celestial phenomenon triggered during the breakthrough is beyond ordinary. The swordsman at Yu Lion stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the direction of the palace, full of admiration. The unparalleled experts of the small Daoist temple and Picking Flowers temple were also once again disturbed. First it was demonic qi, now a celestial phenomenon. Will anybody be able to sleep tonight? The center of the celestial phenomenon seems to be in the direction of the imperial palace. All cultivators in the city were unable to sleep. Countless strands of purple qi formed a vortex with dozens of miles in diameter, with Lu Changsheng's room at the very center. Elder Lu is making a breakthrough. This is the celestial phenomenon triggered by our Mount Shu's Taking Wuji technique. It is said that whenever the sect leader breaks through, Mount Shu will witness this purple aura phenomenon. Protect Elder Lu, and do not allow any disturbances. Point 1. The people of Mount Shu quickly occupied strategic positions in all 4 directions to guard Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, now a peerless genius on par with Mount Shu's eldest brother Li Changjai, was a thorn in the side of the 4 great demon sects. Once Lu Changsheng made his breakthrough, Mount Shu would gain yet more strength. We at the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion share roots with Mount Shu, we too shall protect Elder Lu. Xiaoningsu saw the celestial phenomenon appearing above the imperial city and understood what was happening, so she led the people from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion to guard Lu Changsheng. Is this commotion caused by Daoist Lu's breakthrough? The second princess had been busy for half the day. After chasing traces of an extraordinary great demon, she had yet to remove her armor upon returning to the palace when Lu Changsheng triggered another celestial phenomenon. She hurriedly took the imperial guards to the scene. Daoist Lu has shown me kindness, I ask all officers and soldiers to join me in safeguarding Daoist Lu. At your command. The second princess, along with the imperial guards, took defensive positions around the palace perimeter to prevent anyone from interrupting Lu Changsheng's breakthrough. A refined man with graying temples approached upon hearing the news. Your Highness, the princess. State Preceptor. Seeing Lu making his breakthrough and triggering a celestial phenomenon, I have come to provide protection. Your assistance is much appreciated, State Preceptor. Lu has also shown me kindness, how could I not repay it? The State Preceptor of Great Xia, the second princess, Xianingsu, and the people of Mount Shu, all voluntarily guarded Lu Changsheng. Unless an unprecedented expert from the four great demon sects launched an attack, it was unlikely that Lu Changsheng's breakthrough could be disrupted. However, the imperial city of Great Xia is a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers reside. It is not easy for the outstanding experts of the great demon sects to trespass recklessly. Lu Changsheng seized the fleeting opportunity of sudden enlightenment to attempt to break through to the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. The Dao Palace minor realm within Lu Changsheng expanded in all directions, resembling a magnificent temple. In a state of sudden enlightenment, his understanding of cultivation techniques and martial skills surged like a cheat code was activated. Regrettably, the state of sudden enlightenment induced by the enlightenment pill was far too brief. When it ended, Lu Changsheng was left with a sense of loss. After all, the taking Wuji technique is a heaven rank skill. I haven't completely comprehended the 7th level. However, I have grasped a small part of it, and my cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng formally stepped into the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm, his true chi more vast and powerful than even a typical 9th level Dao Palace realm cultivator's true chi. Sigh. As Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, the purple aura that had gathered for dozens of miles above the imperial city also dispersed. When Lu Changsheng stepped out of his room, he found cultivators from Mount Shu, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, the Imperial Guards, and the literary court, hundreds in total, all looking towards him in unison. Congratulations, Lu, on advancing yet another realm. Your cultivation has already surpassed this old man. I have cultivated for 400 years and still have not reached your level, which is truly shameful, said the State Preceptor of Great Xia, his voice filled with a sigh of envy. During the cleanup of the Reincarnation Hall stronghold, Lu Changsheng was at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm, so this breakthrough meant he was now at the 8th level, completely surpassing the State Preceptor. Congratulations, Daoist Lu. The second princess appeared even more regretful. Her initial assessment had been correct. If she could have taken Lu Changsheng as her teacher, with that layer of mentorship, Lu Changsheng would have been even more protective of the Great Xia dynasty. How can I ever catch up with Master? Lian scratched her head. She wanted to pursue her master's level of cultivation so that one day she could repay him, but while her master's cultivation was making great leaps, Lian was still in the nascent soul realm, and Lu Changsheng had reached great accomplishment in the Dao Palace realm. Congratulations! Xianingsu didn't say much, her gaze towards Lu Changsheng somewhat odd. Could it be that she suspected the momentary surge of overwhelming demonic qi had something to do with him? Lu Changsheng pretended not to see Xianingsu's suspicious gaze. Without verbal acknowledgement, Xianingsu did not inquire further. Changsheng is grateful to all the fellow Daoists for their protection. I will always remember today's events. Please disperse and rest, Lu Changsheng said, bowing with his hands clasped, taking note of everyone present. To repay grievances directly and kindness with virtue, this was Lu Changsheng's principle. Daoist Lu, we shall take our leave. The crowd all went back to rest. Lian, you should also go to rest. Tomorrow, your master will present you with a new flying sword. Lu Changsheng returned to his room. The 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, a lower grade innate spirit treasure, is no longer sufficient for me. The Te Daoist Robe1, an upper grade acquired spirit treasure, has been damaged in the fight with Zhujian, and I need a more advanced Daoist robe. As Lu Changsheng's cultivation soared rapidly, his various magical treasures became inadequate, and he aimed for higher level treasures. Magical treasures are extremely important to cultivators. Even with a cultivation 1 or 2 realms lower, one can possibly leap ranks in battle with a superior magical treasure. Lu Changsheng could now bestow his first and second disciples with acquired spirit treasures, with a chance to retrieve an innate spirit treasure and a very small chance of retrieving an immortal artifact. Lu Changsheng needed a batch of acquired spirit treasures. There's an auction house in the Imperial City. I can definitely auction off 1 or 2 7th grade elixir pills and then buy a batch of acquired spirit treasures, continuously bestowing them to disciples to farm for innate spirit treasures and even immortal artifacts. Lu Changsheng quickly thought of a way to farm immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts are the treasured possessions that safeguard the 6 major factions. A gallbladder mirror was a lower-grade immortal artifact of Mount Shu that could see through the aptitude of most people, and over tens of thousands of years, it has selected many outstanding disciples for Mount Shu. Using the system, Lu Changsheng farmed a large quantity of elixir pills and talismans, and now it was time to farm for magical treasures. Lu Changsheng had 3 disciples, giving him 3 chances a day to farm for magical treasures. The next day, Lu Changsheng donned the coarse clothes of a swordsman, suppressed his cultivation, and blended into the auction at Tianyu City. This time, Lu Changsheng was auctioning 7th-grade elixir pills. Lu Changsheng had accumulated a bag of 7th-grade elixir pills. Taking out 1 or 2 of these for the auction was nothing much to him. Chapter 77, The Auction House. Esteemed guest, may I know if you wish to attend the auction, or have some valuable treasure to offer for sale? The attendant of the auction house saw Lu Changsheng donned in a straw raincoat, a black cloth covering his face, and a long sword on his back, the common attire of a swordsman, so he wasn't surprised. In the great Xia imperial city, you could find characters from all walks of life. The auction house was in the business of making deals, welcoming all who came. I have a treasure to auction, but I wonder if your establishment could handle it. Lu Changsheng examined the attendant, who actually possessed the cultivation of the Qi transformation realm. It seemed that the imperial city's auction house had quite the background. Even the attendants greeting guests boasted cultivation of the Qi transformation realm, so they were not afraid of troublemakers. The attendant was clever, realizing that, given how Lu Changsheng posed his question, the item for auction must be valuable. There isn't a treasure in this world that Tianbao Trading Company cannot handle, unless it's beyond price. Otherwise, we'll surely sell it for you. Esteemed guest, please come inside, our shopkeeper will personally receive you. Lu Changsheng followed the attendant into the auction house, where a shopkeeper of the Golden Core realm was tallying accounts. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng arrive, his eyelids slightly raised, but he didn't pay much mind. He had seen all manner of cultivators, Taoists, swordsmen, high monks, scholars, royal relatives, and nobles. What item would you like to auction, esteemed guest? I'll give you a starting price. However, our Tianbao Trading Company only auctions off rare treasures. For common items, it's not worth the time, we'll just purchase them at market price. Tianbao Trading Company was truly domineering. Lu Changsheng, descending the mountain this time, had learned quite a bit about the ways of the world and some common knowledge. Tianbao Trading Company was the largest trading firm in this realm, with branches in every major city. The auctions held by Tianbao Trading Company were the highest standard in any city. Elixir pills and talismans below the 4th grade didn't even qualify as auction items, they were purchased outright by the company, marked up in price, and sold without being put up for auction. Only for rare treasures would Tianbao Trading Company organize the necessary manpower and resources to conduct an auction and take a commission. I wish to auction 2 elixir pills. What grade are the elixir pills? Are you aware of the rules of our Tianbao Trading Company? The shopkeeper became a bit more serious and assessed Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng had an innate Taoist body, so the shopkeeper couldn't discern his cultivation level, and with a black cloth covering his face, his appearance was obscured. If the other party was aware of Tianbao Trading Company's rules and intended to auction 2 elixir pills at once, they must be at least 2 4th-grade elixir pills. 4th-grade elixir pills were quite sought after by cultivators in the Golden Core realm and Nascent Soul realm. 2 such pills were considered acceptable auction items. Therefore, the shopkeeper's attitude slightly improved. Lu Changsheng held up 5 fingers. 5th-grade elixir pills. The shopkeeper's expression gradually turned respectful. 2 5th-grade elixir pills were quite valuable, useful even to cultivators of the Dao Palace realm. Should the 2 5th-grade elixir pills be auctioned off, Tianbao Trading Company could draw a substantial commission. Lu Changsheng changed his gesture to 6, and both the shopkeepers and the attendants' expressions shifted. 2 6th-grade elixir pills. The shopkeeper felt a tingle on his scalp. 6th-grade elixir pills were considered treasures of immeasurable value at any auction, let alone 2 of them. This was a guest of honor. To be precise, one is a 6th-grade elixir pill, and the other is a 7th-grade elixir pill. Lu Changsheng initially wanted to auction off 2 7th-grade elixir pills directly, but on second thought, producing 2 at once would be too astonishing, so he compromised, deciding to bring out 1 7th-grade and 1 6th-grade elixir pill for sale. 7th-grade elixir pills. The shopkeeper collapsed into the Taishi chair. He hadn't heard wrong, had he? A 7-grade elixir actually appeared in an auction house? 7-grade elixirs were truly priceless treasures. 7-grade elixir, our auction house has not handled such a level of treasure for many years, it's really hard to estimate its value. Let me check the records of previous years. Someone, take good care of this esteemed guest, serve the best tea. The shopkeeper changed his attitude, commanding that Lu Changsheng, the esteemed guest, be well catered to. Offending a guest capable of presenting 6-grade and 7-grade elixir pills was something their Tianbao trading company would not dare to do. After a while, the shopkeeper came back, holding an ancient tome, and carefully said, "Esteemed guest, the last 7-grade elixir that our Tianbao trading company auctioned off was valued at 1 million spirit stones." 1 million spirit stones. The young servant was stunned as if petrified. Spirit stones contained abundant nature's spiritual energy and were a standard medium of exchange among cultivators. 1 million spirit stones would require a space ring to be filled. Our Tianbao trading company normally takes a commission of 15%, but since the esteemed customer's item for auction is extremely precious, we will only take a commission of 13%. May I ask if the esteemed customer is satisfied with the commission rate? The shopkeeper's way of addressing Lu Changsheng grew increasingly respectful. Even with a commission of 13%, Tianbao Trading Company stood to earn 30,000 spirit stones. Moreover, by ingratiating themselves with Lu Changsheng, the esteemed guest, who knows if he might return to auction more treasures in the future. That will be fine. Lu Changsheng nodded. The Tianbao Trading Company was indeed adept at human relations. Would it be possible for me to see the 7-grade elixir? I swear on the reputation of Tianbao Trading Company that we will not abscond with the merchandise. Take it. Lu Changsheng took out a small jade bottle containing a 7-grade Phoenix Blood Revival pill. Having several Phoenix Blood Revival pills, Lu Changsheng didn't mind auctioning one off since it wouldn't affect his own use. This item is known as the Phoenix Blood Revival pill, refined from a drop of the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix's true blood, combined with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It can rapidly restore vitality, resist cold and yin energies, and has some detoxifying effects. This item is called the Soul Supplement Pill, a 6-grade elixir that can repair damaged souls. Lu Changsheng took out another small jade bottle. The shopkeeper received it with extreme care, afraid of breaking the 2 jade bottles. If a 7-grade elixir was damaged, selling the shopkeeper who was at the Golden Core realm wouldn't cover the losses. Upon opening the jade bottle containing the Phoenix Blood Revival Pill, a strong medicinal power surged out, making one's pores relax and a warmth pervading the room. Indeed, this is unquestionably a 7-grade elixir. I will put out the word immediately, and there will surely be people coming to bid. I dare not say for other places, but in Tianyu City, there are cultivators who can produce 1 million spirit stones. Additionally, our Tianbao Trading Company will dispatch a Dao Palace Realm powerhouse to preside over the protection of this item during the auction. The shopkeeper of the Tianbao Trading Company was very particular about rules and made arrangements in an orderly manner. I plan to attend the auction and bid on a batch of treasures. As for my identity, I do not want anyone to know. Understood. Please follow me to the heavenly room, the auction will start shortly. The shopkeeper personally led Lu Changsheng to the heavenly room above the auction hall. If the esteemed guest feels it is too quiet, I can invite people to accompany you. Our Tianbao Trading Company can provide the best service for the esteemed guest. There's no need. Lu Changsheng was only there to exchange for a sum of spirit stones and to purchase a batch of acquired spirit treasures to reward his disciples, he did not wish for any complications. Chapter 78, Auction. Low-grade acquired spirit treasure Profound Nether Saber, starting price 8,000 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by 500 spirit stones. 8,500 spirit stones. 9,000 spirit stones. 9,000 spirit stones for the first time. 9,000 spirit stones for the second time. Sold. An auctioneer from the nascent soul realm banged the gavel, and a sword cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm spent his entire fortune to buy this low-grade acquired spirit treasure. Lu Changsheng sat alone in the heavenly room, not participating in the bidding. Lu Changsheng and Lin Qingzi utilized flying swords as their magical treasures, Lu Qinglian wielded a long spear, and Emma Huaji employed a spirit brush and precious ink. Lu Changsheng had no reason to bid for saber treasures. This time Lu Changsheng came specifically to pick a suitable flying sword embryo to use the system to forge innate spirit treasures and immortal artifacts. as long as it was a flying sword treasure, Lu Changsheng would buy it straight away. Next item for auction, a low-grade acquired spirit treasure fixing sword. As everyone knows, flying swords are the most widely used magical treasures among the 6 immortal sects and Jianghe hermit practitioners, thus making them highly sought after. Hence, the starting price for this fixing sword is 15,000 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by 1,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer tapped into the cultivator's psyche, instantly raising the price of the low-grade acquired spirit treasure level flying sword. Lu Changsheng was astonished. Could such a thing really happen? As there were many practitioners who cultivated sword flight, flying sword treasures were more popular than other treasures, and at the same level, their price was actually more than double that of saber treasures. 16,000 spirit stones. 17,000 spirit stones. 18,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones. Soon, the price of this flying sword had been bid up to 20,000 spirit stones. 25,000 spirit stones. A voice emanated from the heavenly room, silencing the cultivators who were competing for the flying sword. Who was this madman, raising the bid by 5,000 spirit stones in one go? Did they think spirit stones were just pebbles by the roadside? 25,000 spirit stones for the first time. 25,000 spirit stones for the second time. Sold. Participants were stunned by Lu Changsheng's bid, and ultimately, he acquired the flying sword for 25,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng could easily take out a 7th grade elixir pill and sell it for 1,000,000 spirit stones. He truly didn't fret over spending these few thousands or tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lu Changsheng purchased the acquired spirit treasure to try his luck in drawing innate spirit treasures and immortal artifacts. The value of immortal artifacts cannot be measured merely in millions of spirit stones. The next treasure to be auctioned is the 4th grade elixir pill, Earth Spirit Pill. Another treasure was put up for auction, and Lu Changsheng remained indifferent, not participating in the bidding. Lu Changsheng wasn't short on elixir pills, he had enough to reward his disciples for some time. Low-grade acquired spirit treasure Changfeng sword, with a formation inscribed by a formation master to increase the speed of sword flight, starting price 20,000 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by 1,000 spirit stones. It's an acquired spirit treasure with an inscribed formation, no wonder its price surpasses that of the previous fixing sword. Such acquired spirit treasures with inscribed formations are truly invaluable. 21,000 spirit stones. 23,000 spirit stones. 25,000 spirit stones. 26,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones. Soon, the auction price for the Changfeng sword reached an astonishing 30,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng made his bid. The auction house went silent once again. Lu Changsheng had directly raised the bid by 10,000 spirit stones, who could compete with that? 40,000 spirit stones, sold. Seeing that no one dared to compete with Lu Changsheng from the heavenly room, the auctioneer finalized the sale with a bang of the gavel. Lu Changsheng successively purchased 10 flying swords, 3 long spears, 2 spirit brushes, and 6 daist robes, all of which were inferior grade acquired spirit treasures. In total, he spent 600,000 spirit stones. The cultivators at the auction realized that Lu Changsheng was specifically bidding on the 4 categories of magical artifacts: flying swords, long spears, spirit brushes, and daist robes. Towards the end, whenever a flying sword was up for auction, and Lu Changsheng made a bid, astonishingly, no one would compete with him. The middle grade acquired spirit treasure flying fire sword has a small-scale fire formation inscribed by a formation master. The starting price is 150,000 spirit stones, with each increment of 10,000 spirit stones. A middle grade acquired spirit treasure with an inscribed formation? This is indeed a rare flying sword. I bid 150,000 spirit stones. 160,000 spirit stones. 170,000 spirit stones. 180,000 spirit stones. 200,000 spirit stones. Other sword cultivators, green with envy for the flying sword, couldn't hold back and frantically placed their bids, quickly driving the price up to 200,000 spirit stones. 250,000 spirit stones. As expected, Lu Changsheng bid once again, dominating all competitors. The sword cultivators' bidding were on the verge of mental collapse. This auction, all flying sword magical artifacts were cornered by Lu Changsheng. he had won a total of 13 flying swords. What is this guy up to? Common sword cultivators at most need 3 flying swords, one for sword flight, one for slaying demons and exorcising evil, and one spare. Why does he need 13 flying swords? Perhaps this is just the caprice of the wealthy. Silence. Those who merit a seat in the heavenly room are all esteemed guests cherished by the Tianbao Trading Company. We should not offend them over a mere flying sword. Perhaps he has some other use for securing all the flying swords. The crowd murmured in private, resigned to their fate. 250,000 spirit stones, sold. The next treasure up for auction is somewhat unique. Named Xianlong Huanmo, it cannot be categorized by grade and is suitable for cultivators of the Confucian Dao, capable of enhancing the power of Confucian Dao martial skills. The starting price is 200,000 spirit stones, with each increment of 10,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer brought out a stick of precious ink. The venue fell into a dead silence. Aside from the great Confucians of the literary court and some reclusive literati, no one would want this treasure. Besides, with a starting bid of 200,000 spirit stones, it was prohibitively expensive. It wasn't that there were no great Confucians present. Even great Confucians at the nascent soul realm might not be able to produce 200,000 spirit stones, let alone squander such a sum on a stick of ink. Unless it was a great Confucian of the Dao Palace realm, only they might be willing to spend 200,000 spirit stones on a stick of precious ink. If there are no bids, then the treasure will be passed. Wait, I'll bid 200,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng hesitated only briefly before making the purchase. This stick of precious ink could help his third disciple, Mo Huaji, to cultivate rapidly. 200,000 spirit stones was still a worthwhile exchange. The key point was that the auction was drawing to a close, and it was still uncertain if Lu Changsheng could even exhaust all his spirit stones. 200,000 spirit stones, sold. The auctioneer hurriedly brought down the gavel. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng had saved the day, or else this treasure would have passed without a bid. Finally, we have 2 elixir pills for auction, one of which is a 6th grade elixir, and the other is a 7th grade elixir. A 7th grade elixir. There's indeed a 7th grade elixir. The crowd completely erupted. A 7th grade elixir pill was the highest valued treasure to appear at the end. The 6th grade elixir pill, soul supplement pill, can nourish the soul. You are all surely aware of the value of a 6th grade elixir. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones, with each increment of 10,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer began with the sale of the 6th grade elixir. 110,000 spirit stones. 120,000 spirit stones. 130,000 spirit stones. 150,000 spirit stones. Although 6th grade elixir pills are rare, they are ultimately consumables, and 150,000 spirit stones was already a high price. The last bidder was a Dao Palace realm cultivator. He offered 150,000 spirit stones but still felt uneasy. He anxiously glanced toward the heavenly room, fearing the mysterious transcendent being within might place a bid at any moment. Chapter 79:1.4 million spirit stones. The cultivator from Dao Palace bowed to the heavenly room where Lu Changsheng was located. Although I am not clear about your origins, I have a disciple who has been injured in their soul by a demonic technique from a demon sex disciple and is in urgent need of this soul supplement pill for rescue. Please, may you be generous and give us the opportunity. The heavenly room remained silent. Soon after, Lu Changsheng's voice came out, since it is something you need, I will not compete with you for it. The Dao Palace cultivator was overjoyed, many thanks for your kindness. In the end, the Dao Palace cultivator won the soul supplement pill with a bid of 150,000 spirit stones. The 6th grade elixir pill being auctioned was brought in by Lu Changsheng himself, so naturally, he could not bid on his items. Therefore, he considered this a favor given freely. Ahem, at last, we have the treasure of this event, the 7th grade elixir pill, Phoenix Blood Revival Pill, containing a drop of genuine blood from the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix. Even if a Dao Palace stage expert is gravely injured, they would recover quickly after taking this Phoenix Blood Revival Pill. The pill also offers extraordinary benefits, such as resisting cold and detoxification. The starting bid is 1 million spirit stones, with each increment of 50,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer opened the stopper, and the medicinal efficiency of the Phoenix Blood Revival Pill overflowed, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, refreshed and delighted. Indeed, it is a 7th grade elixir pill. It's a pity that the price of a 7th grade elixir pill is so expensive. Even if I were to spend everything I own, I couldn't afford even a scrap of its outer shell. I'm better off just watching. I wonder which notable figure will bid. All eyes in the venue turned to the heavenly room, as they all expected the mysterious and generous bidder in the heavenly room to immediately snap up the 7th grade elixir pill. However, Lu Changsheng remained indifferent. The 7th grade elixir pill Phoenix Blood Revival Pill was put up for auction by Lu Changsheng himself. Tianbao Trading Company is truly ruthless, setting the base price directly at 1 million spirit stones. This way, they can at least take a commission of 30,000 spirit stones, Lu Changsheng remarked. Tianbao Trading Company was merely taking a commission, yet they were making a hefty profit from it. From this auction alone, Tianbao Trading Company stood to make at least 100,000 spirit stones in profit. I bid 1 million spirit stones. An unassuming Dao Palace stage cultivator made a bid, immediately drawing surprised looks from everyone. Anyone capable of bidding 1 million spirit stones was no ordinary person. 1.1 million spirit stones. The bidding started in the heavenly room. 1.2 million spirit stones. The earth room joined the bidding as well. The person in the heavenly room fell silent when they heard the bid from the earth room, no longer participating in the bidding. 1.25 million spirit stones. A nameless swordsman made a bid. 1.3 million spirit stones. 1.35 million spirit stones. 1.4 million spirit stones. 1.4 million spirit stones once. 1.4 million spirit stones twice. Sold. In the end, the Earth Room won the Phoenix Blood Revival Pill with the astonishing bid of 1.4 million spirit stones. Lu Changsheng finally understood just how rare a 7th grade elixir pill was. Those who attended the auction were also treated to a feast for the eyes, as they witnessed a sky-high price of 1.4 million spirit stones. After the auction ended, the proprietor personally delivered the space ring filled with spirit stones and a vast array of treasures to the heavenly room. Honored guest, the total transaction price for your 2 elixir pills is 1.55 million spirit stones, with a commission of 3%, leaving you with 1.5035 million spirit stones. Furthermore, you purchased 23 lower-grade acquired spirit treasures for 600,000 spirit stones, 1 mid-grade acquired spirit treasure for 250,000 spirit stones, and 1 piece of Xianlong Huanmo for 200,000 spirit stones. Your total expenditures were 1.05 million spirit stones. Subtracting expenses from income, you net 453,500 spirit stones and 25 treasures. These items are all inside the space ring, please inspect them, the proprietor said as he handed over the space ring to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng's divine sense swept through everything, leaving no stone unturned. Then I shall take my leave. Having achieved his goal, Lu Changsheng prepared to make his way home. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. This is Tianbao Trading Company's Black Gold card. As long as you hold this card, you will receive the utmost hospitality at any branch of Tianbao Trading Company. The shopkeeper handed over a card crafted from special materials. There are black cards in the world of cultivation too? Lu Changsheng accepted the black card and then departed. Lu Changsheng sensed someone tracking him and used the heaven rank cultivation technique of 10,000 li tracking, to evade his pursuer. With Lu Changsheng now at the 8th layer of Dao Palace realm, there were few in the imperial city who could track him. From the earth room, a man with a square face and clad in a dark purple robe stepped out with the confidence of a dragon and the fierceness of a tiger. A cultivation expert at the 1st layer of the Dao Palace realm returned to the man in the dark purple robe to report, "Your Majesty, I am useless, I've lost him." The man in the dark purple robe had a grave expression, "With your cultivation level and tracking skills honed on the battlefield, to still lose him implies the person's cultivation is definitely not below the Dao Palace realm, and he's an expert in tracking techniques. It's highly probable that he is the divine pill master who concocted the 7th grade elixir pills. When did such a high-caliber divine pill master appear in our great Xia dynasty? How is it that even I, the emperor, am completely unaware?" The Dao Palace realm expert sighed. Indeed, strange occurrences have happened in the imperial city these past few days. After leaving behind the legend of the divine pill master at the auction house in Tianyu City, Lu Changsheng donned the Taidaist robe and quietly returned to his dwelling. "Elder Lu, what brought you out so early in the morning?" A cold yet pleasing voice sounded, as Xianingsu, who lived next door, noticed the faint disturbance. Xianingshu was highly cultivated, possessing a special constitution called the Lingwei Holy Body, and practiced the sect defending skills of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, the supreme forgetting love art, making her exceptionally perceptive. She had seen all of Lu Changsheng's comings and goings and couldn't help but be curious. I went out for morning exercises. Oh? Is that some kind of cultivation technique? Xianingshu pondered seriously for a moment. Lu Changsheng returned to his room to take stock of his gains. 13 acquired spirit treasure flying swords could be given as rewards for a good number of days. Lu Changsheng decided to first take a batch of flying swords to bestow upon his second disciple, Lian. Although Lian's main magic weapon was not a flying sword, it could be used for sword flight in daily practice. Before long, Lian, having received Lu Changsheng's telepathic message, arrived at his room, and Lu Changsheng took out a lower-grade acquired spirit treasure, the Fixing Sword. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with a lower-grade acquired spirit treasure Fixing Sword, receiving a 100-fold reward for teaching, an upper-grade acquired spirit treasure Pure Yang Sword. Your daily reward count 1, remaining reward opportunities are 2. An upper-grade acquired spirit treasure? Lu Changsheng shook his head. Since Lu Changsheng was presently using the lower-grade innate spirit treasure 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, he deemed it worthwhile only if the returned item was a medium-grade innate spirit treasure or higher. I will give you another flying sword. Lu Changsheng took out the second lower-grade acquired spirit treasure, the Changfeng Sword. Master, giving Lian flying swords is very much appreciated, but why are you giving Lian so many? Lian was greatly puzzled. Had the master become addicted to giving? Keep them for backups, and do as you wish with any surplus. Lu Changsheng certainly wasn't short of magic weapons. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with a lower-grade acquired spirit treasure Changfeng Sword, receiving a 100-fold reward for teaching, an upper-grade acquired spirit treasure Gale Sword. Your daily reward count 1, remaining reward opportunities are 1. Chapter 80, Superior Grade Innate Spirit Treasure. The second flying sword returned was still not an innate spirit treasure. There is one more chance for reward return today. This time, Lu Changsheng gave the top-grade acquired spirit treasure Gale Sword returned by the system to his disciple. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with the top-grade acquired spirit treasure Gale Sword, and received a 30-fold return reward for apprenticeship, a lower-grade innate spirit treasure Shadowless Sword. Today's rewardable opportunities 1, remaining reward opportunities are 0. A lower-grade innate spirit treasure? This flying sword is naturally quite a decent magical treasure, but since Lu Changsheng already possessed a sword of the same class, the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, the Shadowless Sword could only serve as a backup. It seems that all 3 opportunities today did not yield a satisfactory magical treasure. Lu Changsheng could only wait until tomorrow. However, he could still impart his power to Lian through initiation today. Ding! You have transferred 2 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lian, and Lian has actually gained 20 days of heavenly cultivation. You received a 200-fold return reward for the apprenticeship, 4,000 days of heavenly cultivation. Lu Changsheng stepped into the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm, and with the power-infused initiation to Lian, he suddenly gained an additional 4,000 days of heavenly cultivation, once again filling his somewhat lacking Danshan Qi Si with spiritual energy, bringing him one step closer to the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Lian's cultivation was at the 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm, and it was already quite uncomfortable to endure just 20 days of Lu Changsheng's cultivation. The gap between the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm and the 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm was vast. Once Lian refined the power imparted by Lu Changsheng this time, 8 or 9 out of 10 chances, her cultivation could reach the 3rd layer of the nascent soul realm. The next day, Lu Changsheng summoned Lian and tried to draw magical treasures again. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with a lower-grade acquired spirit treasure Bloodstained Sword, and received a 200-fold return reward for the apprenticeship, a top-grade acquired spirit treasure Python Blood Sword. Today's rewardable opportunities 1, remaining reward opportunities are 2. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with the top-grade acquired spirit treasure Python Blood Sword, and received an 80-fold return reward for apprenticeship, a lower-grade innate spirit treasure Phoenix Blood Sword. Today's rewardable opportunities 1, remaining reward opportunities are 1. The Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator's return multiple is random. After giving 5 times, Lu Changsheng did not receive a return of an innate magical treasure that satisfied him. Meanwhile, Lian had already acquired 5 flying swords, and along with the one she already owned, Lian now had 6 flying swords. Just how many flying swords does the master plan to give me? Lu Changsheng took out the top-grade acquired spirit treasure Pure Yang sword. If today is not the day, then he would continue trying on the 3rd day. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with the top-grade acquired spirit treasure Pure Yang sword, and received a 3,000-fold return reward for apprenticeship, a top-grade innate spirit treasure true martial sword. Ding! Today's rewardable opportunities 1, remaining reward opportunities are 0. This time, he finally drew a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Top-grade innate spirit treasures are commonly used by the 6 sect leaders. After 6 reward attempts, Lu Changsheng's Qi destiny exploded, at last yielding a top-grade innate spirit treasure. In Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace realm, a sharp long sword hung suspended, the space around it warping, with faint traces of the Taiji diagram emerging. The quality of this flying sword was even higher than the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. Master, I really have too many flying swords. Lian held a pile of flying swords, looking aggrieved. Flying swords are not consumables like elixir pills, Lian simply couldn't use them all up. Alright, for the next while, your master will not reward you with any more flying swords. Lu Changsheng, having received the top-grade innate spirit treasure true martial sword, no longer kept fleecing his disciple Lian for all she was worth. In the future, I can gift Lin Qingzi with a flying sword, generate a spare top-grade innate spirit treasure, or even try to roll for an immortal artifact with a very low probability. Ding! The system has detected redundancy in the items you have awarded your disciples. You cannot gift a flying sword for 1 month. Lu Changsheng repeatedly generated the same type of magical treasures, and it seemed even the system couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Changsheng found out that there were no limits on the number of consumables such as elixir pills, talismans, and spirit stones he could gift, but treasures were not consumables. Gifting too many was unnecessary as his disciples couldn't use all of them. Now, he could only wait a month before trying to roll for an immortal artifact for his eldest disciple, Lin Qingzi. My luck's quite good, the last awarded return happened to be a top-grade innate spirit treasure. After Lian had left, Lu Changsheng took out the true martial sword and brandished it a few times. Use 1 battle simulation opportunity. Lu Changsheng utilized the system's battle simulation feature to test the power of the true martial sword. The system simulated a Dao Palace Realm 8th layer demon sect elder. Myriad swords returned to origin. Lu Changsheng used an earth rank high-grade swordsmanship. Sword chi surged abruptly, with thick streams of sword chi appearing. Tens of thousands of sword chis actually split into black and white colors, forming a massive Taiji diagram of yin and yang. Although it lacked the wind and thunder augmentation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, the sword chi triggered by the true martial sword was even more formidable. An overwhelming sense of oppression came forth. Go! With a lead from the true martial sword in Lu Changsheng's hand, tens of thousands of black and white sword chis darted forward at extreme speed, flying towards the demon sect elder. The Dao Palace Realm 8th layer demon sect elder brought out a black iron ring magical treasure in an attempt to block but was obliterated by the Taiji diagram formed by the black and white sword chis. The power of a top-grade innate treasure is indeed extraordinary. The consumption, however, is also quite exaggerated, no wonder the various sect leaders only use innate treasures. After executing myriad swords returned to origin, a large amount of Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy was depleted. It seems necessary to keep the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword as a backup treasure, that would be sufficient for regular use, and only against formidable enemies would he need to bring out the true martial sword. Lu Changsheng surmised that other sect leaders probably did the same. Unless facing a peerless master, they would make use of the immortal artifacts that serve as the cornerstone of their sect, otherwise, for regular use, innate treasures were sufficient. Lu Changsheng stayed in the Great Xia Imperial City for several days until the second princess of the Xia Kingdom and a group of imperial guards, military generals, and great Confucians had fully recovered. The 4 demon sects continue their assault on various cities. We request Daist Lu and the Holy Maiden to lend a hand, and join us to exterminate these active demon sect elders. The second princess of Xia Kingdom came forward to ask for help. It is a righteous cause. With Lu Changsheng's breakthrough in Cultivation realm and the new treasures he obtained, it was a good opportunity to practice against the elders of the 4 demon sects. There are subtle differences between battle simulation and actual combat, as the latter is prone to various unforeseen incidents, testing one's ability to adapt on the fly. We will help you deal with the demon sect strongholds in Xia Kingdom, and in turn, you can help us with those in Liang Kingdom, how about it? Agreed. Lu Changsheng chose to ally with Xia Ningxiu's Inquiry Immortal Pavilion squad. Unless they encountered a sect master or a supreme elder from the 4 demon sects, the chances of defeat were slim. In another location, Zhao Huiyan led a team to attack a Joyous Union sect stronghold. This stronghold lacked the presence of a Dao Palace Realm elder, making it easier to deal with. Zhao Huiyan's team quickly leveled the place. Lin Qingzi, your injuries have healed. How about we have a spar? Xiao Xiangdao took the initiative to propose a sparring match, to determine who was the top young disciple of Mount Shu. Chapter 81, Spar. One is the disciple of the eldest senior brother, born with the spirit sword physique, and was seen as a genius by everyone during the disciple acceptance ceremony. The other is Lu's disciple, who was unknown at the time but made a name for himself 5 years ago. Who among them is truly the foremost among the younger generation of disciples? Zhao Huiyan did not oppose their sparring. Disciples of Mount Shu sparring with each other, stopping at the right moment, was a common occurrence. Of course, Zhao Huiyan automatically ignored the abnormal presence of Lu Qinglian. Lu Qinglian, the number 1 of the Huang tribe, a 15-year-old elder of Mount Shu, couldn't be compared with ordinary people. Xiao Xiangdao's spirit sword physique was a superior special constitution, which allowed him to have rapid progress in his comprehension of the sword Dao. 10,000 years ago, Fairy Kingxia of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was also born with the spirit sword physique, eventually ascending to the heaven rank and soaring up to the immortal realm. She might be the strongest spirit sword physique in history. It's uncertain whether the eldest senior brother's first disciple can surpass Fairy Kingxia. The first disciple taken by Lu is rather ordinary, but why has his cultivation progressed at such an astonishing speed, even faster than one with the spirit sword physique? It's truly strange. Zhao Huiyan watched the battle from the side, ready to intervene promptly if there was a trend towards a life and death struggle. Junior brother, do your best. Chen Yao sent a telepathic message to Lin Qingzi. Lin Qingzi nodded in response and bowed to Xiao Xiangdao, please impart your guidance. I'll show you my true capabilities, don't get defeated by me. Let me show you the dragon-slaying sword skills. Xiao Xiangdao brought out his flying sword, an acquired spirit treasure of medium quality. Reciting the mnemonic verse, Xiao Xiangdao's sword light shot up into the sky as he rose into the air, his daoist robe fluttering, the wind howling and clouds swirling. Fierce sword chi swept in all directions, scraping countless fissures into the ground. Xiao Xiangdao knew that ordinary swordsmanship would not be able to defeat Lin Qingzi, so he started with the most powerful sword move he had mastered. That's the eldest senior brother's dragon-slaying sword skills. The eldest senior brother actually taught him this move ahead of time. Zhao Huiyan couldn't help but be emotionally moved. Fang Shi, an elder of the nascent soul realm from Mount Shu, curiously asked, Elder Zhao, why have I never seen the eldest senior brother use the dragon-slaying sword skills? What are they, exactly? Of course, you haven't seen the eldest senior brother use the dragon-slaying sword skills because the enemies he faces don't warrant such a move. The dragon-slaying sword skills are divided into upper, middle, and lower chapters. The upper chapter is a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique, the middle is a low-grade heaven rank technique, and even the lower chapter is a mid-grade earth rank technique. Xiao Xiangdao is only at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. How could the eldest senior brother teach him the mid-grade earth rank's lower chapter of the dragon-slaying sword skills? That's right, he's born with the spirit sword physique, which allows him to have far greater insights into the sword Dao than ordinary people. That is why the eldest senior brother imparted the dragon-slaying sword skills to him ahead of time. Zhao Huiyan quickly understood why Xiao Xiangdao could use an earth-rank sword technique. Xiao Xiangdao, with his spirit sword physique, is definitely an exceptional genius. Just like Fairy Kingxia, also born with the spirit sword physique, who ascended to the immortal realm, the potential of the spirit sword physique is boundless, otherwise, the eldest senior brother would not have taken Xiao Xiangdao as a disciple. Unfortunately for Xiao Xiangdao, he was facing the first disciple taught by Lu Changsheng. Lin Qingzi's fundamentals were too solid. Moreover, Lin Qingzi had achieved great perfection in both the Taxuan skills and soaring cloud sword technique when he broke through to the nascent soul realm. Great perfection in a high-grade profound rank cultivation technique is not inferior to a beginner's earth rank technique. Lin Qingzi channeled his fully developed Taxuan skills, his true chi took shape, and the green abyss sword shone brightly with a blue light. Master said that if my life is in danger, I should not hide my cultivation. Lin Qingzi, acknowledging his own average talent compared to Xiao Xiangdao's special body constitution, began to summon the power of the nascent soul realm. Although Lu Changsheng usually taught his disciples to act with discretion, they were not to hold back in the face of danger. Xiao Xiangdao hovered in the air, his spirit sword physique unleashing sword chi in all directions, a supremely fierce sword chi streaking towards the fighting. Bull! If the dragon-slaying sword skills were cultivated to the utmost limit, no one would doubt that a single strike could slay a flood dragon. With the spirit sword physique combined with the dragon-slaying sword skills, to have such sword chi at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm is just too exaggerated. Xiao Xiangdao also has the capability to slay an elder of the 1st level of the nascent soul realm. Zhao Huiyan had no doubts about Xiao Xiangdao's ability to fight across realms. As Zhao Huiyan hesitated over whether to intervene and stop the duel between Xiao Xiangdao and Lin Qingzi, suddenly, he sensed that Lin Qingzi's aura was skyrocketing. Indeed, the eldest disciple of Lu has broken through to the nascent soul realm, and it's not just any nascent soul realm at that. It seems I don't need to intervene. Zhao Huiyan was somewhat relieved. Slaying the dragon on the field, its blood as profound as yellow earth. Xiao Xiangdao activated his flying sword, and the pillar of light formed by soaring sword chi slashed toward Lin Qingzi. Open Heaven's Gate. Lin Qingzi used the Ling Yun sword art at great perfection, with cyan sword chi from below, rising upward, directly countering Xiao Xiangdao's move. Boom! Golden and cyan sword chi devoured each other, the staggering waves of sword chi spread out in all directions, kicking up dust and pebbles. Ha! Lin Qingzi exerted his 1st level nascent soul strength, and his true chi burst forth. Since he wasn't of a special physique, he would defeat the widely acknowledged peerless genius with his solid cultivation. The two engaged in a head-on clash of sword chi. Xiao Xiangdao was pushed to his limit, and his spiritual sword trembled intensely. When did you step into the nascent soul realm? Xiao Xiangdao thought he had caught up with Lin Qingzi, but Lin Qingzi's sudden display of nascent soul power took Xiao Xiangdao by complete surprise. Thump! Ultimately outmatched, Xiao Xiangdao was struck by the cyan sword chi and sent crashing to the ground, caught just in time by Zhao Huiyan who had reached out to help. Zhao Huiyan hadn't expected Lin Qingzi's foundation to be so solid. His true chi was more than twice that of a normal elder at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm, which made it impossible for Xiao Xiangdao, who possessed the spirit sword physique, to fight across ranks. Fairly speaking, at the same realm, with the spirit sword physique and having learned the latter part of the dragon-slaying sword skills, Xiao Xiangdao would definitely have had the upper hand. However, Lin Qingzi's cultivation was a whole major realm higher than Xiao Xiangdao's. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed from the green abyss sword, the fine spiritual artifact passed down by his master, which finally couldn't withstand the frequent battles and broke apart. Lin Qingzi patiently picked up the fragments. Although he knew his master wouldn't mind a fine spiritual artifact and could award him with an even better magical item at any time, this was, after all, the magical artifact his master had gifted him at the start of his journey. Chen Yao came over and helped Lin Qingzi to collect the fragments of the green abyss sword. I, the 3rd prince of Liang Kingdom, have actually been defeated by an orphan adopted by a general. I am not content. Xiao Xiangdao, after a formal sparring, was defeated by Lin Qingzi, and he was even less content. Lin Qingzi was merely a follower of his in Liang Kingdom, but now, he had grown into an elder of Mount Shu. Even Chen Yao, the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder, grew closer to Lin Qingzi. As cultivators, we cannot take victory and defeat too seriously, for there is always someone better, and there are heavens beyond our heaven. The strongholds of the Joyous Union sect in Xia Kingdom have been cleared by quite a bit. After sweeping through 1 or 2 more, we can return to Mount Shu. Seeing that Xiao Xiangdao was not in mortal danger, Zhao Huiyan was reassured. I wonder how Lu's progress is? I've already cleared 2 Joyous Union sect strongholds in succession. Chapter 82, Don't Push People Too Far. 3 months later, in a mountain range of Liang Kingdom, Lu Changsheng and Xiaoningsu led a team that was encircled by a dense crowd of demon sect elders and disciples. Ha ha ha, you dared to intrude upon our reincarnation hall's main temple in Liang Kingdom, truly seeking your own death. This old man is going to enjoy watching the expressions of agony as you struggle in vain before your deaths. Strange, why aren't you afraid? Surrounded by many demon sect elders and disciples, the people from Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, however, wore faces of indifference. 7 At the Dao Palace realm, it seems that the strength of Reincarnation Hall's main temple in Liang Kingdom is not weak. They're just right for a sword testing. Lu Changsheng signaled with a sword gesture with his right hand. The true martial sword let out a crisp ring and shot into the sky, terrifying pressure making many demon sect elders and disciples feel their souls trembling. An innate spirit treasure. The demon sect elders felt the pressure of the true martial sword and their scalps numb. Myriad swords returned to origin. Lu Changsheng still executed the same move. The earth rank superior swordsmanship myriad swords returned to origin he had mastered to perfection, with sword chi pervading the air. 10,000 paths of black and white sword QJ spiraled, forming a massive yin-yang Taiji diagram. This is myriad swords returned to origin. The demon sect elders who had seen myriad swords return to origin before were greatly shocked. Under the enhancement of the innate spiritual treasure true martial sword, the power of myriad swords returned to origin had doubled, unprecedented in might. The 10,000 paths of black and white sword QJ moved swiftly, one after another demon sect elder and disciple was slain by the sword chi. I'll also try out my sword. Xianingshu summoned her flying sword, the long sword unsheathed, its dazzling sword chi illuminating the heavens and earth, a 10,000 zhang sword chi soared into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds. Is that Pavilion Master's superior innate spirit treasure severing affection sword? The Pavilion Master actually passed her own long sword to the Holy Maiden. Could it be that the Pavilion Master wants the Holy Maiden to be the next Pavilion Master? But isn't the appointed Pavilion Master supposed to be the second senior sister? With the Holy Maiden's potential, it's only a matter of time before she surpasses the second senior sister. The people from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were also very surprised, for the flying sword that Xianingshu wielded was the treasure of the Fairy Pavilion Master. The intention of the Fairy Pavilion Master passing her own treasure to Xianingshu was now quite clear. Xianingshu's severing affection sword swept across, with awe-inspiring might, demon sect elders and disciples perishing under the sword, turned to ash and smoke. Don't push us too far. You claim to be the righteous Dao, yet you use two innate spirit treasures to bully us. If you dare, go trouble our Pavilion Master instead. The demon sect elders roared repeatedly. They thought they had successfully ambushed the teams led by Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu, but instead, they were killed in disarray by Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu. With the cultivation of Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu, coupled with two superior innate spirit treasures, they had enough power to flatten this stronghold. Superior innate spirit treasures, those are treasures only sect leaders and supreme elders have. Even if Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu could not unleash the full power of the superior innate spirit treasures, just channeling a part of their power was enough for these demon sect elders to handle. Your opponent is me. Lian, now in the 4th layer of the nascent soul realm, actively sought out an elder of the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm to challenge. Little girl, looking for death. The demon sect elder at the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm had a ferocious look in his eyes. It was one thing for Dao Palace realm powerhouses like Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu to bully them with superior innate spirit treasures, but even a young girl like Lian dared to challenge a long-famed demon sect elder? But soon, this demon sect elder regretted it. Lian, with the martial king divine physique, was virtually unbeatable in her own realm, even more fierce than the demon sect elders who were a minor realm higher than her. After the time it took to brew 3 cups of tea, the demon sect elder at the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm fell. Lian was accumulating battle experience. The remaining members of Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion also took the opportunity to kill demon sect elders and disciples, either for experience or for contributing to their sect. In the retaliation of the Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion disciples, the Reincarnation Hall's main temple in Liang Kingdom was destroyed, all 7 Dao Palace Realm demon sect elders fell. Clang! The true martial sword and the severing affection sword returned to their scabbards almost simultaneously. The matter here is resolved, I should return to Mount Shu. After eradicating the Reincarnation Hall's stronghold in the Xia Kingdom, Lu Changsheng, together with Xianingshu, swept through several of the Reincarnation Hall's strongholds in the Liang Kingdom, eliminating the threats they posed to both the Xia and Liang Kingdoms. It was not just the teams led by Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu, other Mount Shu elders and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion elders were also leading teams to sweep through the demon sect's strongholds in various countries. Lu Changsheng had completed the sect mission, and his disciple Lian had completed her assessment task, advancing to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Till we meet again. Xianingshu took the people from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion back to report on their mission. Master, why was the conversation between you and Sister Xia so brief when you parted ways? As Lian followed Lu Changsheng on their way back to Mount Shu, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. With her talent, unless she meets an untimely demise, she will inevitably reach the longevity stage. There will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future, so there's no need for lengthy farewells. I see. I've noticed that Sister Xia is usually as cold as ice, except when she communicates with Master. Clunk. Lu Changsheng knocked on Lian's head. Child, don't overthink things. Focus on your cultivation. Oh. Lian rubbed her head in sulky resignation. With her martial king divine physique, the light touch from Lu Changsheng was nothing more than a massage to her. A few days later, Lu Changsheng returned to Mount Shu without incident. Lu Changsheng led a team to the record-keeping pavilion to tally the contributions of each disciple. Elder Lian, you killed a total of 10 nascent soul realm demon sect elders. 10 demon sect elders. Elder Zhang, responsible for tallying the contributions, stood frozen in place upon hearing Lu Changsheng's report. He hadn't misheard, had he? It was not long ago that Lian had been promoted to an Elder of Mount Shu, and on her first mission, she had managed to kill 10 demon sect elders. Could it be that Elder Lu deliberately attributed his own achievements to his disciple? No, that wouldn't make sense with Elder Lu's level of cultivation. Given that Elder Lian is the 5th youngest elder in the history of Mount Shu and possesses exceptional talent, slaying 10 early-stage nascent soul realm demon sect elders is not beyond the realms of possibility. Elder Zhang convinced himself that this must be the truth. Elder Lu killed the Destruction Sword, Zhujian, White Bone Demon, Blood Refining Elder, and Sky Bead Elder of the Reincarnation Hall. That can't be possible, can it? Elder Zhang found it even harder to believe this list of deceased Reincarnation Hall elders, all of whom were well-known figures within the demon sects. All these individuals were dead? Absolutely true. The newly advanced Dao Palace Elder from Lu Changsheng's team assured with a thump on his chest. He had personally witnessed Lu Changsheng's terrifying power, which had resulted in the near obliteration of the Reincarnation Hall's younger generation of elders on this mission. This is no small matter, I need to report this to the sect leader. Elder Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead, considering that with so many famous Reincarnation Hall elders eliminated, the Reincarnation Hall might retaliate out of rage and seek to attack on a larger scale. After truthfully reporting the contributions of each Mount Shu elder and disciple in the team, Lu Changsheng took Lian back to Changsheng Peak to continue their cultivation. Lu Changsheng planned to diligently cultivate, aiming to break through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Disciple greets master upon his return to the mountain. The senior disciple Lin Qingzi had already returned to Qingyun Peak earlier and remained the most respectful disciple towards Lu Changsheng. The third disciple Mo Huaji had also made progress in her cultivation during this period. She was now at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. Chapter 83, Sect Leader Summons. Elder Lu, the sect leader has ordered you to go to 10,000 Swords Peak at the back of the mountain. A disciple from Mount Shu came to report. Lu Changsheng had just returned to Qingyun Peak not long ago, and was about to reward Lin Qingzi with a flying sword when the disciple of sect leader Grandmaster Taiyuan from Mount Shu came to summon him. Grandmaster Taiyuan often secluded himself for closed-door cultivation, and Lu Changsheng had almost forgotten about this nominal master of his. He wondered what Grandmaster Taiyuan wanted to discuss with him. Lu Changsheng flew on his sword to 10,000 Swords Peak, where Grandmaster Taiyuan was cultivating in seclusion. In front of a rock face covered with myriad sword scars, Grandmaster Taiyuan stood with his hands behind him, watching the sword wall. As Lu Changsheng approached 10,000 Swords Peak, Grandmaster Taiyuan was already aware of his presence. I've heard about your achievements during your recent descent from the mountain. Your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, unbelievably so. It seems that the ancestral master really did impart his dream to you. Grandmaster Taiyuan turned around, his eyes like vast stars, his cultivation unfathomable. Grandmaster Taiyuan had been a renowned figure for 3,000 years, and his cultivation had surely reached the void refinement realm. As for how profound his cultivation was, even Lu Changsheng found it difficult to discern. To explain the rapid advance in his cultivation, Lu Changsheng came up with the excuse that it was due to the ancestral master's imparted dream. And Grandmaster Taiyuan actually believed it. Because the ancestral master's imparted dreams had indeed happened many times before. The ancestral master is an extraordinary figure who ascended to the immortal realm tens of thousands of years ago. His repeated imparting of dreams to the mortal world indicates that he is still alive. When mentioning the ancestral master of Mount Shu, even Grandmaster Taiyuan couldn't help but be filled with yearning. That being said, the taking Wuji technique is a cultivation technique that only the sect leader and candidates for the position are permitted to learn. Since the ancestral master imparted the dream, it shows that you have a fate with our Mount Shu. I summoned you here today specifically to explain the taking Wuji technique to you in detail. Which level of the taking Wuji technique have you cultivated to? Master, your disciple has fully comprehended the 6th layer and has partially comprehended the 7th layer, Lu Changsheng replied. Oh? Your comprehension is so high, truly astounding, Grandmaster Taiyuan expressed in surprise. Even with his many years of experience, Grandmaster Taiyuan was shocked by the speed at which Lu Changsheng was cultivating the taking Wuji technique. Grandmaster Taiyuan himself cultivated the taking Wuji technique, which was a top-level heaven-rank cultivation technique, abstruse and difficult to understand. Yet, Lu Changsheng had cultivated it to the 6th layer while in the Dao Palace realm and had even begun to understand part of the 7th layer, indicating a rare talent in cultivation. Lu Changsheng had an innate Taoist body and had consumed an enlightenment pill, which was why his comprehension of the taking Wuji technique was so swift. After all, it was the ancestral master's imparted dream, Lu Changsheng said. Whenever there was an issue, Lu Changsheng attributed it to the ancestral master of Mount Shu. After all, since the ancestral master had ascended, no one knew what benefits he had imparted to Lu Changsheng in the dream. No wonder, Grandmaster Taiyuan, not doubting the ancestral master's divine skills, said, then I will take some time each month from now on to explain the 7th layer of the taking Wuji technique to you. Thank you, Master, Lu Changsheng replied. Finding Grandmaster Taiyuan to be beneficial, he ventured to ask, may I know which layer of the taking Wuji technique Master has cultivated to? The 9th layer, said Grandmaster Taiyuan. As expected, Grandmaster Taiyuan's cultivation was profoundly mysterious. Lu Changsheng admired him in secret. Among the 6 great sect leaders, Grandmaster Taiyuan was able to become the foremost figure of his generation, surpassing even the Fairy Pavilion Master, which spoke volumes about the height of his cultivation. Grandmaster Taiyuan's mastery of the taking Wuji technique was already perfect. With guidance on the 7th layer of the taking Wuji technique from Grandmaster Taiyuan, it was as if Lu Changsheng was suddenly enlightened, and the parts that he had not previously understood became clear. This was the equivalent of having a master's guidance, which made progress twice as effective. Given Lu Changsheng's innate Taoist body, which naturally led to easy comprehension, and Grandmaster Taiyuan's teachings, Lu Changsheng estimated that he would soon fully comprehend the 7th layer of the taking Wuji technique. Your comprehension even surpasses that of your eldest senior brother, Grandmaster Taiyuan remarked upon realizing how exceptional Lu Changsheng's comprehension was. With an innate Taoist body suited for enlightenment, Lu Changsheng could make rapid progress in whatever he studied. Senior brother Li Changjai's eternal wilderness body tends more towards the martial king divine physique, lacking the comprehension of an innate Taoist body. That's all for today's lecture. Once you have digested it, come find your master. Yes. Just as Lu Changsheng was about to take his leave, he suddenly noticed the stone wall in front of Grandmaster Tegzu. On this stone wall were myriad sword marks, some deep, some shallow, some vertical, some horizontal, some clear, and some vague. These sword marks. These are the sword intents left by the successive sect leaders of Mount Shu. This stone wall is known as the 10,000 Swords Wall, its value not inferior to an immortal artifact. If you settle your mind and observe closely, you may benefit greatly. Upon hearing this from Grandmaster Tegzu, Lu Changsheng calmed his heart and looked at one of the sword marks, as if he saw a figure standing between heaven and earth, a single slash shattering hills and severing rivers. This one slash could destroy the heavens and the earth. The sword chi eventually flew towards Lu Changsheng, engulfing him. In front of this slash, Lu Changsheng seemed so insignificant that he couldn't muster the thought to resist. This is Grandmaster Tegzu's sword intent. Grandmaster Tegzu reminded him, and Lu Changsheng then awoke from the sword intent. What terrifying sword intent! Each sect leader of Mount Shu was a sword cultivator, and the sword intent left by each was incredibly astonishing. With your current level of cultivation, spending too much time observing these sword intents can trap you deeply. A quick glance for now can yield much benefit. Once you reach the void refinement realm, you can watch for longer periods and might have a different experience. The disciple will keep this in mind. Lu Changsheng also found the sword intents left on this stone wall too astounding, even to someone in the Dao Palace realm could hardly withstand their profundity. Lu Changsheng performed sword flight, leaving 10,000 swords peak, turning into a streak of light that pierced through the sea of clouds. Tai Yuan, your disciple is truly remarkable. His progress in the taking Wuji technique is much faster than yours when you were young. An old janitor holding a broom appeared from behind the stone wall, a figure even Lu Changsheng had not noticed before. Indeed. This disciple's potential is limitless, and his future achievements may surpass even mine. Grandmaster Taixu acknowledged as well. At King Yun Peak, Lu Changsheng returned to his cave dwelling and sat down immediately in meditation to digest and comprehend. The seventh layer of taking Wuji technique and the understanding of the sword intent on the stone wall fortified Lu Changshen's foundation even more. It took 2 days for Lu Changsheng to fully digest and comprehend. Then, Lu Changsheng summoned his eldest disciple, Lin Qingzi. Lin Qingzi had perfected his cultivation technique and swordsmanship, and Lu Changsheng intended to impart to him more advanced techniques and sword arts. Furthermore, Lin Qingzi's green abyss sword had completely shattered during his exchange with Xiao Xiangdao, necessitating a higher quality flying sword for him. I heard your flying sword was damaged. Because it was the first treasure master gave to his disciple, even though it was damaged, the disciple has collected all the fragments. Oh! Lu Changsheng didn't expect that Lin Qingzi would be so earnestly sentimental. Today, your master has summoned you here to bestow upon you a new treasure. This is the low-grade acquired spirit treasure, the green cloud sword. Lu Changsheng took out a new flying sword. Now that Lin Qingzi had entered the nascent soul realm, Lu Changsheng could finally reward Lin Qingzi with a higher grade treasure. Chapter 84, Return of the High-Grade Heaven Rank Swordsmanship. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with a lower-ranked acquired spirit treasure green cloud sword, and received a teaching reward of 100-fold return, a higher-ranked acquired spirit treasure Qingxiao sword. Today's rewardable instance is 1, remaining reward instances are 2. The first flying sword that Lu Changsheng bestowed upon Lin Qingzi, the green cloud sword, ranked at the bottom quality among acquired spirit treasures, serving only as a placeholder. He intended to give his disciple the highest grade flying sword usable at the nascent soul realm. It just so happened that the system returned a higher ranked acquired spirit treasure. The green cloud sword is merely for you to travel. This treasure is for you to use in battle, Lu Changsheng said, and then he awarded the Qingxiao sword to Lin Qingzi. Master is considerate, but as a disciple with shallow cultivation, is it too extravagant to possess 2 acquired spirit treasures? Lin Qingzi always felt that for a nascent soul realm elder, having 2 of the same type of acquired spirit treasures was a bit excessive. Don't worry, your master has plenty of flying swords. Since the master had said so, Lin Qingzi couldn't refuse out of modesty. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with a higher ranked acquired spirit treasure Qingxiao sword, and received a teaching reward of 800-fold return, a middle-ranked innate spirit treasure Biluo Jushan sword. Today's rewardable instance is 1, remaining reward instances are 1. A middle-ranked innate spirit treasure? The quality of this Biluo Jushan sword is indeed good. However, Lu Changsheng already possessed a higher-ranked innate spirit treasure, the true martial sword. The Biluo Jushan sword could at most serve as a backup treasure. Next, I will impart to you the Earth rank higher class cultivation technique, the profound heavenly spell, Lu Changsheng said, having already planned out the chief disciple's cultivation path. At the Golden Core realm, practice the profound rank higher class cultivation technique, the Taishian skills. At the nascent soul realm, practice the Earth rank higher class cultivation technique, the profound heavenly spell. At the Dao Palace realm, practice the heaven rank higher class cultivation technique, the supreme purity limitless technique. Step by step, Lu Changsheng could also collect rewards from each phase. Lu Changsheng began to explain the mnemonic verse for the entry level of the profound heavenly spell, while Lin Qingzi listened intently, without distractions. The profound heavenly spell was a reward Lu Changsheng had exchanged specially for Lin Qingzi from Mount Shu's scripture pavilion using sect contribution points. It took Lin Qingzi half a day to officially enter the threshold of the technique. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with the Earth rank higher class cultivation technique profound heavenly spell, and received a teaching reward of 1,000-fold return, a higher class heaven rank cultivation technique Taiji Xiantian spell. A cultivation technique on the same level as the supreme purity limitless technique? Lu Changsheng surprisingly obtained another higher class heaven rank cultivation technique. However, Lu Changsheng was already practicing the Supreme Purity Limitless technique, and to practice the Taiji Xiantian spell at the same time would require more effort. If my Supreme Purity Limitless technique reaches the 9th layer, by analogy, I should find it easy to practice the Taiji Xiantian spell later on, so there's no need to spread myself thin. Lu Changsheng decided to focus on cultivating the Supreme Purity Limitless technique to the 9th layer. The next day, Lu Changsheng called Lin Qingzi to him again. This time, he was going to teach Lin Qingzi the Earth rank higher class swordsmanship, Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Myriad Swords Return to Origin was another technique Lu Changsheng had received as a return reward. Having perfected it, he now turned to pass it on to Lin Qingzi. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with the Earth rank higher class swordsmanship Myriad Swords Return to Origin, and received a teaching reward of 1,000-fold return, a higher class heaven rank swordsmanship True Martial 9 forms. A higher class heaven rank swordsmanship. Lu Changsheng, after reaching the great perfection of Myriad Swords Return to Origin, finally obtained an even more powerful swordsmanship technique. I will teach you Myriad Swords Return to Origin step by step, he said. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Changsheng patiently explained all the moves and details of Myriad Swords Return to Origin to Lin Qingzi. Familiar with Myriad Swords Return to Origin like the back of his hand, Lu Changsheng explained the technique with ease. Under Lu Changsheng's instruction, Lin Qingzi barely made an entry. In his normal state, Lin Qingzi's various talents were not high, relying solely on diligence and sudden insights, as well as power-infusing initiation from Lu Changsheng, to make his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. By the way, I have 2 elixir pills here that can improve your talents, he said. Lu Changsheng almost forgot about the 2 elixir pills he had obtained from the Xia Kingdom's treasury, the Ginseng pill and the Heaven Mending pill, one to enhance root bone, the other to enhance comprehension. These 2 elixir pills could slightly improve Lin Qingzi's talents, making his talents less mediocre and allowing him to understand cultivation techniques faster. Ding! You rewarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with a rank 4 elixir pill Ginseng pill and received a 200 times return reward, rank 6 elixir pill Millennium Ginseng pill. Ding! You rewarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with a rank 5 elixir pill Heaven Mending pill and received a 500 times return reward, rank 7 elixir pill Nishan pill. The returned elixir pills were relatively good in quality, leaving a chance for Lin Qingzi to improve his talents once he reached the Dao Palace realm. If one's innate abilities were insufficient, they could only be compensated by acquired means. As a master, Lu Changsheng's heart had truly been worn out. Having used up the 3 rewarding opportunities for the day, after Lin Qingzi got started, Lu Changsheng let him go back to practice the profound heavenly spell and Myriad Swords Return to Origin on his own. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng began cultivating the Supreme Purity Limitless technique True Martial 9 forms in the heaven rank swordsmanship within his cave dwelling. True Martial 9 forms was divided into 9 layers, each more difficult than the last. With his experience in reaching the great perfection of Myriad Swords Return to Origin and his innate Taoist body, Lu Changsheng quickly got started, mastering the first 3 forms in just 1 day. In 3 more days, Lu Changsheng comprehended the 4th form. In 10 days, he grasped the 5th form. In 1 month, he understood the 6th form. Starting with the 7th form, the difficulty increased sharply, and even with an innate Taoist body, rapid understanding was unattainable. Lu Changsheng's enlightenment came to an abrupt halt. Understanding 6 forms of a heaven rank sword technique in a month was already unbelievably fast. The final 3 forms are too difficult and their power increases exponentially. The first 6 forms of True Martial 9 forms are already more powerful than Myriad Swords Return to Origin at great perfection, he thought. This month I was so focused on cultivating swordsmanship that I forgot all about rewarding disciples and power-infusing initiation, he realized. Additionally, I need to seek out Taiyuan the Immortal to learn the Supreme Purity Limitless technique and observe the myriad sword engravings, he decided. Immersed in the cultivation of True Martial 9 forms, Lu Changsheng realized, as he came to his senses, that a month had flown by and there was still a great deal of matters waiting for his attention. The more profound the cultivation technique, the longer the retreat, and before he knew it, a month had passed in seclusion. During his time down the mountain for tempering experience, Lu Changsheng power-infused initiation and rewarded treasures to his second disciple, Lian. Returning to Changsheng Peak, he bestowed power-infusing initiation and treasures upon his eldest disciple, Lin Qingzi. It was only his newly accepted third disciple, Emma Huaji, whom Lu Changsheng had neglected. This Xianlong Huanmo obtained from the auction will make a perfect gift for my third disciple, he thought. The treasure Lu Changsheng had obtained was suitable only for his third disciple, Mo Huaji, not for the others, not even himself. After witnessing the divine skills of the great Xia state preceptor on his journey down the mountain, Lu Changsheng developed a keen interest in nurturing a literary sage. Chapter 85, Magical Treasures of the Immortal Ranks. Master, your disciple has arrived. Mo Huaji sat demurely in front of Lu Changsheng, her voice soft and gentle. During Lu Changsheng's absence from King Yun Peak, Mo Huaji had spent her time reading, practicing calligraphy, and tending to plants. Her cultivation level had soared. A month after the master had returned, he finally remembered her. While I was away, I selected a piece of precious ink for you, named Xianlong Huanmo. By using this ink for cultivation, your efforts will yield twice the result with half the effort. Lu Changsheng took out a stick of ink. Mo Huaji accepted the ink stick with both hands. A golden dragon was depicted on it, and it exuded a majestic aura. This ink stick is of exceptional quality. I remember that before my family was plundered, we only had one ink stick of similar quality. It was treasured by my ancestor and was never shown or used lightly. Isn't it too wasteful to use such a treasure for my cultivation? Do not worry about using it. As for such precious ink, you can have as much as you want in the future, just focus on improving your cultivation. It was just a piece of precious ink worth 200,000 spirit stones, after all. Lu Changsheng truly didn't mind. He could easily fetch 1,000,000 spirit stones with a single 7th grade elixir pill. When the precious ink was used up, the master would just go and buy a few more. Your disciple is eternally grateful. Mo Huaji had thought that Lu Changsheng had forgotten about his disciple, but to her surprise, he presented her with a top-quality piece of precious ink, filling her heart with warmth. The master still remembered her. That said, using Xianlong Huanmo, an ink of such caliber, for the cultivation of a golden core realm disciple was indeed extravagant. Ding, you have granted your disciple Mo Huaji Xianlong Huanmo, and have received a 20,000-fold return reward for mentoring, an immortal grade treasure Immortal Emperor 5 Dragons Ink. What? An immortal grade treasure? This is bad. Lu Changshen's face turned pale all of a sudden. The items returned by the system would appear in Lu Changshen's Dao Palace Minor Realm. Ordinary treasures could be accommodated by Lu Changshen's Dao Palace Realm, but the immortal qi contained in an immortal grade treasure could potentially cause the collapse of his Dao Palace. In Lu Changshen's Dao Palace Minor Realm, a piece of precious ink emitted immortal qi, causing the Dao Palace to tremble violently under the pressure of the immortal qi. This piece of precious ink had 5 golden dragons depicted on it, pulling a chariot. Lu Changsheng had no doubt that if this precious ink were revealed to the world, it would cause a sensation across all literary courts of various nations, and even Yusuanji, the temple master of the Hidden Dragon Temple, might come seeking the treasure. An immortal-grade precious ink was of little use to sword cultivators like Lu Changsheng but was an extremely rare opportunity for literary cultivators. With Mo Huaji's current level of cultivation, her brush strokes would not be able to bring out the effects of the immortal-grade precious ink. Moreover, she would be unable to grind the precious ink. The Xianlong Huanmo was sufficient for Mo Huaji to use until the nascent soul realm. Lu Changsheng then bestowed paper and inkstones upon Mo Huaji. He granted white deer paper and received heavenly silkworm cocoon paper in return. He granted ice jade inkstone and received dragon tail inkstone in return. With the 4 treasures of the study brush, ink, paper and inkstone, Lu Changsheng had fully equipped his disciple. Even the literary court of Great Xia would not be so generous in outfitting Golden Core Realm Confucian scholars. Of course, Lu Changsheng did not forget to initiate Mo Huaji with power-infusing initiation. Ding, you have transferred 20 days of cultivation to your disciple Mo Huaji, who has actually gained 5 days of cultivation. You have received a 100-fold return reward for mentoring, 500 days of cultivation. Mo Huaji, at the 5th layer of the Golden Core Realm, could only withstand 5 days of Lu Changshen's cultivation now. I will teach you complete Tang poems. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and decided to pass on the poetry of ancient Great Xia to the disciple with the body of the literary sage, thus fulfilling one of Lu Changshen's concerns. The complete Tang poems? Why have I never heard of such a book? Disciple inquires. It's a collection of poems from an ancient dynasty known as Tang. In that era, literary sages abounded, brimming with talent. disciple will definitely take note and comprehend their artistic conception carefully. The first Tang poem that I will pass on to you is penned by a poet immortal named Li Bai, titled The Ballad of the Swordsman. Zhao Guest braids his hair Hu style, Wu Hook glinting frosty and bright. Silver saddle glistens on a white horse, galloping swiftly like a shooting star. 10 steps to kill one man, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. Having done the deed, he brushes off his clothes and hides his fame and name deeply. Lu Changsheng discovered that the literary sages of this world could use magnificent righteous qi to materialize poetry and literary works, making use of those he had earlier recorded. Mo Huaji wore a serious expression, becoming more radiant the more she listened. As Lu Changsheng was explaining the Tang poems, he noticed that Mo Huaji's cultivation level had actually broken through to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm without him being aware. The body of the literary sage was indeed wonderful, capable of breaking through by comprehending the artistic conception of Tang poems. It seemed that in the future, frequently passing on Tang poems and song verses might enable Mo Huaji's cultivation to catch up with her senior brothers and sisters. After discovering the special advancement method of the body of the literary sage, Lu Changsheng decided to pass on Tang poems and song verses regularly, aiming to quickly enhance his third disciple's cultivation level. Enough lessons for today, you may go back and reflect. In 10 days, seek me out once more, he said. I'm giving you another 30,000 sect contribution points, which you may use at your discretion in the scripture pavilion to exchange for books. Lu Changsheng didn't have much need for sect contribution points, as he could exchange a batch of low-level cultivation techniques, reward them to disciples, and thus earn high-level techniques without needing to go to the scripture pavilion to exchange them directly. Disciple is eternally grateful for Master's immense kindness and generosity, she replied. Receiving a wealth of treasures and sect contribution points awarded by Lu Changsheng, Mo Huaji was moved beyond words. The Master not only remembered her, his disciple, but treated her exceedingly well. After Mo Huaji left, Lu Changsheng closed his eyes and meditated, refining the spiritual energy returned by the system. If I carve out one day each month to pass on the poetry and literature of ancient great Xia to Mo Huaji, what could her future achievements be, he wondered. Lu Changsheng thought of something. He began simulating the life of his third disciple, Mo Huaji, once more. Ding, condition changed, system is simulating the life trajectory of Mo Huaji. Simulation count to day 1. Simulation begins. At 22, Mo Huaji achieved rapid progress in her cultivation by studying poetry and literature with you, breaking through to the nascent soul realm. At 25, while on her trials, Mo Huaji encountered her family's killer and avenged them with her own strength. At 26, Mo Huaji started her secular cultivation in the Hanlin Academy of Yu country. At 27, Mo Huaji met a strange man, and Yu suddenly appeared, revealing him as the son of the sect master of the Joyous Union sect, and you killed him. At 28, Mo Huaji gained influence in Yu country, broke through to the Dao Palace realm, and returned to Mount Shu. At 32, during a battle, Mo Huaji was targeted by the Joyous Union sect for revenge. Outnumbered but using the Tang poem combat skills, she managed to escape alive. Ding, due to the inadequacy of your cultivation, you can only simulate 100 years of the disciple's life. Simulation ends. My disciple's fate has changed, Lu Changsheng noted with surprise. He realized that his choices could alter the destiny of his disciples. Initially, the simulation showed that Mo Huaji reached the nascent soul realm at 25 and Dao Palace realm at 29, plagued by misfortune. If Lu Changsheng taught her the poetry and literature of ancient great Xia, Mo Huaji would reach the nascent soul realm at 22 and Dao Palace realm at 28, narrowly escaping death several times within 100 years. Chapter 86, The State Preceptor Visits. It turns out Tang poetry and song lyrics also have such an effect, truly an unexpected gain. Lu Changsheng took a breath of relief after concluding the simulation. Afterward, Lu Changsheng headed to 10,000 Swords Peak to discuss the Taikingwuji technique with the Taiyuan real person. The Taiyuan real person's cultivation of the Taikingwuji technique had reached great perfection, and discussing with him could resolve Lu Changshen's doubts. In the main hall of Mount Shu, the state preceptor of Great Xia came to visit with several great Confucians. Mount Shu stretches for thousands of miles, yet it is a mountain suspended in the sky, truly beyond belief. I originally thought myself to be uniquely gifted, reaching the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm in just 400 years, and I didn't take the geniuses of the 6 major sects seriously. However, Lu has changed my mind. The 6 major sects indeed have a deep foundation and produce outstanding talents generation after generation. Lu has done me a favor by entrusting me to refine 10 talismans, which I have completed. Hearing that Lu is cultivating at King Yun Peak, I have come to pay a visit. The state preceptor of Great Xia handed over his visiting card, requesting to visit King Yun Peak. State preceptor, please follow me. A Golden Core Realm disciple of Mount Shu led the way, treating the state preceptor of Great Xia with great courtesy. The state preceptor of Great Xia was one of the strongest cultivators in the Great Xia dynasty, at the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm, higher than most elders of Mount Shu in cultivation. Furthermore, the Great Xia dynasty was affiliated with Mount Shu, making the two allies. The Golden Core Realm disciple of Mount Shu led the state preceptor of Great Xia in the several great confusions in sword flight, turning into streaks of light, weaving through the sea of clouds around Mount Shu. The clouds changed form endlessly. Mount Shu is worthy of being the leader among the 6 major sects. It is a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons abound. There are many powerful auras. This was the state preceptor's first visit to Mount Shu, and he could sense auras from nascent soul realm and Dao Palace realm experts all over the mountain peaks. The group landed at the gate of Changsheng Peak, where several bamboo huts were adjacent, and a woman dressed in a moonlight skirt was seen rolling up her sleeves to grind ink. On sensing the arrival of outsiders, she lifted her delicate head slightly, her brows and eyes showing a trace of bewilderment. Other than Chen Yao from Baimon Peak and occasionally the Mount Shu disciples who came to report, Changsheng Peak was always tranquil. Who are you? I am Zhang Qunzhe, state preceptor of the Great Xia dynasty, specially here to visit Elder Lu of King Yun Peak. Please pass on my request. My master has gone to 10,000 Swords Peak, please wait here for the esteemed guest. The woman in the moonlight skirt was none other than Lu Changsheng's third disciple, Mo Huaji. All right. The state preceptor of Great Xia was inwardly startled, not expecting this woman to be a disciple of Daoist Lu. State preceptor, this lady cultivates the Confucian Dao. The 4 treasures of the study she's using all seem to be no ordinary items. The several great Confucians accompanying the state preceptor to King Yun Peak's cave dwelling noticed that the 4 treasures used by Mo Huaji, who was grinding ink, were extraordinary. A superior spiritual artifact, the white fox spirit brush. White deer paper. Ice jade ink's tone. What? That ink block, could it be Xianlong Huanmo? I remember that even the state preceptor himself has only 3 pieces of Xianlong Huanmo, which he does not use lightly. The few great Confucians recognized the 4 treasures of the study Mo Huaji was using as rare items, among which Xianlong Huanmo was an exceptional ink treasure. Yet such an exceptional ink treasure was being used by a Golden Core Realm cultivator for calligraphy practice. Even the state preceptor was taken aback. Lu Changsheng is really good to his disciples. He is generous enough to use Xianlong Huanmo for the cultivation practice of a Golden Core Realm disciple. In the Great Xia literary court, great Confucians at the Dao Palace realm hesitate to use Xianlong Huanmo. Xianlong Huanmo, unlike a magical treasure, is a consumable. Wait. The state preceptor sensed an aura of exuberant talent radiating from Mo Huaji. Mo Huaji ignored everyone present, cultivating on her own. Her master's kindness weighed on her like a mountain, and aside from advancing her cultivation quickly, she had no other way to repay him. Mo Huaji held the white fox spirit brush in her hand, dipping it into the ink of the Xianlong Huanmo, and wrote fervently. The state preceptor of Great Xia looked at the white deer paper and murmured, Zhao guest binding his warrior's knot, Wu hook glimmering with frost and snow. Silver saddle shines upon the white steed, galloping swiftly like a falling star. B. As Mo Huaji's brush finished the final stroke, the words exuded an overwhelming aura of murder. The state preceptor of Great Xia and several great Confucians saw the lonely figure of a gallant knight appear, with a Wu hook precious sword in hand that was like frost and snow, while the silver saddle and white horse shone together, speeding like the swishing of a meteor. 10 steps to kill 1 man, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The knightly apparition wielded the sword, thrusting at several great Confucians. An aura of death approached them head-on, causing several great Confucians to break out in cold sweat. Except for the state preceptor of Great Xia, the others instinctively raised their sleeves to shield themselves. The knightly apparition passed through several great Confucians and dissipated into the air. She hasn't yet infused it with magnificent righteous qi, this is just the poetry taking form. Otherwise, there would have been casualties. The state preceptor of Great Xia looked solemn. A golden core realm Confucian scholar, capable of expressing such poetic power, truly is a heaven-sent talent. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed. Could it be that this girl possesses the body of the literary sage? Literary sage? Several great Confucians were taken aback. The body of the literary sage, rare in the world, was the most suitable constitution for practicing the Confucian Dao. Who could have thought that King Yun Peak would harbor not just one, but two special constitutions, the martial king divine physique and the body of the literary sage? Lu truly is an extraordinary figure, not only with his astonishing cultivation but also with two disciples who are peerless geniuses. If this girl were my disciple, it would have saved me a great deal of worry. The state preceptor of Great Xia lamented. The several great Confucians he had brought along were all his disciples with cultivations ranging from the Golden Core realm to the Nascent Soul realm. Yet, their potential was far from that of Mo Huaji with the body of the literary sage. Hearing their teacher's words, the great Confucians exchanged wry smiles among themselves. How could they compare to someone with the body of the literary sage? It's indeed demoralizing to compare oneself to others. Moreover, Mo Huaji was cultivating rapidly in the Golden Core realm with the aid of treasures like the Xianlong Huanmo. Without a few years' time she would likely reach the Nascent Soul realm, and stepping into the Dao Palace realm would be no difficult feat. A streak of light descended, and a Daoist, ethereal and noble, with a handsome appearance, appeared. Lu Changshen's thoughts shifted, and his flying sword returned to its sheath. After obtaining the high-grade innate spirit treasure True Martial Sword, Lu Changsheng used the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword for sword flight. With the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword activated, wind and thunder moved together. Lu Changsheng, having returned from 10,000 Swords Peak, made progress with his taking Wuji technique. Not only that, but after contemplating the sword intent left by previous sect leaders of Mount Shu at the myriad sword steels, his comprehension of the sword Dao deepened, leading to his partial mastery of the seventh form of the true martial nine forms. Lu Changsheng sensed someone had come to visit King Yun Peak and saw it was the state preceptor of Great Xia. Lu, I owe you for last time. As per your advice, I have crafted 10 talismans as compensation, said the state preceptor of Great Xia. The state preceptor of Great Xia took out 10 talismans, which were of the 4th and 5th grade. You are thoughtful, preceptor. Seeing the state preceptor of Great Xia come as promised, Lu Changsheng accepted the 10 talismans. The uses of these 10 talismans were significant. Lu Changsheng could reward his disciples with them or exchange for even higher grade talismans. Like elixir pills, talismans were consumables, the more, the better, and they could save lives when necessary. I see your disciple here is a literary sage by constitution. I have a request, the state preceptor said. Please, speak. If a day comes when your beloved disciple becomes a literary sage, could she visit the literary court of our Great Xia dynasty to enlighten our stagnant Confucian scholars? Chapter 87, Rank 8 Talismans. So that's all it was. I thought you intended to steal my disciple. You jest, Lu. Your cultivation level is still above mine. How would I dare to covet what is yours? Moreover, although the body of the literary sage is indeed a rare talent, I simply can't afford to nurture such talent, reflected the state preceptor of Great Xia repeatedly. Lu Changsheng, already in the Golden Core realm, allowed his disciple to cultivate using the Xianlong Huanmo, while the state preceptor of Great Xia had at most 3 pieces of Xianlong Huanmo, barely enough for himself, let alone to present to his disciples. Mo Huaji's achievements under Lu Changshen's mentorship would far exceed those she could obtain at the literary court of Great Xia. Lu Changsheng hosted the state preceptor of Great Xia in his cave abode, and after another session of discussing the Dao, the state preceptor left with several great Confucians the following day. 10 talismans, you may award them over 4 days. Lu Changsheng summoned his chief disciple, Lin Qingzi, to start crafting advanced talismans. 4th grade concealment talisman, which can shield your aura, making it difficult for enemies to detect your presence. I give this to you for self-preservation, Lu Changsheng said as he took out a yellowish-brown talisman and presented it to Lin Qingzi for his protection. Lin Qingzi was not as physically strong as Lu Changsheng or Lu Qinglian, so Lu Changsheng specifically asked the state preceptor of Great Xia to craft the concealment talisman. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lin Qingzi a 4th grade talisman concealment talisman, and received a 200-fold return reward for mentoring, a 6th grade talisman spirit concealment talisman 6th grade talisman, merge with heaven and earth to elude the search by powerful enemies. This 6th grade talisman was particularly useful for preservation of life. 5th grade wooden prison talisman 1. Which can instantly form a wooden barrier to trap the enemy, preventing them from ascending to the heavens or escaping into the earth. Since you possess the wood spirit root, using this talisman will enhance its power, he explained. This talisman can temporarily imprison the enemy and can also be used for self-preservation, Lu Changsheng added as he awarded the second life-preserving talisman. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lin Qingzi a 5th grade talisman wooden prison talisman, and received a 100-fold return reward for mentoring, a 7th grade talisman wooden barrier talisman 7th grade talisman, instantly forms a wooden barrier with a 10-mile radius to trap enemies. A 7th grade talisman. This talisman had a very special purpose, used for trapping enemies and preserving life. It was precisely because the wooden prison talisman was uncommon that Lu Changsheng had asked the state preceptor of Great Xia to craft this specific talisman. Mo Huaji was currently only a junior talisman master, unable to craft talismans above the 4th grade, whereas the state preceptor of Great Xia, a renowned figure, could craft up to 6th grade talismans. A 7th grade talisman was invaluable. Yet, Lu Changsheng was not satisfied, his goal was to obtain 8th grade talismans, or even 9th grade talismans. 5th grade soul stabilizing charm, which can temporarily fortify the 7 souls and 6 spirits against spirit attacks. Elders of the demon sects and peerless great demons often employ spirit attacks, an unpredictable technique. At a critical moment, this talisman can save your life, he explained. Lu Changsheng used his third opportunity to award talismans for the day. While awarding the talismans, Lu Changsheng also explained their specific uses, demonstrating thorough responsibility. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lin Qingzi a 5th grade talisman soul stabilizing charm, and received a 300-fold return reward for mentoring, a 7th grade talisman soul calming divine talisman. The use of the soul calming divine talisman was similar to that of the soul stabilizing charm, except it could withstand even stronger spirit attacks. The 3 talismans Lu Changsheng obtained spirit concealment talisman, wooden barrier talisman, soul calming divine talisman had unique purposes and might have extraordinary effects. None of today's 3 opportunities to award talismans yielded an 8th grade talisman, he would have to wait until tomorrow. The state preceptor of Great Xia had crafted 10 talismans, leaving 7 more to be awarded. The next day, Lu Changsheng continued awarding talismans to Lin Qingzi, resulting in 1 5th grade and 2 6th grade talismans returned. On the second day, Lu Changsheng still awarded talismans to Lin Qingzi. The previous 2 awards had yielded 2 6th grade talismans. Today, we still have one more chance to award a talisman. Lu Changsheng took out a 5th grade talisman. The 5th grade talisman, 5 Thunders Talisman, can summon heavenly thunder to annihilate demons and evils, belonging to the attack category of talismans. Thank you, Master. Master has recently bestowed so many life-saving talismans to your disciple, surely out of concern for my safety. I am not gifted, and have caused Master to worry. Lin Qingzi thought his cultivation was insufficient, which was why Lu Changsheng gave him numerous talismans for protection. How kind the Master is to him. You need not worry too much, as a teacher, I simply enjoy imparting knowledge to my disciples. Lu Changsheng would never discuss the system with anyone, not even his disciples. Ding! For bestowing the 5th grade talisman 5 Thunders Talisman to your disciple Lin Qingzi, you have received a 5,000-fold return reward, an 8th grade talisman Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. Finally, an 8th grade talisman appeared, and it was an offensive type 2. In Lu Changshen's view, the life-saving effects of the Spirit Concealment Talisman, Wooden Barrier Talisman, and Soul Calming Divine Talisman were inferior to the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. The best way to preserve one's life was to eradicate the enemy, naturally ensuring one's survival. Stealth, fleeing, and defense were all last resorts. With this, Lu Changsheng had another means to save his own life. Next, continue to hunt for magical treasures, especially Daoist robes. After accumulating enough talismans, Lu Changsheng started from the next day to hunt for Daoist robes, aiming to enhance his fighting power as comprehensively as possible. In the northern part of Huang State, a vast mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles developed a rift due to an earthquake, from which shone golden light and billowing immortal clouds. A group of Golden Core Realm cultivators, who ventured into Huang State to gather herbs, witnessed this miracle. Such turmoil, could it be that a peerless expert is undergoing tribulation? No, I've read about it in an ancient text. This is the commotion that arises when immortal ruins appear. What are immortal ruins? Immortal ruins are the cultivation abodes once used by great experts, possibly containing all sorts of treasures and even legacies. These great experts existed even before the 6 major sects, and no one knows what could be inside the immortal ruins. Thump. The group of Golden Core Realm cultivators swallowed hard, greed shining in their eyes. If they could obtain the treasures or even the inheritance of great experts within the immortal ruins, they might one day advance to the nascent soul realm or even the Deo Palace realm. But I've heard that most immortal ruins are fraught with danger, and without significant power, it's difficult to obtain the treasures within. We, as cultivators, are defying the heavens in our pursuit. If we don't dare to take risks, how can we hope to become immortal? We are likely the first to discover these immortal ruins. We should act sooner rather than later, or else the 6 major sects will send people over. Forget it, let's take the risk and see if we can encounter a stroke of immortal destiny. Even if it's a slim chance, it's worth it even at the risk of death. The group of Golden Core Realm cultivators gritted their teeth and chose to venture into the immortal ruins. If you want to seek death, count me out. Better to use this news to strike a deal with the 6 major sections. However, one of the Golden Core Realm cultivators did not recklessly enter the immortal ruins. Such places were not meant for Golden Core Realm cultivators to meddle with. As this Golden Core Realm cultivator left, the news quickly spread to the 6 major sects. At this time, Lu Changsheng was bestowing a deist robe upon his disciple, Lin Qingzi. Ding! For bestowing the supreme postnatal treasure Flowing Clouds deist robe upon your disciple Lin Qingzi, you have received an 800-fold return reward, a medium-grade innate treasure Kylan Cloud Pattern deist robe. After bestowing 4 deist robes to Lin Qingzi, Lu Changsheng finally got a robe returned that was of great quality and style. Lu Changsheng donned the Kylan Cloud Pattern deist robe, carried the true martial sword, kept 8th grade elixir pills, 8th grade talismans, and was adorned with prime treasures. Even his physique, thanks to the practice of the 9 dragons refinement technique, was as robust as meteoric iron. Even if he encountered a supreme elder from the demon sects who had cultivated for 1,000 years, Lu Changsheng would still have the power to fight. Without 10 or so immortal artifacts by my side, it's still not secure enough. Chapter 88, The Emergence of the Immortal Ruins. Lu, are you cultivating right now? Lu Changsheng was pondering how to refine an immortal artifact when a voice came to him. It was his senior, Zhao Huiyan, secretly transmitting his message. What brings Zhao here? Recently, in the northern region of Huang State, an immortal ruin has appeared. The 6 major sects are all abuzz with the news. Don't tell me you don't know about it, Lu. Immortal ruins. Lu Changsheng had read about these in the Mount Shu archives. So-called immortal ruins are essentially the former abodes of ancient great powers who, after ascending or failing in their tribulation, leave their dwellings masterless. These abodes may contain rare treasures or inheritances. Every time an immortal ruin appears, the 6 major sects and the 4 great demon sects would send people to explore it. Some immortal artifacts or immortal level cultivation techniques were indeed obtained from these ruins. The owners of these immortal ruins belonged to eras that predate even the founding of the 6 major sects. When sect leaders of the 6 major sects ascend or fail their tribulation, their treasures and inheritances would only be left within their own sects, hence no immortal ruins would be left outside. Though immortal ruins are ownerless, the original masters may have left various formations and mechanisms behind, sometimes leading to extreme danger and a slim chance of survival. With both the 6 major sects and the 4 great demon sects dispatching people, it's possible that a great battle could erupt within the immortal ruins. Based on the location of the newly emerged immortal ruin, the 6 major sects speculate that the owner might have been an ancient cultivator known as the Divine Tree Immortal Emperor. Only cultivators below the Void Refinement realm can enter the Divine Tree Immortal Ruins. The 6 major sects suspect this is a selection by the Divine Tree Immortal Emperor, deliberately screening candidates below the Void Refinement realm for his inheritance. The sect leader plans to send the eldest disciple to lead a team to investigate the ruins. Do you want to go? Zhao Huiyan explained the situation in just a few words. The inheritance of the Divine Tree Immortal Emperor? And only cultivators below the Void Refinement realm can enter? Lu Changsheng had an unmatched presence in the Deo Palace realm. If he entered this immortal ruin, he would be like a fish in water. With the eldest disciple leading the team, combined with his own cultivation level and a number of premium magical treasures, he should be safe, right? Haha, with the eldest disciple and Lu going, I'll join in the fun as well. The inheritance within the immortal ruins may not necessarily relate to one's cultivation level but rather to their compatibility. Maybe I'll be extremely lucky and inherit something from the Divine Tree Immortal Emperor. I've had some insights recently and reached the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm. I could be of some help, Zhao continued. Zhao Huiyan loved getting involved in things, and it would be impossible for him not to take part in the emergence of these immortal ruins. The immortal ruins are definitely dangerous, but fortunately, I have the true martial sword, the Kylan cloud pattern Daoist robe, and all sorts of elixir pills and talismans. I've got countless means to save my own life. For this trip to the immortal ruins, being in the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm might not be reliable enough. It would be best if I could break through to the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm before departing. That would be truly stable. It had been only a few months since Lu Changsheng reached the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm, but the copious amounts of cultivation he benefited from teaching his disciples had brought him to the verge of another breakthrough. The 6 major sects might all send elders in the Dao Palace realm into the immortal ruins in hopes of acquiring the inheritance. If even one person succeeds, the sect could benefit from it. What if disciples are taken along? Lu Changsheng used his 3 chances to simulate his disciples' lives, assuming he took each of them to the immortal ruins. Both Lu Qinglian and Emma Huaji's simulated outcomes are extremely ominous. Should they go to the immortal ruins this time, they'd likely encounter disaster. The simulation for my eldest disciple, Lin Qingzi, however, is unexpectedly good. I might as well take him along for some experience this time. Having seen the simulation results, Lu Changsheng decided to take his eldest disciple out for training. En route, he could continue rewarding and performing power-infusing initiations, and by simulating Lin Qingzi's future, he could seek fortune and avoid disaster. Besides continuing cultivation, I also need to keep bestowing treasures, in hopes of obtaining an immortal artifact. Lu Changsheng continued to cultivate silently on Qingyun Peak. At 10,000 Swords Peak, Li Changjai was summoned by the sect leader. This emergence of the immortal ruins is unclear to me whether it is auspicious or ominous. You, Huiyan, and Changsheng will lead teams into the immortal ruins. You must be extremely careful. Within the same realm, there should be few who can match you. Changsheng has been studying the taking Wuji technique with me recently and will soon comprehend the 7th layer. If you cannot hold up on your own during the exploration, you can trust him. Disciple will keep this in mind. Brother Lu's cultivation speed is also too quick, almost catching up to me. The ancestral master came to me in a dream to pass on the taking Wuji technique. His cultivation progress is astonishing indeed, but is certainly not the result of practicing any heretical techniques. As long as that is the case, I am reassured. Master Taiyuan was not concerned about his disciples' rapid progress in cultivation, as long as it was not due to practicing any forbidden techniques. Lu Changshen's swift advancements in cultivation were undoubtedly a good thing for Mount Shu. Besides Li Changjai, Mount Shu had another young pillar. Someday, Master Taiyuan was bound to face his tribulation. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would no longer be able to protect Mount Shu. At that time, it would be up to people like Li Changjai and Lu Changsheng to stand up. Do not delay. You will lead the team out in 3 days. To prevent the demon sects from ambushing on the way, I will escort you inside. If you encounter any danger inside, exit immediately. Disciple will heed your words. After receiving his orders from Master Taiyuan, Li Changjai left on his flying sword and returned to his cave abode, preparing elixir pills, talismans, and treasures. I must make a trip to the immortal ruins. During this period, you stay behind to guard the cave abode and diligently cultivate. Master, I want to accompany you to try my luck with the immortal fate. Xiao Xiangdao returned to Mount Shu, having broken through to the 1st layer of the nascent soul realm. However, Xiao Xiangdao lost to Lin Qingzi's sword, leaving him with an unwilling heart. With the emergence of the immortal ruins, if he could obtain a legacy, he would be able to leave Lin Qingzi behind. Inside the immortal ruins, there are countless traps and mechanisms. Even I am not entirely sure of safety. You have only just entered the nascent soul realm, and it is far too dangerous for you. Are you sure you want to go? Your student wishes to go. Very well. Li Changjai did not refuse Xiao Xiangdao's request. As for immortal fate, such a thing is mysterious and unfathomable, truly hard to predict. At Qingyun Peak, Lin Qingzi was once again summoned to the cave abode by Lu Changsheng. In 3 days, I will go to investigate the Divine Tree Immortal Ruins. You have an immortal fate, and I have decided to bring you along. Disciple fears holding back Master. Lin Qingzi also knew that the immortal ruins were exceptionally dangerous. As a cultivator at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, it was unlikely for him to gain anything, and he might even burden Lu Changsheng by requiring his attention for protection. Lam bringing you along for my reasons. You just need to ensure your own safety when the time comes. Lu Changsheng was indifferent. He had already simulated his disciple's experience in advance. Bringing Lin Qingzi along would be beneficial and not harmful. Previously, Lu Changsheng had gifted Lin Qingzi with a significant amount of elixir pills and talismans. Although Lin Qingzi was at the nascent soul realm, his ability to preserve his life was no less than that of a Dao Palace realm cultivator. In these 3 days, I will gift you some more treasures for self-preservation. Lu Changsheng continued to find reasons to reward his disciple with treasures. Besides the flying sword, Lu Changsheng also tried gifting other types of treasures. Chapter 89, Murong. Over the next 3 days, Lu Changsheng bestowed upon Lin Qingzi a variety of magical treasures, including banners of laws, spirit towers, and dharma seals. The Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator returned 1 medium-quality innate spirit treasure and 8 low-quality innate spirit treasures. Immortal artifacts are really hard to come by, the probability is too low, unless the disciple enters the Dao Palace realm and is bestowed innate spirit treasures, there's a better chance of obtaining immortal artifacts. In these 3 days, Lu Changsheng still hadn't managed to obtain an immortal artifact, and since the eldest disciple was already preparing to lead a team to the immortal ruins, Lu Changsheng could only continue to award magical treasures to his disciple Lin Qingzi along the way. You two stay behind at King Yun Peak, while your eldest disciple and I travel down the mountain. Do not stir up trouble while I am gone. Lu Changsheng left behind 2 disciples and then proceeded to Mount Shu's main hall with his eldest disciple. Master has gone out, and junior sister is busy reading, I might as well go to Fire Lotus Peak to cultivate. Lian's eyes darted around. Mount Shu had assigned her a cave dwelling on the rear mountain's Fire Lotus Peak, a place Lian had never visited before. Now was a good opportunity to remodel Fire Lotus Peak and fully turn it into her own cave dwelling. In Mount Shu's main hall, sect leader Li Changjai, Song Wuchuan, Zhao Huiyan, and other Dao Palace realm elders of Mount Shu gathered together. Lu Changsheng, accompanied by Lin Qingzi, landed in front of the main hall and surveyed the assembled elders of Mount Shu. Apart from familiar Dao Palace realm elders like Li Changjai, Song Wuchuan, Zhao Huiyan, and Fairy King Gru, there were also several unfamiliar Dao Palace realm elders who had emerged. These are the disciples of the supreme elders from the rear mountain, their cultivation levels are not low. Zhao Huiyan, well versed in various gossip, explained to Lu Changsheng. So, these were the disciples of the supreme elders. Lu Changsheng knew that the rear mountain harbored many supreme elders in seclusion, cultivating in their cave dwellings. Since Grandmaster Taiyuan had taken disciples like Li Changjai, Song Wuchuan, Zhao Huiyan, and Lu Changsheng, the supreme elders also had their own disciples. These disciples typically kept a low profile, content to cultivate peacefully on the rear mountain where their masters resided. Now, with the emergence of the immortal ruins, who knew who would acquire the strange treasures and inheritances inside? Everyone wanted to try their luck. 2 graceful figures descended, and their flying swords returned to their sheaths. Eldest disciple Li Changjai recognized the newcomers and gave a respectful bow, Murong senior sister. The eldest disciple even referred to the other as senior sister. The many Mount Shu elders turned their gaze uniformly toward the 2 arrivals. They were 2 women, one of whom Lu Changsheng recognized as Chen Yao, known to be close to his eldest disciple. Chen Yao followed another woman, who seemed to be her senior sister. Since Chen Yao was a disciple of the sect leader, this Murong senior sister was very likely also a disciple of the sect leader and had been cultivating in Mount Shu for even longer than Li Changjai, which was why Li Changjai called her senior sister. Zhao Huiyan transmitted another message, Murong senior sister is a direct disciple of a supreme elder, it is said that her cultivation is also at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. With the eldest brother, second brother, Lu, and Murong senior sister leading the team, it's in good hands. Lu Changshen's guess was not wrong, Mount Shu was a place where hidden experts dwelled, its true foundation not in the front mountain, but in the rear mountain. In the rear mountain, many supreme elders and their disciples cultivated in seclusion, silent until they did something that shook the world. Brother Li. Brother Lu. Murong senior sister greeted Li Changjai and also nodded specifically to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, as a young elder who had risen to prominence in recent years due to the ancestral master's dream, was well known to Murong senior sister. Moreover, with junior sister Chen Yao often visiting Changsheng Peak, Mirong senior sister's impression of Changsheng Peak's Lu Changsheng was particularly strong. Sister Mirong. The other party took the initiative to greet him, and Lu Changsheng responded in kind. Damn it, are Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao also planning to go to the immortal ruins? Walking behind Li Changjai, Xiao Xiangdao noticed Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao following Lu Changsheng and Sister Mirong to the immortal ruins, and he couldn't help feeling bitter. He had thought he was the only nascent soul realm disciple brave enough to venture into the immortal ruins. The sect leader is here. At someone's words, everyone fell silent, as the Master Taiyuan had arrived. Master Taiyuan spoke, the world force of the Divine Tree Immortal Ruins only allows beings below the Void Refinement Realm to enter. Even I cannot break the world force of the Immortal Ruins, so I can only escort you to the entrance of the Immortal Ruins. After that, you must be extremely careful and prioritize your safety. If you find the challenge too great, retreat immediately. Everyone answered in unison, disciple will bear it in mind. Let's set out. Master Taiyuan led a group of elders from Mount Shu and Dao Palace to northern Huang State. In the martial alliance, a group of body refinement fanatics gathered, each with a vigorous heavenly spirit, towering statures, and robust physiques. Ye Wen, the martial alliance's chief disciple, saluted the alliance leader with a fist and said, Master, everyone has arrived, we can set out now. Make sure you perform well this time. If you can obtain the inheritance of the Divine Tree Immortal Emperor, that would be best. If not predestined, then kill a few more elders from the demon sects. I will lead you on this journey. Grand Master Chen directly rose into the sky, traveling with Ye Wen and other disciples on the winds. The bodies of the elders of the martial alliance were their best weapons, they could fly without flying swords, though it consumed more true qi. At the gate of the immeasurable temple, a group of monks gathered, behind them stood the towering heaven-reaching divine temple, with Buddha's light shining for thousands of miles, enveloping several nations within Xia state. The immeasurable temple collected the power of faith from some of the vassal states of Xia state. Over the years, its foundations had become unfathomably deep, giving birth to divine monks. Amitabha Buddha, the inheritance of the Divine Tree Immortal Emperor is mostly unrelated to our immeasurable temple, but having received requests from Master Taiyuan and Grand Master Chen to work together against the four great demon sects, our immeasurable temple must also make an effort. Master Wuxiang brought out his Buddha beads, leading elders like Master Mingzi, Master Mingzhen, Master Mingrang, and others from the immeasurable temple to the immortal ruins. Hidden Dragon Temple consisted of 3,000 Daoist temples linked together, with small bridges overflowing water, green tiles and white walls, pavilions, towers, and winding corridors. Temple Master. As Temple Master Yusuanji arrived, the elders of the Hidden Dragon Temple respectfully saluted. Yusuanji, with the body of the literary sage, was exceptionally talented, adept at poetry, array formations, and divination, and his cultivation was profound and immeasurable. Yusuanji spoke in his usual unhurried tone, Zhuge Chongming, you will lead the team into the immortal ruins this time. Your cultivation may not compare to Li Changjai of Mount Shu, but our Hidden Dragon Temple excels in strategy. Your leadership ability is by no means inferior to Li Changjai's. Zhuge Chongming bowed, disciple will not let master down. In addition to Mount Shu, Martial Alliance, Immeasurable Temple, and Hidden Dragon Temple, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion and Refinement Sect each sent their disciples to explore the immortal ruins. On the way, Lu Changsheng continued to bestow power-infusing initiation and treasures upon his disciple Lin Qingzi. The amount of spiritual energy Lin Qingzi received from one power-infusing initiation required a long time for him to refine. However, this initiation brought Lu Changsheng to the brink of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. He was just half a step away from stepping into the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. It would take 2 to 3 days to travel from Mount Shu to the northern border of Huang State, giving Lu Changsheng another opportunity to bestow treasures. Before leaving Mount Shu, Lu Changsheng had exchanged sect contribution points for a dozen ordinary spiritual artifacts. If these spiritual artifacts were bestowed a couple more times, they had the potential to become innate spirit treasures or even immortal artifacts. Chapter 90, Inferior Immortal Artifact. Lu Changsheng took out a bronze cauldron, which was only a medium-grade spiritual artifact. The return function of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator allowed for even higher-grade magical treasures to be returned, just that it required an extra give. This Xianling Ding can be used to concoct elixir pills and suppress enemies, he explained. Thank you, Master. Lin Qingzi accepted the Xianling Ding, completely puzzled. Why had his master bestowed upon him such a type of magical treasure? Could it be that his master wanted him to become an alchemist? Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with the medium-grade spiritual artifact Xianling Ding, receiving an 8,000-fold return reward from apprenticeship, a high-grade postnatal magical treasure dragon pattern ancient cauldron. In Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace realm, a bronze cauldron with intricate dragon patterns appeared, radiating a teal glow. This time's luck was good, giving away a medium-grade spiritual artifact directly returned a high-grade postnatal magical treasure. Could today be an auspicious day on the lunar calendar? Lu Changsheng couldn't continuously award flying swords, so he kept changing the magical treasures he awarded. This dragon pattern ancient cauldron is a high-grade postnatal magical treasure that can gather nature's spiritual energy, concoct elixir pills, and suppress enemies, he said. Lu Changsheng then gave the returned dragon pattern ancient cauldron to his disciple. This magical treasure is surely too precious. Lin Qingzi was aware of the value of the dragon pattern ancient cauldron. The dragon pattern ancient cauldron had 3 uses. First, it gathered the surrounding spiritual energy for the cultivator to breath in and out, accelerating cultivation. Second, it was used to concoct higher-level elixir pills. Third, it served as an attack magical treasure to suppress powerful foes. A high-grade postnatal magical treasure was enough for Lin Qingzi to use until he reached the Dao Palace realm. Ding! You have awarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with the high-grade postnatal magical treasure Dragon Pattern Ancient Cauldron, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward from apprenticeship, a lower-grade immortal artifact Yin Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron. Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace minor realm suddenly trembled violently, as if heaven and earth were flipping over, nearly causing the Dao Palace to collapse. Master, are you all right? Lin Qingzi noticed that Lu Changsheng's complexion was exceptionally pale, yet within the pallor, there was a twisted joy. Could it be that the master had suffered a demonic deviation? It was Lin Qingzi's first time seeing someone's expression carry excitement amidst pain. Such a weird expression, even if it was a demonic deviation, shouldn't be like this. It's not good, master's aura is extremely unstable, I need to find the sect leader. Assuming that Lu Changsheng had suddenly suffered a demonic deviation, Lin Qingzi's first thought was to seek the help of Supreme Elder Taiyuan and save his master from this calamity. Qingzi, do not act rashly, and do not speak, Lu Changsheng suddenly managed to say with effort. Lin Qingzi was about to get up, taking his master's words as an absolute trust. He continued to meditate in silence. Still, Lin Qingzi was extremely worried about his master's condition. Lu Changsheng circulated the taking Wuji technique through his zodiac meridians within his body, mobilizing all his spiritual energy to suppress the lower-grade immortal artifact Yin Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron that had appeared in the Dao Palace, attempting to refine it into his own magical treasure. The Yin Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron was an ancient-looking bronze cauldron with flood dragon-shaped handles, emitting Yin Yang dual qi, with terrifying pressure that almost destroyed Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace. It was Lu Changsheng's first experience with the terror of an immortal artifact. Lu Changsheng had been swiping for months, and the system had never returned an immortal artifact, but this time he succeeded, and his Dao Palace nearly collapsed under the pressure of the immortal artifact. Luckily, Lu Changsheng's cultivation was close to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, which made his Dao Palace more solid, otherwise, he might have collapsed from being unable to withstand the pressure of the immortal artifact. Lu Changsheng circulated the true qi throughout his body, trying to refine the Yin Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron. Once the immortal artifact was refined, it would no longer emit its own pressure. Lu Changsheng did not let Lin Qingzi go to find the Supreme Elder Taiyuan to help him suppress this immortal artifact. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Changsheng would not allow anyone to know that he possessed an immortal artifact. The innocent man who carries a jade is guilty for its worth. If others were to know that Lu Changsheng harbored an immortal artifact within him, and word leaked out, I fear the 4 great demon sects would dispatch their supreme elders to assassinate me by every possible means and seize the immortal artifact. To the 6 major sects and the 4 great demon sects, an immortal artifact is a treasure that steadies the foundation of their power. Waves of immense true qi pressed in from all directions, suppressing the restless Yin Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within Lu Changsheng was several times that of an ordinary 8th-layer cultivator of the Dao Palace realm, plus, his physique was as robust as meteoric iron, allowing him to gradually refine this low-grade immortal artifact. The low-grade immortal artifact, once imprinted by Lu Changsheng, recognized him as master and finally settled down, ceasing to radiate its intimidating pressure unless Lu Changsheng himself activated it. Phew! In the process of refining the immortal artifact, Lu Changsheng had nearly exhausted all of his strength, drenching his Kylan cloud-patterned daoist robe in sweat, making him appear as if he had been fished out of a pool. Lu Changsheng's face was deathly pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Damn, the power of the immortal artifact is too terrifying. I haven't even activated it, merely accepting it as master has drained all my strength. No wonder Taiyuan the Immortal seldom uses the immortal artifact. He only does so when he meets a formidable enemy or finds himself in grave danger, prepared to stake his life on the power of the immortal artifact. This is my ultimate trump card. Although the immortal artifact that Lu Changsheng obtained was not the most suitable flying sword for him, he could also make use of the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron. With Lu Changsheng's current cultivation level, he had only one chance to activate the immortal artifact. In other words, Lu Changsheng would only resort to using the immortal artifact in a dire situation because activating it just once would nearly deplete him. Lu Changsheng swallowed 2 5th-grade elixir pills, heavenly spirit pills, to speed up the restoration of his spiritual energy. For Lu Changsheng, 5th-grade elixir pills were almost like candy, he did not mind using them at all. Lu Changsheng's steady nature always kept him in peak condition. As for the 5th-grade elixir pills, Lu Changsheng had plenty to spare. Master, are you all right now? Lin Jingzi, who had been worried for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Lu Changsheng was recovering. His master was as gracious to him as a mountain, and if anything happened to his master, Lin Jingzi wouldn't know what to do. Your master is now safe and sound, Lu Changsheng said, thinking of another opportunity to take on a disciple without wasting it. The heavenly spirit pill that your master just took is rich in spiritual energy, which can temporarily speed up the recovery of spiritual energy. Your master rewards you with one. Master, you are too good to your disciple. Lin Jingzi was deeply moved. The first thing his master did upon recovering was to present him with an elixir pill. Ding, you've rewarded your disciple Lin Jingzi with a 5th-grade elixir pill, heavenly spirit pill, and received a 20-fold return reward, a 6th-grade elixir pill Daijuki Dan. Perhaps the Qi destiny was used up in the first 2 chances, and the third return was only a 6th-grade elixir pill. However, the effects of the 6th-grade elixir pill, Daijuki Dan, are even stronger than those of the heavenly spirit pill. You may go and rest. Disciple takes his leave. After Lin Jingzi left, Lu Changsheng took out the low-grade immortal artifact, the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron, and examined it closely. Having refined the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron, it would not cause any disturbances unless Lu Changsheng poured true qi into it to activate it. The current state of the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron was like that of an ordinary bronze vessel, except its patterns were extremely intricate. The system displayed the uses of the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron. Like the Dragon Pattern Ancient Cauldron, the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron had 3 functions: gathering energy, alchemy, and suppression. Beyond that, the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron had a 4th function to counteract evil entities. Normally, the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron can be used for gathering energy and alchemy. Strictly speaking, it is not an attack magical treasure focused on assault. But as the saying goes, even a brick flies with great force, and Lu Changsheng could also activate the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron to smash directly at his enemies. Lu Changsheng put away the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Cauldron. With this trump card in hand, Lu Changsheng felt somewhat relieved. Once he entered the immortal ruins, no one in the Dao Palace realm would be his match, not even his senior brother Li Changjai, who, without an immortal artifact, wouldn't stand a chance against him. The next day, Lu Changsheng stepped out the door, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, and his mood greatly improved. Chapter 91, Jealousy. In the northern region of Huang State, when the delegation from Mount Shu arrived at the entrance to the immortal ruins, the sect leaders and elders of the Martial Alliance, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Hidden Dragon Temple, Immeasurable Temple, and Refinement Sect had already converged. Above the immortal ruins, a 5-colored auspicious cloud enveloped the sky, gathering without dispersing. Mount Shu has finally arrived. The pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion still had a face cold as frost. By her side stood peerless geniuses from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, including Zheng Yeqiu, Xiao Meng'er, and Xiao Ningxiu, who stood tall on the mountaintop, their skirts fluttering in the wind, like heavenly immortals. Elder Ku Mu and Elder Luo Feng, 2 elders of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, were also among the contingent of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. All the people from the 5 major sects turned their eyes in unison towards the arriving group from Mount Shu. Xiao Meng'er and Xia Ningxiu's clear eyes showed a ripple of emotion. Luo Feng, catching sight of Lu Changsheng among the elders of Mount Shu, who had the privilege to follow by the side of sect leader Taiyuan, had a flash of envy in his eyes. Lu Changsheng had become a genius renowned among the 6 major sects after his remarkable debut at the Six Paths Assembly, while Luo Feng, even though he was one of the direct disciples of the Pavilion Master, was still only at the 2nd layer of the Dao Palace realm and was not especially valued by the Pavilion Master. In terms of appearance alone, Luo Feng felt he had lost by too much. Compared with Lu Changsheng, he inevitably felt inferior. Compare oneself to another, and it's enough to make one die of envy. Luo Feng noticed that Xia Ningxiu's gaze towards Lu Changsheng was full of admiration, yet she never paid any attention to himself, dealing with him strictly on official matters, fueling his jealousy even more as he clenched his fists in secret. Sooner or later, I will have Xia. Lu Changsheng swept his gaze across the crowd, noticing not only the young geniuses from various sects he had met at the Six Paths Assembly but also some Dao Palace realm elders he had never before encountered. It was clear that the 6 major sects were extremely serious about the heritage within the immortal ruins, having sent their Dao Palace realm geniuses. If it were not for the repelling force of the world's energy within the immortal ruins against cultivators above the Dao Palace realm, the sect leaders of the 6 major sects might have personally entered the fray. There is the presence of the demon sects at the entrance to the immortal ruins. It seems they have already entered ahead of us. Master Taiyuan detected the residual aura of the demon sects and furrowed his brow slightly. Temple Master Yu, you are skilled in prophetic calculations, can you foresee the fortunes and misfortunes of this venture? All eyes immediately turned to Temple Master Yu Suanji of the Hidden Dragon Temple. Yu Suanji shook her head. The world's power blocks the immortal ruins, and with my cultivation, I cannot calculate the mysteries of heaven. Before the Dao Palace realm elders of the 6 major sects entered the immortal ruins, Grand Master Chen gave a lecture. Although our 6 major sects compete, we are branches of the same tree. Whichever sect acquires the heritage, the other 5 must harbor no resentment. If we encounter elders from the demon sects, we must unite against the common foe and must not fight amongst ourselves. This you must all remember. Should anyone break this agreement, regardless of who they are, they will face joint extermination by all 6 major sects upon their return. The Dao Palace realm elders of the 6 major sects stood solemn. The stance of the 6 sect leaders was clear. There could be competition, but no infighting, no laying hands on one's own people. This is a rank 6,000-mile voice transmission talisman. Should you encounter danger, you can call for help from the other sections. Hidden Dragon Temple Master Yu Suanji distributed 2 rank 6 talismans to the lead chief disciples of each sect. Li Changjai, after the 6 Paths Assembly ended, I created a martial technique. Although it is still not fully refined, it already has the level of a heaven-rank martial technique. Once our business here is concluded, let us have a friendly contest. Just in terms of martial techniques, I am confident that I can defeat you. The Martial Alliance's team leader, the lead chief disciple Ye Wen, initiated a conversation with Li Changjai. Oh? Does this heaven-rank martial technique of yours have a name? Li Changjai looked straight at Ye Wen, who once competed with him at the 6 Paths Assembly. The fact that Ye Wen had developed a heaven-rank martial technique at the Dao Palace realm was enough to demonstrate his astonishing talent in the martial way. I named this martial technique Wing Chun Fist. Wing Chun. Lu Changsheng felt the name of this martial technique sounded somewhat familiar. Lu Changsheng glanced at the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion group. Xia Ningxiu's gaze shifted unnaturally to one side as their eyes met. There's no time to lose, it's time to enter the immortal ruins lest the 4 great demon sects obtain the inheritance ahead of us. The Fairy Pavilion Master reminded everyone. Pavilion Master, we will certainly do our best. Zheng Yeqiu, the chief direct disciple of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, along with Xia Meng'er, Xia Ningxiu, Ku Mu, Luo Feng, and other elders, took the lead in entering the immortal ruins. Amitabha Buddha. Master Mingzi from the Immeasurable Temple led the monks of his temple to enter the immortal ruins shortly after. Sword flight was employed by geniuses from major factions and Dao palaces like Mount Shu, Martial Alliance, Refinement Sect, and Hidden Dragon Temple, as they rushed into the immortal ruins. As the Mount Shu party was enveloped in a flash of white light, and once it dissipated, they appeared above a vast ancient forest. Is this the interior of the immortal ruins? Lu Changsheng could only see the boundless expanse of the ancient forest. Zhao Huiyan spoke up from beside him. This cave dwelling is very likely a world opened up by the divine tree immortal emperor himself. however, this space seems a bit too vast. How long will it take to find the treasures or inheritance left by the immortal emperor? We'll split into 6 groups, all relying on luck. If we encounter demon sects or other dangers, we'll use a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to call for help. Alright. The teams from the 6 major sects each selected a direction to explore, improving the efficiency 6-fold. However, by doing so, if they were to encounter one of the great demon sects or traps within the immortal ruins, the level of danger would increase accordingly. Xiaoningsu glanced over at Lu Changsheng with an indistinct look in her eyes before leaving. Lu Changsheng felt an unkind glare from within the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion team, coming from Elder Luofeng whom he had met before. Luofeng, who was only at the 2nd layer of the Dao Palace realm, posed no threat to Lu Changsheng. The jealousy in Luofeng's eyes was probably because Xiaoningsu's attitude towards him wasn't bad. Pity for the lovesick fool. Lu Changsheng paid him no further attention. Upon entering the immortal ruins, the 6 major sects went their separate ways, each searching for their own immortal fate, all dependent on luck. Inside the immortal ruins, we may encounter the great demon sects, native great demons, and native cultivators at any moment. We must be cautious. During the night, we will take turns keeping watch. Understood. The Mount Shu group flew on their swords, their powerful divine senses sweeping across the vast ancient forest below, startling countless birds. It's incredible that there are demonic beasts cultivating in this world. Compared to the outside world, however, the spiritual energy here isn't as rich, and the demonic beasts tend to be weaker. Lu Changsheng could feel many demonic beasts ranging from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm shivering in the ancient forest, which surprised him. The immortal ruins seemed to be a closed-off small world, complete with day and night as well as stars. Many demonic beasts were cultivating and reproducing there, and perhaps there were even native cultivators practicing within. After searching for 3 days, the Mount Shu group had not found any treasures or inheritances, so they settled down to rest beside a colossal lake that stretched across 300 miles. The sect leader, Li Changjai, circulated his true qi to create a campfire. The Mount Shu group sat around the fire, meditating to recover their true qi. Lu Changsheng discovered that the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator was unaffected by the world's force in the immortal ruins, and he could still normally reward his disciples with items. Chapter 92, Flood Dragon. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lin Qingzi with a 4th grade talisman Separation Fire Talisman and received a 6,000-fold return reward for teaching, a 7th grade talisman Zerong God Talisman. Lu Changsheng continued to reward Lin Qingzi with items inside the immortal ruins and obtained the 2nd 7th grade talisman Zerong God Talisman. This was a talisman used for attacking. Rewarding the Separation Fire Talisman, there is a not small chance of getting a return reward of the Zerong God Talisman. As long as I reward a few dozen more times, there's no need to feel pained about using the Zerong God Talisman in the future. Among the attacking talismans Lu Changsheng brought were the 7th grade talisman Zerong God Talisman, 8th grade talisman Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm, etc. Given Lu Changsheng's cautious nature, he always had an array of talismans, elixir pills, and magical treasures ready at all times. After all, one only has one life. Chen Yao, this elder gifts you a few talismans for self-protection. After acquiring an immortal artifact, Lu Changsheng was in an excellent mood and rewarded Chen Yao of Baimon Peak with a few talismans. Chen Yao, possessing the 9 heavens mysterious lady physique and maintaining a close relationship with his first disciple Lin Qingzi, would often receive additional treasures from Lu Changsheng whenever he rewarded Lin Qingzi if she was present. In case the Supreme Elders were to pass away one day, Lu Changsheng could have an extra, inexpensive disciple. How can this be appropriate? Chen Yao hadn't sworn Lu Changsheng as her master, so how could he consider her his disciple? You are Qingzi's friend and also considered half a disciple of our King Yun Peak, so just accept it. Thank you, Elder Lu. Knowing that Lu Changsheng disliked it when the younger generation refused rewards, Chen Yao accepted them. Chen Yao glanced inadvertently at Lin Qingzi, knowing that Lu Changsheng had acknowledged the friendship between her and Lin Qingzi. Mirong, noticing the commotion at Lu Changsheng's side, couldn't help but glance over. Lu could casually bring out a stack of talismans and give them away in an instant, even to Chen Yao who wasn't his disciple. It delighted him so much that he didn't overlook her. It seems that there indeed exists such an odd person in this world. The next day, the Mount Shu group, having fully rested, continued their search in the immortal ruins. This lake seems not so tranquil. Lu Changshen's divine sense swept over the lake's surface, suddenly detecting a dreadful aura, and his expression changed dramatically. It wasn't just Lu Changsheng, but Li Changjai, Song Wuchuan, Murong Shi, and several of the higher cultivated Mount Shu elders also noticed the terrifying presence in the lake. Everyone be careful. Li Changjai raised his right hand and the heavenly fire sword behind him unsheathed, its sword light splitting the water. Li Changjai suddenly made his move, prompting the other Mount Shu elders to instantly gather their spirits and summon their flying swords. For a moment, sword chi charged towards the sky. Junior sister, stay behind me. Murong Shi protected Chen Yao. She knew that the being in the lake was something Chen Yao, an elder who had just advanced to the nascent soul realm, couldn't contend with. Lu Changshen's mind moved, and the high-quality innate spirit treasure true martial sword was already unsheathed, shielding in front of him, protecting himself and Lin Qingzi. Lu Changshen's left hand held the 7th grade talisman Zirong God Talisman, ready to initiate an attack at any moment. The existence in the lake was extremely terrifying. Li Changjai took the initiative to attack, probing the existence within the lake. Li Changjai's heavenly fire sword split the water, and its sword chi slashed the being in the lake, causing a water column to erupt and a terrifying roar. You dare to trespass in the immortal emperor's abode, seeking your own death. A massive flood dragon burst out of the water, over 100 jong long with green scales, and in an instant, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and great waves surged. A void refinement realm flood dragon. It seems we are closing in on the abode of the divine tree immortal emperor. Li Changjai held the heavenly fire sword, his expression grave. Void refinement realm. Zhao Huiyan and the other Mount Shu elders were shocked, their faces turning. All of the Mount Shu elders present were only Dao Palace realm cultivators, while the guardian beast before them was a void refinement realm flood dragon. Fortunately, this flood dragon is at the early stage of the void refinement realm. We can cope with it if we work together. If it were a mid-stage or a great accomplishment flood dragon, we would only have the option to flee. Murong Shi, at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, recognized the cultivation level of this flood dragon. Such a terrifying pressure. Xiao Xiongdao broke out in a cold sweat. He prided himself on being a peerless genius possessing the spirit sword physique, yet before he could mature, he seemed so insignificant in front of a flood dragon at the void refinement realm. If it had not been for Li Changjai's heavenly fire sword protecting him, just the oppressive aura of the flood dragon would have reduced him to ashes. Roar! The flood dragon raised its head to the sky and howled, causing waves to surge and countless heavenly thunders to descend. Li Changjai activated the heavenly fire sword, Lu Changsheng activated the true martial sword, Murong Shi activated the ink plum sword, Zhao Huiyan activated the chasing wind sword. Dozens of flying swords rose into the sky, where sword chi and true chi wove together to form a barrier that blocked the heavenly thunder. As the heavenly thunder bombarded, Lu Changsheng continued to channel true chi into the true martial sword. A void refinement realm great demon with peerless magic power is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I have a high-grade innate spirit treasure, and with the help of various senior brothers and sisters, otherwise, it would be difficult to resist. This time, Lu Changsheng realized how fearsome the void refinement realm was. The leaders of the 6 major sects and the masters of the 4 demon sects are at least of the void refinement realm cultivation level. The flood dragon in front of them was only at the early stage of the void refinement realm, and it required dozens of Dao Palace realm elders from Mount Shu to join hands to confront it. Roar! With another long roar, as the people of Mount Shu used their swords to resist the heavenly thunder, the flood dragon took the opportunity to attack Lu Changsheng, lashing its massive tail at him. The force of the void refinement realm flood dragon's tail was so powerful that even a body refinement martial cultivator would find it hard to withstand. Li Changjai, Song Wuchuan, Zhao Huiyan, as well as Murong Shi, Fairy King Gru, and others, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This flood dragon had cultivated for many years and was intelligent, knowing to break their defenses one by one, and its timing was perfect, preventing others from aiding Lu Changsheng immediately. A Dao Palace realm cultivator struck by the tail of a void refinement realm flood dragon had a slim chance of survival. So fast! Lu Changsheng only saw a blur of motion coming toward him and did not hesitate to pour true chi into a Zirong God talisman, which began to burn intensely, and he flung it out. The Zirong God talisman hit the flood dragon's tail, igniting a blaze that reached the sky, and the engulfing Zirong divine fire consumed its tail. Ow! The flood dragon, devoured by the Zirong divine fire, writhed through the waves and fire, emitting a pitiful scream. The Zhurong divine fire could not be extinguished by lake water, it could only burn out when the power in the talisman was depleted. Is this the 7th grade Zhurong God Talisman? Mirongxi was astonished. Lu actually possessed a 7th grade talisman and did not hesitate to throw it out in a timely manner. Lu, you really do keep your cards close to your chest. Zhao Huiyan was even more surprised. 7th grade talismans were incredibly rare and immensely valuable. Lu Changsheng had used one such talisman, yet he did not regret it. He had 2 Zhurong God talismans, after using one, another remained. He also had 8th grade talismans, 8th grade elixir pills, and immortal artifacts that he had not yet used. If it was to save his life, what was a 7th grade talisman worth anyway? The Zhurong God talisman cannot kill this flood dragon. Senior brothers and sisters, let us join forces and slay the flood dragon to take its golden core. Seeing that the power of the Zhurong God talisman was about to fade, and realizing that a 7th grade talisman couldn't exterminate the void refinement realm great demon, Lu Changsheng used the true martial 9 forms to attack the flood dragon. The true martial sword chi spanned across miles. 9 heavens mystical fire true art. Taiyin sword art. Wind chasing sword art. Various elders from Mount Shu seized the opportunity to make their move, slicing countless sword chi at the flood dragon, with the sword chi of Lu Changsheng, Li Changjai and Mirongxi proving to be the most spectacular, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Chapter 93, The 3000-Year Flood Dragon's Golden Core. All swords returned to their origin. Lin Qingzi summoned the Qingxiao sword, barely managing to split 1,000 strands of sword chi, attacking the flood dragon. However, with his nascent soul realm cultivation, the 1,000 strands of sword chi were simply unable to penetrate the scales of the flood dragon. The high-grade acquired spirit treasure, Qingxiao sword, struck directly at the flood dragon, only to leave a faint white mark on its scales, still unable to break through its defenses. Unity of person and sword. Majestic heavenly might, aid me in vanquishing my foe, swift as the decree. Supreme thunder command. Chen Yao and the skywave sword seemed to meld into one, blue light in myriad streams, turning into an azure streak that soared to the skies. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, violent winds howled, the blue robes fluttered, and streaks of lightning were drawn into the sword body of the skywave sword, its sword glow immensely alarming. Slay! Chen Yao's pretty face turned flush with effort, the divine sword carrying a grand and resplendent sword chi, striking the massive flood dragon. The sword chi collided with dragon scales, dissolving inch by inch, turning into chaotic currents. It's no use, my cultivation is not enough to wield the true power of the Supreme Thunder Command. Chen Yao found that even the most powerful sword move she could muster was still unable to harm the flood dragon in the slightest. She had just broken through to the nascent soul realm, and her swordplay posed hardly any threat to the flood dragon at the early stage of the void refinement realm. What truly broke through the flood dragon's defenses were Mount Shu's Dao Palace realm elders like Li Changjai, Mirongxi, Song Wuchuan, Lu Changsheng, and Zhao Huiyan, who possessed innate spirit treasures and had higher cultivation levels. True Martial 9 Form 6th Form. Lu Changshen's true martial sword broke through the dragon scales, slashing a gory gash on the flood dragon. Purple blood sprayed out, and the flood dragon let out a pained howl. With his 8th level Dao Palace realm cultivation, Lu Changsheng used a superior heaven rank sword technique, and his magical treasure was a high-grade innate spirit treasure, so he could barely break through the flood dragon's defenses. Elder brother Li Changjai executed the 9 heavens mystical fire true art, the heavenly fire sword carrying ferocious divine might, breaking through the dragon scales, the divine fire scorching the blue scales, evaporating the purple blood. Mirongxi's supreme yin skill, in stark contrast to Li Changjai's 9 heavens mystical fire true art, sent extreme yin sword chi piercing through the dragon scales, freezing the flood dragon's meridians. The flood dragon writhed and struggled relentlessly. Elder sister Mirong's strength is also no small matter. Lu Changsheng realized that Mirongxi's supreme yin skill was no less powerful than Li Changjai's 9 heavens mystical fire true art. Mirongxi was Chen Yao's senior sister, and they belonged to the Baimon Peak faction of Mount Shu, different from the primary branch of 10,000 Swords Peak under the real person Tai Yuan. Although there were fewer disciples from Baimon Peak, their quality was not inferior to those from 10,000 Swords Peak. Mirongxi and Chen Yao were both of special constitutions. Mirongxi had become a disciple of Mount Shu earlier than Li Changjai, but she usually didn't make herself known. Under the siege of several dozen Mount Shu Dao Palace realm elders and the attack of the 7th grade talisman Zhurong God Talisman, the flood dragon was covered with wounds. It had not expected that upon entering its territory, the group from Mount Shu would have so many peerless geniuses and innate magical treasures. Sword chi filled the sky, crisscrossing. The flood dragon let out one last mournful cry, its enormous body collapsing. Li Changjai flew on his sword to the space below the flood dragon and caught the mountainous corpse with the robust physique of the eternal wilderness body. Boom! Li Changjai threw the corpse of the flood dragon on the ground beside the lake. Li Changjai muttered to himself, "A void refinement realm flood dragon is valuable all over, can't let it go to waste." Mirongxi sheathed her sword and descended. A flood dragon that has taken form for 3,000 years yet only reached the second level of the void refinement realm. Flood dragons transform into true dragons after 10,000 years, but the spiritual energy of this world is insufficient for this flood dragon to transform. It's very likely that this flood dragon was always sleeping within the formation, only awakening upon intruder's arrival. Even the second level of the void refinement realm is this troublesome? Many Mount Shu elders wiped away cold sweat. Fortunately, the Jiaolong in the immortal ruins was unable to cultivate normally, otherwise, after so many years of the immortal rum's existence, wouldn't that Jiaolong have transformed into a true dragon? Heave! Li Changjai poured a vast amount of true qi into the heavenly fire sword, exerting the strength equivalent to 9 bulls and 2 tigers, only then managing to slice open the dragon scales and extract a golden demon core. This golden demon core, about the size of a fist, had all kinds of naturally intricate patterns on it, exuding terrifying demon power. A flood dragon's golden core that has cultivated for 3,000 years into its form. Everyone swallowed hard. The value of this flood dragon's golden core was no trifling matter. If one were to refine the demonic power within the flood dragon's golden core, their cultivation level might increase by an entire realm. Now came the problem. The Jiaolong was slain by the combined efforts of several dozen Dao Palace realm elders, but there was only one flood dragon's golden core, so who should receive it? Big senior brother, I am just half a step away from breaking into the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, and I need this flood dragon's golden core, said Lu Changsheng, breaking the silence. Lu is about to enter the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Many elders turned to look at Lu Changsheng in unison, their pupils shaking. During the 6th Dao assembly, Lu Changsheng was at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm, and now, after only a few years, he was about to assault the 9th layer. Such a speed of cultivation was simply astonishing. Even Mirongxi couldn't help but glance at him admiringly. This junior brother had brought her too many shocks. What's going on? I thought that by reaching the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm, I could catch up a bit with Lu, but the gap is only getting wider. As fellow disciples of Mount Shu and with the ancestral master above, why won't he appear in my dreams, Zhao Huiyan? Could it be that I, Zhao Huiyan, am not handsome enough? Zhao Huiyan was utterly frustrated. The legend of the ancestral master appearing in dreams had spread throughout Mount Shu. Everyone believed that Lu Changsheng's meteoric rise in cultivation was due to the ancestral master imparting skills in dreams. The critical point was that the ancestral master had appeared in dreams several times over hundreds of thousands of years, and the people of Mount Shu had no doubt about it. After all, the ancestral master of Mount Shu was a great figure who had ascended to the heavens hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even a casual pointer in a dream could bring enormous benefits to those visited. Damn it, Lin Qingzi's master is about to reach the same level of cultivation as my master, grumbled Xiao Xiangdao, upon hearing that Lu Changsheng was about to step into the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, on par with Li Changjai. He had taken Li Changjai as his master, while Lin Qing had taken Lu Changsheng as his, who at that time was merely an elder at the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm. Not even 10 years had passed, and Lu Changsheng was already close to reaching the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Since Lu urgently requires it, and there's a strong chance that upon his breakthrough he might enter the void refinement realm and become a supreme elder, protecting Mount Shu, this flood dragon's golden core will go to Lu. Does anyone object? Said Li Changjai generously, not coveting the golden core himself but willing to give it to Lu Changsheng. Li Changjai, like the Taiyuan real man, considered the situation from Mount Shu's perspective. With Lu Changsheng's rapid cultivation progress, it was highly improbable that he would be stuck at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. His stepping into the void refinement realm seemed almost a given. The addition of another void refinement realm powerhouse to Mount Shu would allow them to sleep more soundly. I, Lu Changsheng, am not a greedy person. I am willing to offer 6th grade elixir pills and 7th grade elixir pills as compensation, stated Lu Changsheng, believing in repaying kindness and vengeance without imposing moral coercion on others. To elders like Li Changjai, Mirongxi, and Song Wuchuan, who put in more effort, Lu Changsheng offered 7th grade elixir pills as compensation, while giving 6th grade elixir pills to the rest of the Dao Palace realm elders. Receiving elixir pills as compensation, the elders, with wide eyes and speechless expressions, had no complaints. Chapter 94, Trap. Apart from the Flood Dragon's golden core, Li Changjai also severed the dragon horn, dragon teeth, dragon tendon, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once we return to Mount Shu, we'll distribute these treasures. Agreed. Everyone was quite satisfied with the outcome. Let's rest briefly and then continue on our way. The group from Mount Shu, after a grand battle with a second layer Void Refinement Realm Flood Dragon, had expended a large amount of true qi and desperately needed to rest. Lu Changsheng swallowed a heavenly spirit pill to recover his true qi. Afterward, Lu Changsheng began refining the demon power from the 3,000-year-old Flood Dragon's golden core, turning it into his own true qi. Lu Changsheng's cultivation level made even further advancements. Lu Changsheng's special physique was that of an innate Taoist body, not the martial king divine physique, so he couldn't just swallow the 3,000-year-old Flood Dragon's golden core whole, or his body would surely explode and he would die. Lu Changsheng could only slowly refine the Flood Dragon's golden core's demon power on the outside before absorbing it into his body. Lu Changsheng's qi continued to expand, with his inner microcosm growing by a fraction. Refining the demon power from the Flood Dragon's golden core, Lu Changsheng's true qi gained a trace of lightning power. Fully refining the demon power of the 3,000-year-old Flood Dragon's golden core would take another 3 days. Once the Flood Dragon's golden core was refined, Lu Changsheng's cultivation could smoothly progress, stepping into the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, with his true qi also carrying the lightning of the Flood Dragon. After resting, the group from Mount Shu continued on their journey. 2 days of sword flight later, at the end of the vast ancient forest, a cliff appeared. In the middle of the immortal ruins was a basin stretching thousands of miles, and in the center of the basin stood an ancient tree reaching 10,000 feet high, which the group from Mount Shu could see even from the edge of the cliff. We've found it. Li Changjai and the other Mount Shu elders rejoiced, almost certain that the divine tree immortal emperor's dwelling was inside the ancient tree. Li Changjai. Apart from Mount Shu, dozens of streaks of light approached, arriving at the edge of the basin almost simultaneously with Mount Shu's group. Lu Changsheng looked towards these newcomers, they were Yawen and other elders from the Martial Alliance. It seems that Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance have the best luck, having found the divine tree immortal emperor's dwelling ahead of time. The 4 major demon sects might also be nearby. How about we join forces? As for the treasures or legacy, that will be up to fate. Agreed. Li Changjai and Yawen quickly struck a deal to jointly explore the ancient tree in the middle of the basin. Lu Changsheng glanced over the group from the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance's strength was not to be underestimated, they also had 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Together, Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance had 4 elders at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and even more at the 8th level. What a breathtaking ancient tree taller than the mountains and standing for 1,000,000 years without falling. Lin Qingzi looked up at the ancient tree piercing the clouds and couldn't help but marvel. The teams from Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance flew swiftly toward the ancient tree. As they drew closer, the ancient tree seemed as immense as a mountain. Yet, it was indeed a tree. Chop! Lu Changsheng unleashed the true martial sword, striking the ancient tree. Clang! The true martial sword sounded like it had struck against the iron of the 9 heavens with a grating clash, leaving only a fine mark on the ancient tree. Compared to the size of the ancient tree, which was like a mountain, these scratches were negligible. This ancient tree is truly astonishing. Lu Changsheng was secretly amazed. The group circled around the ancient tree but couldn't find the entrance to the cave dwelling. Could it be that the cave dwelling is up above? Li Changjai, Lu Changsheng, Mirongxi, Yawen, and the others unanimously looked up at the towering ancient tree, amidst which clouds and mist swirled, with its enormous canopy obscuring the sun and sky. Technique of 10,000 Li tracking. Lu Changsheng sent a strand of spiritual energy upwards along the tree trunk, trying to delve into the mystery. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng's complexion changed. Not good, this is a trap. The group looked at Lu Changsheng. Could it be that Lu Changsheng had discovered something? Li Changjai, you've been tricked. Last time, in the battle to break the Daoist temple, you schemed against us. This time, you're destined to die. A sinister figure descended from above the ancient tree, a delicate man with a cold face, carrying a bone sword on his back, hands clasped behind him, coldly watching Li Changjai and his companions. Lu Changsheng had seen this person during the battle at the Broken Daoist Temple a few years ago. Zhao Huiyan's expression was solemn, the son of the Reincarnation Hall's sect leader, Wandeyi, a peerless genius just like our senior brother. That means. Above the ancient tree, the elders of the four demon sects descended, standing in four comers, each of them exuding a strong presence, totaling over 100 pop. They had laid a net of heaven and earth. Reincarnation Hall, Joyous Union Sect, Valley of 10,000 Poisons, Summoning Demon Palace. All four demon sects have gathered. By laying an ambush here, could it be they were specifically targeting our 6 major sects? Murongxi looked around at the demon sect elders. With the elders of the 4 demon sects Dao Palace realm arriving together, they had set up a net of heaven and earth with the aim squarely at the 6 major sects. Wandeyi said coldly, "Correct. Our Reincarnation Hall discovered this immortal ruins long ago and purposely let the immortal ruins emerge, allowing the news to spread. The 6 major sects indeed sent you in to explore. The 6 sect leaders are isolated by the world's power of the immortal ruins and cannot enter. You cannot escape this calamity. If the younger generation of the 6 major sects are completely wiped out, without a foundation, you will eventually be eradicated by us." What? This is a trap set by the 4 major demon sects. Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance were greatly startled. The 4 major demon sects were actually willing to use the immortal ruins as bait to lead the younger generation of elders from the 6 major sects into a trap. Li Changjai confronted Wandeyi, "Do you 4 major demon sects really have the confidence that you can wipe us out completely? We have 6 teams, while you only have 4 teams." Li Changjai deliberately stalled for time, secretly using the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman bestowed by Yu Sunji to seek reinforcements from the teams of the Immeasurable Temple, Hidden Dragon Temple, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and Refinement Sect. Although Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance were not short of peerless geniuses, 2 sects of Dao Palace realm elders facing the onslaught of the 4 major demon sects would find it hard to ward off numerous foes. Wandeyi's tone was still icy. "Since we have laid a net of heaven and earth, would we act without a foolproof plan? Hehe, this elder from Mount Shu is so handsome. How about practicing the Supreme Joyous Union Great Way with sister and ascending to bliss early? The 6 major sects are but a bunch of fools, they don't understand the wonderful pleasures of the human world." The team leader from the Joyous Union sect was a beautiful woman in a light yellow dress, with charmingly moist eyes and a flexible figure, immensely flirtatious, causing hearts to flutter and minds to sway. Quite a few less experienced elders from Mount Shu were more or less affected in their hearts and minds. Her target was Lu Changsheng from the group of people from Mount Shu. Wandeyi said indifferently, "Lu Yuner, this person's cultivation is unknown. He has killed our Reincarnation Hall's destruction sword, Jujian, evil sword, and others. You better not screw this up. Could it be that Mr. Wan is jealous? I'm just reminding you." Wandeyi's biggest rival was Li Changjai, but for some reason, Lu Changsheng gave him an unpredictable feeling. This was an unstable factor. Lu Changsheng's gaze settled on Lu Yuner. Despite her devastating beauty appearance, her cultivation was extremely high. Lu Yuner, the most outstanding younger generation elder of the Joyous Union sect, is said to have a 9th level Dao Palace realm cultivation. Now we're in trouble. Luckily, I have an immortal artifact as my trump card. Chapter 95, Calamity Serpent. Wandeyi, do you dare to fight me one-on-one, to decide the winner once and for all? Li Changjai, with the heavenly fire sword on his back and a gaze as sharp as a blade, looked towards Wandeyi, who was leading the Reincarnation Hall team. "Li Changjai, I know you're deliberately stalling for time. But no matter what, you will die here today," Wandeyi said, facing Li Changjai with his arms crossed over his chest, his tone brimming with powerful confidence. "Both of us are at the 9th layer of Dao Palace realm, and we have competed for hundreds of years, yet you have never been my match. Although your 4 demon sects outnumber us, eradicating us will come at a heavy cost," Li Changjai retorted. "Is that so?" Wandeyi turned his gaze to the chief disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. This was a man in black clothes with a black veil covering his face, a chilling aura enveloped him, and he held a short xiao, Chinese flute, in his hand. The eerie sound of the xiao began to play, rustling the leaves above the ancient tree, as a nauseating, fishy breeze swept through. "Not good, take the detoxification pill," Lu Changsheng reminded everyone. The group quickly took out the detoxification pills and swallowed them, which brought them some relief. What is that? Chen Yao looked up at the canopy that obscured the sky and saw a pair of huge snake eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, greedily observing the tiny humans below, their slit-shaped pupils terrifying. Chen Yao's scalp tingled. This ancient beast was even more terrifying than the flood dragons they had seen before. Could it be, this is the legendary Calamity Serpent? Mirongxi exclaimed, recognizing this ancient demonic creature. The ancient texts record that when this python appears, a disaster descends. An adult Calamity Serpent is of the Void Refinement realm. The chief disciple from the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, clad in black and veiled, spoke sinisterly, "You're quite knowledgeable. This is the demonic creature that we barely managed to control in these immortal ruins." With the cultivation of the Void Refinement realm, its original mission was to guard this ancient tree. Here in the immortal ruins, it is an invincible entity. Hiss! The Calamity Serpent coiled on a tree branch, with its forked red tongue flickering out, the sound causing goosebumps on everyone's skin. A dreadful pressure emanated from it. The Calamity Serpent was hidden among the leaves, but Lu Changsheng could feel the enormity of this creature, whose body extended for at least 100 zhang, a unit of length. Lu Changsheng swallowed hard and rapidly calculated in his mind how to deal with this beast. The strongest life-saving method Lu Changsheng had was the immortal artifact Yin Yang Dragon's Cauldron within him. Even with his Dao Palace Realm 8th layer cultivation, he had no confidence he could kill the Calamity Serpent of the Void Refinement realm. Unless his cultivation rose to the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Besides that, Lu Changshen's offensive methods included the 7th grade Zerong God Talisman, the 8th grade Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm, and the 8th grade Elixir Red Emperor Dragon Strength Pill. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Changsheng would not take the Red Emperor Dragon Strength Pill, which could temporarily enhance his cultivation. The power of the Red Emperor Dragon Strength Pill was too intense for the body of someone at the Dao Palace realm to handle, making it likely to explode into death. Li Changjai, are you convinced now? Wang Yi looked mockingly at Li Changjai, Lu Changsheng, and their companions. The Hidden Dragon Temple, Immeasurable Temple, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and Refinement Sect will arrive in succession. I will cover the rear, the rest of you retreat to the agreed-upon location. Li Changjai sent a telepathic message to everyone. Zhao Huiyan was startled, but Big Brother, how can you alone withstand the Calamity Serpent and the 4 demon sects? Song Huachuan spoke softly, trust Big Brother. Li Changjai, can you do it? Ye Wen of the Martial Alliance looked in astonishment at Li Changjai, who was planning to cover the rear alone. I have my ways to escape. For the Mount Shu squad, Elder Murong, Brother Song, and Lu will take the lead. All right. Seeing that Li Changjai was confident, and knowing that he must possess some life-saving methods they were unaware of, the others did not hesitate any longer. Escape. The people from Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance flew away on their swords, heading in the direction away from the ancient tree and the Calamity Serpent. The 4 elders from the demon sects were about to give chase but were blocked by Li Changjai. Li Changjai, you wish to play the savior, but the question is, can you stop all of us? Today, the peerless genius of Mount Shu will perish here. Wang Yi didn't believe Li Changjai could hold them off. At best, he would sacrifice himself just to buy a little time for the escape of Mount Shu and Martial Alliance's members. Li Changjai, you've killed many elders and disciples of our Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Today, a blood debt will be paid in blood. Our Joyous Union sect has also lost elders at the hand of your sword. It feels great to nip the peerless genius of Mount Shu in the bud. Ha ha ha. The elders from the 4 major demon sects were all making mocking remarks, wanting to see Li Changjai's look of despair. However, Li Changjai was calm and collected. Do you know why I've been in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm for many years without stepping into the Void Refinement realm? You. The demon sect elders present had been cunning veterans in the martial world for many years, and they quickly grasped the meaning behind Li Changjai's words. Today, I, Li Changjai, have decided to transcend the tribulation right here. With a fierce shout from Li Changjai, dark clouds gathered above the ancient tree, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Even the world force of the immortal ruins could not block the descending heavenly tribulation lightning. You bastard! Faces twisted, Wang Yi, Lu Yuner, and the other demon sect elders couldn't believe Li Changjai was actually transcending the tribulation right there. All the demon sect elders present were at the Dao Palace realm, and the heavenly tribulation triggered by Li Changjai's breakthrough from the Dao Palace realm to the Void Refinement realm with his eternal wilderness body, even the residual waves were something they could hardly withstand. Wande Yi hurriedly shouted, "Quick, leave this place!" Boom boom boom. The heavenly tribulation descended, and countless thunderstorms rained down. Li Changjai brought out his heavenly fire sword, withstanding the heavenly tribulation. The lightning from the 9 heavens enlarged in his pupils, drawing ever closer. Li Changjai murmured to himself, "Is this heavenly tribulation?" From the Dao Palace realm to the Void Refinement realm, there are only 3 layers of heavenly tribulation. I can definitely transcend them. Not far away, Lu Changsheng, Mirongxi, and others looked back, only to see that the ancient tree had already been submerged by the lightning illuminating heaven and earth. Song Huachuan said, "Our senior brother's cultivation was already sufficient to step into the Void Refinement realm a long time ago. However, he chose to accumulate in depth, always suppressing his cultivation, and that's why he remained in the Dao Palace realm for so many years. Our senior brother isn't just using his own cultivation to buy time, but he is using the heavenly tribulation to hold back the 4 major demon sects and the Calamity Serpent. Using the heavenly tribulation as well?" Lu Changsheng was secretly shocked. No wonder he always felt that his senior brother was not so simple. It turned out his senior brother was deliberately suppressing his cultivation. Sure enough, every peerless genius of the major sects was a meticulous thinker, not one was mediocre. "Our senior brother has bought us time, let's not hesitate. We'll gather with the other sects, and with the 6 great sects joining forces, we may not fail to defeat the Calamity Serpent." Song Huachuan knew his senior brother best, realizing that hesitation would only lead to disaster. The terrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for a whole hour. 3 waves of lightning fell and razed the area to the ground, though the ancient tree itself was left unscathed. "Damn it, I've been outwitted by Li Changjai again." Wande Yi was disheveled. The target of the heavenly tribulation wasn't him, so he survived, but it was not easy, and it delayed his pursuit of Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance. The place of tribulation was in ruins, and Li Changjai had vanished. "Go, chase them down. We can't let the 6 great sects come together." Chapter 96, Tracking Xianingshu. In the dense forests of the Immortal Ruins, Lu Changsheng, along with several elders and disciples of Mount Shu, including Lin Qingzi, hid in a cave, using concealment talismans to shield their spiritual energy. Above the dense forest, elders of the demon sects flew by on their magical artifacts, their divine sense scanning the forest over and over again, attempting to find traces of Lu Changsheng and his party. A day earlier, the 4 great demon sects had caught up with Mount Shu and the Martial Alliance during a fierce battle, resulting in Lu Changsheng's small squad becoming separated from the others. The 4 great demon sects had the advantage in numbers, and unless they could join with elders from other sects, escape would be difficult. "My life-saving techniques won't be enough to defeat so many demon sects elders, especially that Void Refinement realm Calamity Serpent. It poses too great a threat to me. If it sets its sights on me, I'll only have the strength for one strike." Lu Changsheng had still not broken through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. A breakthrough required the protection of others, and right now, Lu Changsheng was being pursued by the 4 great demon sects, without any chance to break through. Should he attempt a breakthrough, the resulting phenomena between heaven and earth would immediately draw the pursuers from the 4 great demon sects, leading to certain disaster. Inside the cave, Lu Changsheng and others from Mount Shu, including Zhao Huiyan, Mirongxi, Chen Yao and Lin Qingzi, held their breath and focused their attention, only breathing a sigh of relief after the spiritual presence of the demon sects elders faded away. "We've lost our way, and relying on luck to join with other sects is wishful thinking. Alas, am I, Zhao Huiyan, who was once wise and astute, actually going to die here?" Zhao Huiyan sighed. If not for the Calamity Serpent controlled by the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the people of Mount Shu and Martial Alliance wouldn't have scattered under the siege of the 4 great demon sects. "We are no match for the Calamity Serpent, facing such a demonic creature, we can only flee." Mirongxi, although at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, also couldn't withstand the Calamity Serpent and the 4 great demon sects. Chen Yao's expression was grave, this time facing a life and death situation. With that thought, Chen Yao leaned her shoulder against Lin Qingzi. If they were destined to not escape this calamity, what was the point of hiding their feelings? "Perhaps I have a way to find the people from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion." Lu Changsheng took a talisman out from his bosom. This was an Earth Escape Divine Talisman that Xianingshu had given to him as a thank you gift, and Liu Changsheng had never used it. Furthermore, the Earth Escape Divine Talisman bore the scent of Xianingsu. With the technique of 10,000 li tracking, Liu Changsheng, even without appearing, could use a wisp of spiritual energy to track Xianingsu's whereabouts. Although this method might seem a bit creepy, Liu Changsheng no longer had the luxury of caring about that. Joining Inquiry Immortal Pavilion would at least increase their numbers, find other scattered elders of Mount Shu, and try to join with other sects. Liu Changsheng released a wisp of spiritual energy following the scent on Xianingsu's Earth Escape Divine Talisman, beginning the tracking of Xianingsu's location. We must find her. With so few people on Liu Changsheng's side and facing the 4 great demon sects, even if Liu Changsheng utilized all his life-saving techniques, he couldn't handle that many opponents. He needed allies. The group waited anxiously for an hour, and finally, Liu Changsheng's expression changed. "I've found them. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's people are just 500 li to the east." "That's great." Zhao Huiyan excitedly stood up. With their level of cultivation, a distance of 500 li was not significant. "We must hurry on our way." Liu Changsheng led the group out of their concealed cave to join up with the people from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Mirangxi's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected Liu Changsheng to be so composed, subtly taking on the role of their leader. Little did she know that Liu Changsheng had been using the system's simulation function to repeatedly experience battles of life and death, enabling him to remain calm even in dangerous situations. In a valley to the east, Zheng Yeqiu, the chief disciple of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, led a small squad in rest and recovery, narrowly missing the demon sex elders and the calamity serpent that were pursuing Liu Changsheng and his group. "There are traces of the demon sex nearby, everyone be extremely careful." 11. Xiao Meng'er, the second disciple of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, warned everyone. "Understood, senior sister." The members of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion responded in unison. Xianingsu was meditating and practicing. They from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion had chosen the wrong direction and were unable to find the Immortal Emperor's legacy. It was only after receiving the distress message from Li Changjai of Mount Shu that they changed their course. Suddenly, Xianingsu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Strange. Xianingsu always felt someone was secretly observing her, yet the sensation was not unpleasant. Xianingsu looked around, but couldn't locate the source of the gaze. Seeing Xianingsu's strange expression, Xiao Meng'er asked, "Junior sister Xia, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, probably just my imagination." Xianingsu realized the feeling of being watched had disappeared, leaving her even more perplexed. About half an hour passed and Liu Changsheng arrived at the valley with his companions from Mount Shu, prompting the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion people to go on alert. Zheng Yeqiu, Xiao Meng'er, Xianingsu and others had their hands prepped with sword techniques, ready to draw their long swords. "No, these are people from Mount Shu." Xiao Meng'er recognized Liu Changsheng. Liu Changsheng had made a remarkable impression on her at the Six Paths Conference. "Finally found you." Having joined forces with the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Liu Changsheng had finally found another group to lend a hand. The strength of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was not weak. "Liu, what exactly happened to you?" Elder Mu noticed that Liu Changsheng was accompanied by only about 10 people, which puzzled him. "It's a long story." Liu Changsheng briefly explained the cause and effect of the events. "The 4 demon sects have joined forces, and there's a void refinement realm calamity serpent involved. Just relying on us is not enough, we need to find the elders from other sections." Zheng Yeqiu, who led the team, furrowed her brows tightly upon hearing about the predicament of Liu Changsheng's group and grew even more cautious. "I share the same view as Fairy Xia. By the way, how did you manage to find our exact location? Do you have a similar way to locate the others?" "To my embarrassment, I tracked you using the technique of 10,000 li tracking by following junior sister Xia's spiritual energy. Without personal belongings of the other sects, I would find it difficult to track them." Xianingsu, who was normally as cold as frost, suddenly flushed red. Could it be that the gaze that had secretly watched her earlier was from Liu Changsheng? If Xianingsu had known ahead of time that Liu Changsheng practiced the technique of 10,000 li tracking, she probably wouldn't have given him the Earth Escape Talisman, which she carried on her person. "Since that's the case, when daylight comes and we establish our location, we'll use the 1,000-mile voice transmission talisman to contact the other sections." "That's exactly my intention." Zheng Yeqiu and Liu Changsheng reached an agreement. "Junior sister Xia, please rest assured, today's circumstances were extraordinary, which is why I had to track your energy. I would never use it for nefarious purposes. Lu Changsheng transmitted his voice secretly to Xianingsu. Xianingsu turned her head away, giving no response. Ha ha ha, I never thought I, Zhao Huiyan, would have the opportunity to share life and death with the fairies from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. I would die without regrets this time. Zhao Huiyan tried to find humor in the midst of hardship. Get lost. Zheng Yeqiu was utterly indifferent. Well, it seems I, Zhao Huiyan, am doomed to have no luck with women in this lifetime. Since Zheng Yeqiu was at the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm, and Zhao Huiyan was only at the 6th level, he didn't dare to flirt and resigned himself to leaning towards Lu Changshen's side. Among the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion group, Luo Feng's gaze landed on Lu Changsheng, eyes brimming with jealousy. Lu Changsheng, since you've chosen your own death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xia is mine and mine alone. Chapter 97, I need time to break through. The next morning, in the misty valley, suddenly a clear tinkling of copper bells rang out, awakening Lu Changsheng, who was meditating and doing breathing exercises. It wasn't just Lu Changsheng, the group from Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were also startled awake, readying their sword gestures, prepared to strike. Hehe, Lu Changsheng, you've made your sister search quite a bit for you. Just be good and dual cultivate with sister, don't even think about running away. An alluring figure emerged from the fog, clad in a light yellow long dress, with a face that was charming and seductive, the copper bell talisman at her waist ringing crisply, unsettling the minds of those who heard it. This was an innate spirit treasure. That's Lu Yuner from the Joyous Union Sect's Dao Palace, a peerless genius on the 9th level. Could it be that you were tracked last night? Zheng Yeqiu looked towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng shook his head, impossible. His technique of 10,000 li tracking had reached great accomplishment, he had carefully avoided the presence of the demon sect's elder, there was no way Lu Yuner could have discovered their tracks. Then how did she find this place? Zheng Yeqiu clenched her silver teeth, her cultivation of the 8th level of Dao Palace realm was no match for Lu Yuner. From within the fog, the figures of several demon sect elders emerged on both sides of the valley. Not only from the Joyous Union sect but also people from the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Lu Changsheng looked at the disciple from the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, clad in black clothes and veil, with an indiscernible face, controlling the Calamity Serpent. His presence here indicated the Calamity Serpent might also be in this valley. Hiss! The hair-raising sound of a serpent hissing arose, and in the mist, an enormous creature was slowly slithering. A pair of green snake eyes was fixed on the crowd, its huge body like a hill, and its hard scales were comparable to an immortal artifact. This is the Calamity Serpent you spoke of. The group from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion felt endless despair upon seeing the creature in the Void Refinement realm. Such an opponent, with the Dao Palace realm, was hard to contend with. What do we do? Zheng Yeqiu, the chief disciple of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, felt a sense of helplessness emerging before the Calamity Serpent of the Void Refinement realm. The gap between the Dao Palace realm and the Void Refinement realm was too great. The oppressive presence of the Calamity Serpent made Zheng Yeqiu, who had reached the 8th level of Dao Palace realm, tremble and even rendered her unable to move a step. All we have is to fight. Murong she drew out her ink plum sword, resigned to a deathly resolve. Caught up by the Joyous Union sect, Valley of 10,000 Poisons, and the Calamity Serpent, she had not even a tenth of a chance to win. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Come back. Elder Mu of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion noticed Luo Feng, supposedly an ally, moving towards Lu Yuner on his own, and scolded him. I don't want to die with you. Luo Feng's eyes were cold as he walked over to Lu Yuner's side. Could it be you who betrayed our whereabouts? The group from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion turned pale with shock. Luo Feng, one of the direct disciples of the Pavilion Master and an elder of Dao Palace realm, had never been suspected of betrayal before. Luo Feng said ominously. With a sinister tone, Luo Feng spoke, now that it's come to this, there's no point in hiding any longer. I have already defected to the reincarnation hall. 8 years ago, during the trip to Huang State, although I escaped back to our sect, I had been captured by reincarnation hall before that, and Wang Yi fed me poison, forcing me to act as an inside agent. If I disobeyed, without the antidote, I would surely die from the poison. To save my own life, I had no choice but to betray you. Traitor! The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion party gritted their teeth in rage. Being betrayed by one's own people was a feeling that drove one to seething fury. Lu Changsheng, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have doubted you. I truly didn't expect my junior brother to betray us. If the opportunity arises, I will personally execute the traitor who betrayed our section. Zheng Yeqiu promptly apologized to Lu Changsheng, his expression turning from fear of the calamity serpent to one of resoluteness. In the 6 major sects, nothing was more taboo than betrayal. As the leading disciple of the Fairy Pavilion Master of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, although Zheng Yeqiu's talent was not as outstanding as Xiao Meng'er or Xia Ningxiu, he was still determined to cleanse the sect even at the cost of his life. Over there, Luo Feng said to Lu Yuner, I have informed you of their whereabouts, so you must also stick to our agreement. Spare Xia Ningxiu's life and leave her to me to deal with. He, I never expected that the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, which prides itself on the righteous Dao and has the supreme forgetting emotion art as its sect defending skill, would have a leading disciple of the Pavilion Master lust after his own junior sister's beauty, sink into depravity with no hesitation. If word of this gets out, the Fairy Su of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion will lose face. Lu Yuner's sweet voice left everyone from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion feeling uncomfortable. Luo Feng's betrayal of the sect was a fact. Lu Yuner's gaze fell on Xia Ningxiu, however, the junior sister you desire is indeed stunningly beautiful, even surpassing me in looks. I find myself reluctant to hand her over to you, perhaps our sect master will take a liking to her. Luo Feng's face turned ashen, how can you break your word like that? Humph, you've already called our Joyous Union sect a demon sect. Why should someone from the demon sects keep their word? I'll do as I please, so don't preach to me. You. Luo Feng wanted to lash out, but Lu Yuner, a peerless genius of the Dao Palace realm, 9th layer from the Joyous Union sect, was not someone that Luo Feng, only at the 2nd layer of the Dao Palace realm, could reason with. If he angered Lu Yuner, Luo Feng himself might get drained dry. Subsequently, Lu Yuner turned her attention to Lu Changsheng, however, my target is Lu Changsheng. I wish to cultivate the Dao of Joyous Union with him to take his cultivation and step into the void refinement realm. You witch! For some reason, Xia Ningxiu felt a nameless anger rising in her heart upon seeing Lu Yuner. Lu Changsheng, however, completely ignored Lu Yuner. The real threat was not coming from Lu Yuner of the Dao Palace realm, 9th layer. Even though Lu Changsheng was only at the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm, he was no ordinary cultivator, and he possessed the ability to defeat Lu Yuner even without breaking through to the 9th layer. What truly troubled Lu Changsheng was the leading disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons and the Calamity Serpent he could control. Lu Changsheng estimated in his mind that using an immortal artifact with his cultivation at the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm might not suffice to suppress the Calamity Serpent. Operating an immortal artifact required an enormous amount of spiritual energy, and Lu Changsheng had only one chance to make a move. Therefore, he needed to make sure it would be foolproof. He needed to make an immediate breakthrough to the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Listen to me, everyone. I have a plan that can turn the tides. Having made up his mind, Lu Changsheng communicated his plan to those present through a secret message. Oh! The crowd, who had already fallen into despair, saw a glimmer of hope with Lu Changsheng's sudden statement. I have several Earth Escape talismans here, each capable of burrowing 30 li through the ground. If we use them consecutively, we can instantly escape 100 li away. But escaping just 100 li is not enough. The people from the Joyous Union sect and the Valley of 10,000 Poisons will catch up soon. The elders from those sects must have plenty of talismans for pursuit. Exactly. But my intention is not to flee but to buy time. I will supply you with batch of talismans and elixir pills when the time comes. What are you going to do? You will protect me while I need time to break through. Chapter 98, Deployment. Okay. After hearing Lu Changsheng's plan, everyone agreed. At this point, there was no choice but to trust Lu Changsheng. Several talismans appeared from within the ample sleeves of Lu Changsheng. The chief disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons sneered, Lu Yuner, don't waste time. Quickly finish them off to avoid any unnecessary complications. I understand, but we need to spare Lu Changsheng's life. I need his power to step into the void refinement realm. In Lu Yuner's right hand, a purple dagger materialized. The blade was only 3 inches long, but it overflowed with a purple radiance, undoubtedly an innate spirit treasure. Hiss! The Valley of 10,000 Poisons spurred on the Calamity Serpent, which flicked its crimson tongue and whipped up a foul, fishy wind. An elder from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion displayed a purple hue on his face, showing signs of poisoning, as his internal true qi dissipated. This is the all-poison immunity pill, take it quickly. Elder Kumu hurriedly fed the elder a pill to detoxify him. This creature is truly formidable. The mere poison it emits is terrifying, no wonder it was known as a disaster in ancient times. Everyone, gather towards me. Lu Changsheng sent a message telepathically, took out an earth escape talisman, and infused it with true qi. Upon the infusion of true qi, the earth escape talisman shone with a golden light, enveloping Lu Changsheng and his companions. No good, they're planning to use the earth escape talisman to get away. Lu Yuner quickly retrieved a talisman, attempting to lock down Lu Changsheng and his party. Wooden barrier talisman. Before escaping, Lu Changsheng tossed a second talisman. This was the 7th grade wooden barrier talisman returned to Lin Qingzi, an upgrade from the 5th grade wooden prison talisman, which could instantly create a wooden domain spanning 10 miles. The wooden barrier talisman blazed with green light, and its magical power formed a 10-mile wooden domain. The ground within the valley shattered, countless wooden walls rose, and vines grew wildly, trapping the people of both the Joyous Union sect and the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Meanwhile, the Earth Escape Talisman had taken effect, and in an instant, Lu Changsheng and his people appeared 30 miles away. Lu Changsheng continuously used 5 Earth Escape Talismans, traveling swiftly underground, leading the group over 100 miles away. They will catch up soon. I need time to make a breakthrough, you must hold them off as long as possible. Lu Changsheng knew continuing to flee would be futile. He had to break through to the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm as quickly as possible and use the immortal artifact to suppress the Calamity Serpent in order to turn the tide. 3rd grade Elixir Scarlet Blood Pill, 5th grade Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence Pill, and 7th grade Phoenix Blood Revival Pill to speed up the recovery of blood qi. 4th grade Earth Spirit Pill, 5th grade Heavenly Spirit Pill, and 6th grade Daijoki Pill to accelerate the gathering of nature's spiritual energy. Lu Changsheng took out a bag of elixir pills and distributed them among the group. The sects of Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were prepared to give their lives to protect him, so Lu Changsheng did not skimp on the elixir pills. These pills could easily be acquired later, but one only has a single life, and once lost, it's gone. Fairy Xia, this Zerong God Talisman is for your use. Lu Changsheng handed over the offensive 7th grade talisman to Xia Ningxiu. Since Lu Changsheng was going to concentrate fully on the breakthrough and would be unable to fight, he could only bolster his companion's strength. Among the group, Mirong Shi, Xiao Menger, Xia Ningxiu, and Zheng Yeqiu had the highest cultivation. Zhao Wian, who was at the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm, still had a considerable gap to overcome. Although I don't know what means you have to defeat them after breaking through to the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, I will definitely persist until your breakthrough is complete. Xia Ningxiu took the Zerong God Talisman, her bright eyes filled with determination. Mirong, among all those present, you possess the highest cultivation level, so only you can bring out the full power of this talisman. Lu Changsheng then handed the 8th grade talisman Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm to Mirong Shi. Although Xia Ningxiu's talent surpassed that of Mirong Shi had cultivated for a longer period. Before Lu Changsheng broke through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, Mirong Shi was the most suitable person to use the 8th grade talisman. This is the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm, I've only seen one with Master before, but to think you actually possess such a talisman. Mirong Shi, who had cultivated for hundreds of years and was widely knowledgeable, recognized the 8th grade Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm from the drawings and ancient script on the talisman. Such high-level talismans are rarely owned even by cultivators in the Void Refinement realm, let alone used by Dao Palace realm cultivators, who can't fully unleash the magic power contained within an 8th grade talisman due to their insufficient cultivation level. Do not feel it's a waste to use it, elder sister. As long as it saves your life, use it without hesitation. Mirong Shi carefully stored away the 8th grade talisman Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. If she had the cultivation level of the Void Refinement realm and could fully activate the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm's power, that alone would suffice to eradicate the Calamity Serpent. King Zi, Chen Yao, the two of you hide in this cave. No matter what happens, do not join the battle. Not only will you be unable to hinder the enemy for even a moment, but you would also distract us. This is the 6th grade talisman Spirit Concealment Talisman, there are only 2, use them to hide your presence. If I unfortunately fall in battle, you must escape and seek vengeance for me in the future. After distributing the talismans and elixir pills, Lu Changsheng gave 2 6th-grade talismans to Lin Qingzi and Chen Yao. With one possessing the heart of the innocent and the other the 9 heavens' mysterious lady physique, as long as the two of them grew up, they would be capable of avenging him. Lu Changsheng had taken every possible scenario into account with his arrangements. Disciple is incompetent and cannot assist master. In the future, I will cultivate even more diligently to quickly catch up to master. Lin Qingzi also understood that a cultivator in the nascent soul realm would be of no use in this battle and could only watch the battle without getting in the way. Mount Shu's disciple Chen Yao is grateful for Elder Lu's usual care. If something goes awry, I will join Lin in seeking revenge for you, Elder. Chen Yao bit her thin lips, her resolve firm. All right, I'm going to start breaking through. Having made his arrangements, Lu Changsheng had no choice but to risk everything. He chose to hide in a cave, taking out the Flood Dragon's golden core. The golden light from the Flood Dragon's golden core illuminated the cave, and countless bats, startled by its demonic power, flew out of the cave. Compared to before, the luster of the Flood Dragon's golden core had dimmed a great deal. As long as he refined the remaining demonic power in the Flood Dragon's golden core, he could step into the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. When all was churned into existence, born before heaven and earth in tranquility and vastness, standing alone without change, circling endlessly, Lu Changsheng began to operate the taking Wuji technique to refine the Flood Dragon's golden core. The demonic power of the Flood Dragon's golden core was meticulously stripped away and assimilated into Lu Changsheng's body. Outside the cave, Mirongxi, Xiaoningsu, Zheng Yeqiu, Xiao Meng'er, Zhao Wian, Elder Kumu, and other protectors were all on high alert, swallowing elixir pills, and elevating their condition to the peak. I wonder what chances Lu has of dealing with that void refinement realm calamity serpent after breaking through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Although Elder Kumu had some confidence in Lu Changsheng, he couldn't imagine how Lu Changsheng was going to turn the tide. At this point, we can only trust him. Had Luo Feng not betrayed us, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. Even if we fall in battle later, we must eliminate the traitor. Zheng Yeqiu looked towards the east, feeling the presence of the demon sect's elders from the Joyous Union sect and Valley of 10,000 Poisons approaching with Earth Escape talismans. Chapter 99, Determination. Dingling. The chilling sound of a copper bell rang out, and the people from Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion tensed up, with grave expressions on their faces. Dozens of dark shadows emerged from underground. The pursuit troops from the Joyous Union sect and Valley of 10,000 Poisons had arrived. Lu Yuner held a burning Earth Escape talisman in her hand, which flared up and turned to ashes. I didn't expect you all to have a 7th grade wooden barrier talisman, causing me to waste a lot of time and even use an Earth Escape talisman to chase after you. But even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't get out of the palm of my hand. Lu Changsheng, come out obediently and cultivate with me. Before you die, you can still enjoy the bliss of the human world, and you won't be at a loss. Odd, where has he gone? Lu Yuner scanned over the fully alert Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion people but didn't find any trace of Lu Changsheng. Suddenly, Lu Yuner looked up to the sky above the valley, only to see purple aura coming from the east, stretching for 100 miles in vast swathes, slowly swirling like a vortex, a celestial phenomenon. The Valley of 10,000 Poisons elder spoke softly, this is the heavenly phenomenon caused by someone who has cultivated the taking Wuji technique when they make a breakthrough. The more solid the person's foundation, the more exaggerated the heavenly phenomenon they trigger. He has not yet attracted the heavenly tribulation, indicating he is not about to break through to the void refinement realm. If my guess is correct, he is about to enter the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. So that's it, he's hiding and making a breakthrough. To think that after cultivating for more than 200 years, one's cultivation could reach the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. I'm getting more and more interested in him. If I could absorb his cultivation, I could easily reach the void refinement realm. Don't interrupt his breakthrough. The higher his cultivation, the more advanced my Dao of Joyous Union will be. Lu Yuner's beautiful eyes shimmered with a trace of greed. The Dao of Joyous Union required the partner to be handsome and have high cultivation to greatly enhance one's cultivation. Lu Yuner, delighted by the prospect, wanted to turn Lu Changsheng into her cauldron for cultivation. I understand. But just in case, let's deal with these people outside first. The Valley of 10,000 Poisons elder thought that even if Lu Changsheng reached the Dao Palace realm, he would be no match for the Calamity Serpent he controlled, so it was nothing to worry about. Therefore, he decided to do Lu Yuner a favor and eliminate Murong Shi, Xiao Meng'er and Xiaoning Xiu, the talents from Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, first. Otherwise, once they grew stronger, they would be a significant threat to the four great demon sects. Which, if you want a fight, then bring it on. I, Zhao Huiyan, am not afraid of you. Zhao Huiyan invoked his chasing wind sword, and a burst of azure sword chi shot up into the sky, stirring up fierce winds and clouds. He, Zhao Huiyan, after all, was a practitioner at the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm and posed a threat to many demon sect elders. My only target is Lu Changsheng. Lu Yun'er gave a look to one of the Joyous Union sect elders, who then summoned the Heart Corrosion Ring, with an overwhelming demonic chi surging up to meet the chasing wind sword. This Joyous Union sect elder was also a standout among his peers, with his cultivation on the same 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. Zhao Huiyan had only recently entered the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm, while this Joyous Union sect elder had been at this level for a considerable time. His powers were more profound than Zhao Huiyan's, and the demonic chi from the Heart Corrosion Ring overwhelmed the sword chi from the chasing wind sword. Attack! The demon sect elders from the Joyous Union sect and Valley of 10,000 Poisons made their move together, their magical weapons soaring into the sky, the terrifying pressure and energy destroying the nearby trees, sending dust flying, and causing the ground to crack open. Hiss! The Calamity Serpent pounced with a foul wind, its swift speed incongruous with its massive body. Beast! Xiao Meng'er let out a delicate shout as she operated the 6th level of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion art, summoning her flying sword and slashing at the Calamity Serpent. The fierce wind was like the blade, and when the flying sword struck the serpent's head, it sparked a noise like a clash of metal, scraping only a shallow blood mark upon its scales as black snake blood seeped out. Suddenly, the Calamity Serpent opened its massive maw wide, revealing its sharp fangs and sprayed a jet of black venom at the people from Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Dodge it! The group hastily scrambled to avoid it. Ah! An Inquiry Immortal Pavilion elder was unable to evade in time and was struck by the venom, their body instantly corroded as they screamed in agony. Where the crowd had originally stood, the huge rocks were dissolved by the black poisonous liquid, forming a large pit tens of feet wide and more than 10 feet deep. An elder of the second layer of Dao Palace was directly wiped out. The people of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were all terrified. The Calamity Serpent was equivalent to a cultivator of the Void Refinement realm, and with the robust body and severe poison of a demonic creature, it was even more troublesome than an ordinary cultivator of the Void Refinement realm. The battle has begun. Lu Changsheng, feeling the disturbance outside, was still accelerating the refining of the Flood Dragon's golden core, doing his utmost to step into the 9th layer of Dao Palace as quickly as possible. It's still not fast enough. Lu Changsheng was burning with anxiety. If the battle continued, and everyone outside was wiped out, he might not be able to refine the Flood Dragon's golden core in time. Without the help of Murong Shi, Xiao Meng'er and Xiaoning Xiu, even if Lu Changsheng activated the immortal artifact and did his utmost to suppress the Calamity Serpent, the remaining true chi wouldn't be enough to deal with the other demon sect elders. Therefore, Lu Changsheng had to break through as soon as possible. Suddenly, the inferior immortal artifact, Yin-Yang Dragon's Cauldron within the Dao Palace gently shook, and actually drew the Flood Dragon's golden core inside the cauldron. The patterns on the Flood Dragon's golden core quickly dissolved, and the demonic power turned into rich spiritual energy. Could it be that the Yin-Yang Dragon's Cauldron can speed up the refining of demonic golden cores? Lu Changsheng discovered that this inferior immortal artifact was truly versatile. Although the Yin-Yang Dragon's Cauldron was not a treasure focused on offense, its value was no less than that of other inferior immortal artifacts. With the Yin-Yang Dragon's Cauldron accelerating the refining of the demonic power in the Flood Dragon's golden core, Lu Changshen's breakthrough speed suddenly increased. Lu Changsheng, you must be hiding in that cave, right? What on earth are you doing? The voice of Lu Yuner rang out, and Lu Changshen's expression changed slightly. If Lu Yuner suddenly interrupted his breakthrough, it would surely end in failure. Lu Yuner was a holy maiden of the Joyous Union sect at the 9th layer of Dao Palace. If she entered the cave and sensed the presence of an immortal artifact, she would certainly not let Lu Changsheng break through easily. The aura of Lu Yuner was getting closer. Suddenly, her aura stopped at the entrance of the cave. Someone has stopped her. Lu Changsheng continued to focus on his breakthrough, with the innate Taoist body frantically absorbing the demonic power refined with the help of the yin-yang dragon's cauldron. Outside the cave, elders from Mount Shu, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Joyous Union Sect, and Valley of 10,000 Poisons from the four sects clashed fiercely. The immense head of the Calamity Serpent smashed into a mountain peak, its frightful force like a landslide, causing the mountain to crumble, with huge rocks scattering in all directions. A Mount Shu elder was rammed to death by the Calamity Serpent, and then his body was buried by the collapsing rocks. Clang! Murongshi used the Taiyin sword art, and her ink plum sword hit the Calamity Serpent, barely managing to break through its scales, unable to injure it fundamentally. Murongshi spread the fingers of her left hand, and a talisman appeared in her palm. At this juncture, only by using the 8th grade Divine Thunder Exorcism charm from Lu could they severely injure the Calamity Serpent. Zheng Yeqiu, Xiao Menger, and other masters from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion summoned their flying swords, dealing with the Demon Sect elders from Joyous Union Sect and Valley of 10,000 Poisons, with various magical treasures clashing in the sky. The power of Joyous Union Sect and Valley of 10,000 Poisons was no less than that of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. "You shall not advance another step," declared Xiaoningsu, wielding the Severing Affection sword, blocking Lu Yuner. "He once saved my life, and now it is my turn to repay the debt." Chapter 100, Dao Palace Realm Level 9. It's almost done. Lu Changshen's aura was dramatically rising, and he was about to step into the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm. The Flood Dragon's golden core, fully refined by the Yin-Yang Dragon's cauldron, provided Lu Changsheng with an abundant supply of spiritual energy needed for his breakthrough to the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm. 8 years, from the 9th level of the Nascent Soul Realm to the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm, crossing a whole major realm, such a cultivation speed was simply unthinkable. What's going on here? I have an uneasy feeling. In order to avoid prolonged trouble, it looks like there's no time to entangle with you any further. Lu Yuner held an amethyst-colored innate spirit treasure dagger, looking toward the purple chi converging into the cave where Lu Changsheng was meditating, and she had a bad feeling. Initially, Lu Yuner planned to wait for Lu Changsheng to break through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm, then try to capture him alive and force him into dual cultivation. Now, she changed her mind. Although you are the Holy Maiden of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, your cultivation is still shallow after all. Dying by my hand, Lu Yuner, is an honor for you. Lu Yuner turned her gaze to Xiaoningsu, who was blocking the entrance to the cave. Xiaoningsu was covered in scars, with her snow-white garment occasionally revealing slashes from sword chi, soaked red with fresh blood. Xiaoningsu swallowed a Daijouqi Dan and used the Severing Affection sword to support her body, ignoring the dripping blood and staring defiantly at Lu Yuner's every move, still blocking the entrance to the cave. "One word at a time," I said, "you shall not take another step forward. Then go to die." Purple light flashed as the amethyst dagger lunged at Xiaoningsu. Barely managing to block the dagger with the Severing Affection sword, Xiaoningsu flung her left hand, sending a black shadow flying towards Lu Yuner, which latched onto her goose yellow gown. Quick as the law dictates. Xiaoningsu activated the talisman, which blazed fiercely, and the flames shot up into the sky. Damn it! Lu Yuner recognized it was a 7th grade Zhurong God talisman, and her complexion changed. The divine fire of the Zhurong God talisman burned the gown, and Lu Yuner's magical garment was unable to withstand the divine fire induced by the 7th grade talisman. "Which, how do you like the power of this talisman? Don't think that this can kill me." Lu Yuner recited a mnemonic verse, and a clear ring came from the copper bell at her waist. Water shimmered, and the divine fire of the Zhurong God talisman gradually dissipated. This innate spirit treasure can actually absorb the power of talismans. Xiaoningsu's face turned pale. Lu Yuner did not have just one innate magical treasure. The copper bell at her waist was an upper-quality innate spirit treasure and one of the strongest defensive magical treasures of the Joyous Union sect. "You've destroyed my favorite gown. I'll torture you in the most painful way." A sinister look flashed in Lu Yuner's eyes, and the copper bell floated up as she poured a great amount of true chi into it, and the copper bell burst with purple brilliance, soul-extinguishing skills. Purple light assaulted Xiaoningsu. Clutching the Severing Affection sword, she tried to block the purple light but, being an attack magical treasure, the sword was unable to stop the strange purple light. The Calamity Serpent was still wreaking havoc. A Inquiry Immortal Pavilion elder was swallowed whole by the Calamity Serpent, dying without a complete corpse. The attacks of many Dao Palace Realm elders were futile against the Calamity Serpent, although innate spirit treasures could barely break through the Calamity Serpent's defenses. they couldn't harm its essence. The elder from Valley of 10,000 Poisons, who was controlling the Calamity Serpent, suddenly looked up at the cave where Lu Changsheng was hiding. He saw a purple vortex rapidly spinning, with Lu Changsheng's aura climbing swiftly. He must not be allowed to have a breakthrough, or there might be unforeseen consequences. The Valley of 10,000 Poisons elder realized that Lu's peculiar action of a breakthrough amidst battle might have a special purpose and thus changed his incantations. The massive body of the Calamity Serpent started crawling toward the cave where Lu Changsheng was. No, we can't let the Calamity Serpent interrupt Lu's breakthrough. Mirongxi channeled True Qi into the 8th grade Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. The charm generated lightning, reflected in Mirongxi's clear eyes. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, with violent winds howling. The presence of the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm spread all around, and Mirongxi, instead of Lu Changsheng, became the focus of everyone's attention. The Calamity Serpent was also attracted by Mirongxi, who was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. 8th grade talismans the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. An elder from the demon sex recognized the talisman in Mirongxi's hand and showed a look of terror. A cultivator of the Dao Palace realm simply couldn't withstand the power of an 8th grade talisman. Even Mirongxi, who was using this 8th grade talisman, couldn't unleash the full power of the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. But there was no time for such considerations now. Majestic heavenly thunder, slay the wicked demons. Swift as the law commands. With a light shout from Mirongxi, thunder roared, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, illuminating heaven and earth. Mirongxi exerted all her strength to activate the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm, attacking the Calamity Serpent and the Elder from the Valley of 10,000 Poisons with the power of heavenly thunder. Did it work? Xiao Meng'er and Zhao Huiyan, who were struggling in battle, were all hoping that this 8th grade talisman could exterminate the Calamity Serpent, giving them and the rest of the Joyous Union sect and the Elder of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons a fighting chance. Huff, huff. Mirongxi had expended too much True Qi, and her cultivation at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm wasn't sufficient to fully activate the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. The talisman dimmed, the magical power contained within it completely dissipated. After the countless bolts of heavenly thunder struck down, the forest was in shambles, with many ancient trees smoldering with rolling black smoke. Hiss! The hair-raising sound of a serpent's hiss resounded, filling the hearts of those from Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion with despair once again. In the center of the scorched earth, a massive ancient beast coiled its body, withstanding the attack of the 8th grade talisman, the Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm. However, the Calamity Serpent was also in bad shape, its outermost layer of scales charred, flesh muddled, and black blood oozing out. The power of the 8th grade talisman was truly astonishing. If my cultivation were just one step further, with this Divine Thunder Exorcism Charm, I'd have been able to slay this beast, but... Mirongxi's eyes gradually lost hope. This was her last resort. Even the 8th grade talisman can't kill the Calamity Serpent, we're finished this time. Zhao Huiyan despaired even more. The injured Calamity Serpent became even more ferocious, ramming into the cave where Lu Changsheng was, causing the entire mountain to tremble and rocks to tumble down. It worked. Within the cave, countless streams of purple energy gathered, and Lu Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes at that moment. He had completely refined the Flood Dragon's golden core's demonic power, officially entering the 9th layer of Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng's aura was completely renewed. All the demonic power of the 3,000-year-old Flood Dragon's golden core was absorbed by Lu Changsheng, and even though it was a temporary breakthrough, the true qi within him surged fiercely. It's time to slay that demon. Lu Changsheng rose to his feet, disregarding the rocks falling inside the cave, and flew toward the entrance. Xianingsu, who was guarding the entrance, had already collapsed on the ground, eyes empty, motionless. Meanwhile, the holy maiden of the Joyous Union sect, Lu Yuner, was beside her, holding a bell in her hands. What have you done to her? Lu Changshen's eyes steadily filled with killing intent, tone icy cold. She was nothing but a plaything for my hell bell to scatter her soul to the winds. Lu Changsheng, if you do not submit willingly, your fate will be the same. Lu Yuner was about to threaten Lu Changsheng, but the aura he emitted made her feel very uneasy. Lu Changshen's cultivation was on par with hers, but his foundations were even more solid.